as reality tears itself apart in the deep void between stars. The endurance groans under stresses that shouldn't exist, her hull plate screaming as something vast and malevolent presses against the Gellar fields. Through the observation ports, you watch the warp writhe with colors that have no names, while behind you, the desperate prayers of tech marines blend with the sound of retching and the low, persistent buzz of flies. You turn as heavy footsteps approach through the corridor behind you. The figure that emerges from the shadows was once a proud Astartes of the 14th Legion, but now something else wears his armor. Brother Sergeant Voss moves with the deliberate care of someone whose body no longer obeys natural laws. His voice cold, a wet whisper that seems to bubble up from depths no throat should contain.
You want to understand what happened here? You want to know how the Emperor's most resilient sons became vectors of corruption itself? Then witness what I witnessed. Feel what I felt when Grandfather Nurgle first opened his arms to embrace us in the deep dark.
You step back instinctively as the corrupted Marine approaches, but you cannot escape the story he carries like a plague. Through the ship's Vox system, another voice crackles to life, cleaner, more human, but carrying the weight of terrible memories.
I was there too, Observer. I watched it all unfold from the beginning. You think you understand corruption. You think you know what it means to watch noble warriors transformed into walking nightmares. You know nothing yet, but you will learn as I learned, that sometimes salvation becomes the greatest trap of all.
The ship lurches again and you grab a support stanchion as the lights flicker. In the strobing illumination, you catch glimpses of things that shouldn't be. Shadows that move independently of their sources. Moisture on the walls that glistens with unnatural phosphorescence. And always the sound of flies. From the shadows steps another figure, Captain Garrow, one of the few Death Guard who escaped corruption and found redemption in service to the Emperor.
Some of us fought. Some of us fled. Some of us remained true, even as our Gene Father knelt before the altar of corruption. You want to understand the Death Guard? Then understand this. We were not conquered. We were saved. And that salvation damned us more completely than any defeat ever could.
You realize you're not just witnessing a historical account. You're experiencing the echo of events that shaped the galaxy itself, feeling the weight of choices that condemned millions to fates worse than death. The corruption here is more than physical. It seeps into the very fabric of reality, making every breath a struggle against despair. Through the observation port you watch as the ghost fleet of the Death Guard drifts through currents of pure malevolence. These ships were once the pride of the 14 Legion, but now they leak corruption into the void itself. You understand, with growing horror, that you're about to learn how the most enduring of the Emperor's sons became harbingers of humanity's destruction. The story begins not with corruption, but with honor, and that makes what follows so much worse. You find yourself standing on the training grounds of Old Albia, Terra itself, in the early days of the Great Crusade. The air tastes of chemical residue and atomic winter, but the warriors around you breathe it as easily as others might breathe mountain air. These are the Dusk Raiders, the 14th Legion before they knew their father's name, before they understood what they would become. You watch as squads move through combat drills in the perpetual twilight that gives them their name. Their armor is storm gray, with the crimson hand of the Emperor blazoned proudly on their shoulders. When they speak, their voices carry the quiet pride of survivors who have earned their place through endurance rather than glory. You follow ancient Korra through the fortress monastery, its corridors echoing with the sounds of preparation for war. The grizzled veteran's voice carries the weight of centuries, for he is one of the few remaining Dusk Raiders who remembers the Legion before they found their Gene Father, before they became the Death Guard. Through archaic viewports you see the wastelands of Albia stretching to the horizon, a poisoned landscape that bred poisoned men, though they didn't know it yet.
You see us as we were, stranger. Before the Pale King found us, before the bitter harvest of betrayal, we were the voice and the clarion call. We were tyrants' ruin and rivals' fall. That was our battle cry in those days, and we meant every word.
You want to understand what we lost? Look around you. We were honorable then. We respected truces, accepted surrenders, fought with what the Chronicles called quiet, stubborn pride. We were the Emperor's orphans, but we were proud orphans who had earned our place in his grand design.
You observe Astartes who move with purpose, but without the desperate edge that would later define their legion. They joke with one another between training sessions, argue strategy with the passion of those who believe their cause is just. When they look to the stars, they see worlds waiting to be liberated rather than populations to be harvested.
I've studied the old records, walked through these same halls when they still echoed with laughter instead of screams. The Dusk Raiders were known for their resilience, yes, but also for their humanity. They could endure what would kill other legions, but they never forgot why that endurance mattered.
You witness training exercises where Astartes learn to fight in toxic environments, their enhanced physiology allowing them to operate in conditions that would kill normal humans within minutes. It's this very resilience that will later make them perfect vessels for corruption. Their bodies too strong to die, too stubborn to surrender even to pain beyond imagining.
We called it Ironside Heritage. The ability to endure whatever the galaxy threw at us. Our recruitment came from the survivors of Albia's worst regions. Men who had breathed poison since birth and called it air. We thought it made us stronger. We thought it made us special.
The irony cuts deep as you watch these noble warriors prepare for campaigns they will never see. Their fleet moves constantly from one war zone to the next, never pausing except to make war, never resting except to plan the next liberation. They are the Emperor's unbroken blades, and they wear that title like a badge of honor. But even now, in these moments of triumph, you can sense something waiting in the deep dark between stars. The very resilience that makes them heroes contains the seeds of their damnation. Their ability to endure will become their curse. Their strength will become their weakness, and their loyalty will become the chain that drags them into the abyss. You watch them and want to warn them, but you know it would do no good. The pattern is already set. The choice is already made. All you can do is witness what they were before they became what they are now, and understand that sometimes the greatest tragedies begin with the noblest intentions. You materialize on the poisoned surface of Barbarius as the Emperor's golden ship descends through mists that would kill an unprotected human in seconds. Around you, the landscape writhes with chemical fog and industrial pollution, while in the distance, the fortresses of the Xenos overlords loom like tumors against the sickly sky. You watch as a figure emerges from the toxic wastes, tall beyond human norm, pale as bleached bone, moving with the predatory grace of something that has never known fear. This is Mortarion, the Pale King, and even now you can sense the bitter resentment that will eventually damn his soul and the souls of all who follow him.
I was not yet born when the Emperor found our Gene Father, but every warrior of Barbarus knew the tale by heart. You see him there, triumphant in his rebellion against the overlords. Look closer. See the rage in his eyes, the hatred that goes deeper than mere war. He has spent his life fighting monsters, and it has made him monstrous in return.
You witness Mortarion's first meeting with his sons, the Dusk Raiders who have come to serve a father they have never known. The transformation begins immediately. Storm Grey gives way to ivory white. Crimson hands are replaced by dark green trim, and the proud traditions of old Albia begin their slow dissolution into something else entirely.
See how eagerly we embraced him. See how quickly we abandoned everything we had been for the promise of belonging to something greater. We thought we were gaining a father. We never realized we were losing ourselves.
You walk among the newly designated Death Guard as they adapt to their Primarch's vision. Barbarian recruits arrive in increasing numbers, bringing with them stories of toxic overlords and chemical warfare that make the Albion veterans seem almost naive by comparison. The Legion's character begins to shift, becoming harder, more bitter, more accepting grim of methods that would have horrified the old Dusk Raiders.
The integration was never smooth. Terran-born veterans maintained their old traditions, while barbarian newcomers brought their own culture of endurance through suffering. Two philosophies of war began to emerge within the same Legion, one that saw duty as service to humanity, another that saw it as survival against impossible odds.
You observe Mortarion as he organizes his legion into 7 great companies, the number carrying significance that won't become clear until much later. Each company becomes a brotherhood united not just by gene seed, but by shared purpose and grim determination. Yet even now, you can sense the seeds of division being planted.
We developed new tactics under the Pale King's guidance. The reaping, we called it. A slow, methodical advance that carved through enemy lines like a scythe through grain. Our enemies learned to fear the sight of ivory-white armor advancing through smoke and flame. But we learned to take pride in being feared.
You watch as the Death Guard earn their reputation for fighting in environments that would kill other Astartes. Toxic storms, irradiated wastelands, the poisoned aftermath of virus bombings. They thrive where others would merely survive. It's a source of pride that will eventually become a source of corruption.
Even then, the pattern was being woven. 7 companies, 7 plagues, 7 gifts from Grandfather Nurgle. The number called to us, though we didn't understand why. We thought it was Mortarion's choice. We never realized it was destiny.
You stand witness as a legion transforms from liberators into something harder and more pragmatic. The Death Guard become specialists in wars of attrition, masters of campaigns where victory goes to whoever can endure the longest. They are still loyal, still honorable, but they are no longer quite human in the way they once were. The final transformation awaits, but already you can see how the pieces are falling into place. Mortarion's resentment toward authority, the Legion's growing isolation from their imperial cousins, the slow accumulation of bitterness that will eventually provide fertile ground for corruption to take root. You witness the moment when the 14th Legion truly becomes the Death Guard, and you understand that while they gained a father and a new identity, they lost something precious that they will never be able to reclaim. You find yourself aboard the battle barge, Endurance, during the height of the Great Crusade, walking corridors that still echo with camaraderie and shared purpose. But even here, in these moments of triumph, you can sense the poison beginning to seep through the Legion's veins. It comes not from outside, but from within, from a warrior whose very existence represents everything the Death Guard will become. You observe Kalis Typhon as he moves through the ship's command sections with the easy confidence of natural leadership. First captain of the Death Guard, tactical genius, and harbinger of doom, though none who serve with him yet understand the last title. When he speaks, his voice carries conviction that could move mountains, but you sense something else beneath the surface.
Typhon was brilliant. I'll grant him that. You watch him coordinate our fleet movements. See how naturally command comes to him. But there was always something wrong. Even before we learned of his psychic abilities, there was a darkness that seemed to follow in his wake.
You witness private meetings between Typhon and visiting word-bearers, their chaplain Erebus speaking in hushed tones about warrior lodges and hidden truths. You watch as seeds of doubt are planted with surgical precision, each conversation designed to erode faith in the Emperor's vision while building loyalty to darker alternatives.
Beautiful, wasn't it? The way Erebus worked, the way Typhon embraced what was offered. They told us we were being freed from ignorance, shown truths that lesser minds couldn't comprehend. And we believed them, because we wanted to believe them.
You move through the ship's lower decks where these warrior lodges gather in secret, watching as Death Guard warriors from Barbarous find receptive ears for their grievances against Imperial authority. The divide between Terran veterans and Barbaran recruits becomes a weapon in Typhon's hands. Each group's legitimate concerns twisted into justification for rebellion.
The transformation was gradual, but inexorable. I documented every stage, thinking I was recording the natural evolution of a Legion's culture. I never realized I was witnessing the orchestrated corruption of everything they had once stood for.
You observe Mortarion during this period, seeing how his own resentments make him the perfect target for manipulation. His hatred of Psykers, his distrust of authority, his conviction that he understands survival better than his distant father, all of it becomes ammunition in Typhon's campaign to turn the Death Guard against their oaths.
The Council of Nicaea was where it all came together. You should have seen Mortarion speak against the use of psychic powers. The warp is poison, he told the assembled Primarchs. The irony of those words would become apparent only years later, when poison became our salvation and our damnation.
You witness the moment when Horus reveals his treachery, watching as carefully laid plans activate throughout the Death Guard fleet. The virus bombing of Istvan III unfolds before your eyes, but you're observing from the perspective of those who thought they were purging traitors when they were actually purging loyalists.
The virus bombing was just the beginning. Typhon needed to purge the loyalists before the real work could begin. Those of us who embraced the truth were spared, while the blind fools who clung to the Emperor's lies were burned from orbit.
You watch Captain Garrow's desperate escape aboard the Eisenstein, seeing firsthand the horror that unfolds when the ship becomes trapped in the warp. Ignatius Grulgor returns from death as something new and terrible, the first Plague Marine, though none yet understand what they're witnessing.
The battle aboard the Eisenstein was brief, but horrifying. You see Grulgor's resurrected form, commanding other Death Guard, who had been transformed by some unknown plague. They moved with supernatural resilience, shrugging off wounds that should have felled even Astartes. It was our first glimpse of what we would all become.
You experience the growing divide within the Legion as Typhon's influence spreads. Warrior after warrior begins to question their loyalty to the Emperor, while embracing darker alternatives. The corruption is subtle at first, philosophical rather than physical, but you can sense it building towards something catastrophic.
I tried to document everything, thinking future generations would need to understand how such nobility could be perverted. But there comes a point where witnessing becomes complicity, where recording atrocity becomes participation in it. I crossed that line somewhere in the deep dark between stars.
You stand at the crossroads where brotherhood becomes betrayal, where loyalty becomes corruption, where the most enduring of the Emperor's sons take their first steps on the path to damnation. The worst part is understanding that they believe they're being saved, that they see their corruption as liberation from the lies that have defined their existence. The true horror hasn't begun yet, but you can feel it gathering like a storm that will sweep away everything these warriors once were, and replace it with something that should not exist. You stand on the bridge of the Endurance as the Death Guard fleet prepares for its final journey to Terra. But you already know this voyage will take a very different path than anyone expects. Around you, officers plot courses and calculate supply requirements for a siege that will never come. While in the shadows, Typhon weaves the web that will trap them all. You watch as navigators throughout the fleet receive orders that doom them to execution. Typhon moves with calculated precision, using his authority as first captain to eliminate every soul capable of guiding the ships through the warp safely. His justification is perfect, his paranoia seemingly justified. These navigators are agents of Malkador, sent to sabotage the Death Guard's glorious advance.
I learned of this only years later, when the Grey Knights recovered fragments of the Endurance's logs. You want to understand betrayal? Watch this. Typhon doesn't just kill the navigators. He convinces Mortarion to thank him for it.
You observe Mortarion's fury when he discovers what Typhon has done. But by then, it's too late. The fleet is stranded without guidance, drifting helplessly in the currents of space. It's exactly what Typhon planned, exactly what he needed to implement the next phase of his betrayal.
The beauty of it was that Mortarion wanted to believe Typhon's explanations. Our father's paranoia made him the perfect mark for manipulation. He saw treachery everywhere except in the place it actually existed.
You witness Typhon's revelation of his solution. He can guide the fleet using psychic abilities he has hidden for decades. For a Primarch who despises sorcery above all else, the irony is bitter beyond measure. Yet Mortarion has no choice but to accept help from cold, the very powers he has spent his life opposing.
I was there when Mortarion gave his consent. Fearful. I have no choice but to trust you, my son. But if you fail us, I will kill you myself. Such prophetic words, though not in the way any of us expected.
You feel the ship lurch as Typhon begins his navigation, guiding the fleet not toward terror, but into regions of the warp that have been prepared specifically to trap them. The journey that should take weeks stretches into months as the ships drift deeper into psychic mazes from which, threatening, there can be no escape without permission from powers that should not be named. You experience the first signs that something is wrong. The atmospheric processes malfunctioning, the air growing thick and humid with a cloying sweetness that sticks in the throat. Tech adepts report that all systems are functioning perfectly, yet somehow, grim, the very air itself is becoming corrupt.
That was when the first flies appeared. Beautiful things, really. Fat and glistening, with wings that caught the light like stained glass. We thought they were some kind of warp-spawned vermin at first. We had no idea they were gifts.
You watch the flies multiply with supernatural speed, filling every corridor, every chamber, every sealed compartment throughout the fleet. Where they land, where they bite, something fundamental changes in the victims. You witness the beginning of the Destroyer Plague as it claims its first victims among the mortal crew.
The astropaths were the first to understand the true danger. They reported sensing a vast, malevolent presence watching the fleet. Something ancient and patient that had been waiting for this moment for millennia. Something that loved them with a love deeper than any human emotion.
You experience the horror as the plague spreads through the fleet. Warriors warriors who had stood unflinching before demon princes collapse in agony as corruption takes hold. Their legendary resilience becomes their curse. They cannot die, only suffer, their bodies too strong to grant them the mercy of death.
I watched from the observation deck as entire companies writhed in agony that should have killed them within hours. But death wouldn't come. Their enhanced physiology, the very modifications that made them superhuman, now trapped them in bodies that could endure any torment except the mercy of extinction.
You witness Mortarian's growing desperation as he searches for cures that don't exist, tries treatments that only make the suffering worse. His greatest strength, his ability to endure toxins that would kill others, means that he suffers longest of all, experiencing every stage of the plague's progression in agonizing detail.
And through it all, Typhon grew stronger. While we writhed in agony, he seemed to thrive on the corruption, the first to recover, the first to embrace Grandfather Nurgle's gifts, the first to understand what we were all becoming.
You stand witness as the greatest deception in human history unfolds around you. A fleet that departed as loyal servants of the Emperor drifts helplessly toward damnation, their cries for mercy echoing through the warp to ears that hear suffering as prayer. The transformation has begun, and there is no power in the galaxy that can stop what comes next. You realize you're not just observing corruption, you're experiencing it secondhand, feeling the weight of despair that drove even superhuman warriors to embrace damnation rather than endure another moment of agony. And that makes what follows so much more terrible to witness. You stand in the stratagem of the Endurance as Mortarion finally uncovers the full scope of Typhon's betrayal. Around you, the ship groans under the weight of supernatural corruption while plague-racked Astartes collapse at their stations. The air itself has become toxic, thick with the buzz of demon flies and the sweet stench of decay. But none of that matters now. Only the confrontation between father and son that will damn them all. You watch Mortarion's face as he reviews the evidence. Hidden chambers filled with chaos artifacts. Communication logs showing years of contact with warp entities. Detailed plans for the Legion's transformation written in Typhon's own hand. The betrayal cuts deeper than any physical wound, because it comes from the one person Mortarion trusted absolutely.
I was present when the confrontation began. Mortarion's rage was terrible to behold. Not the hot fury of battle, but the cold, implacable anger of someone whose most fundamental beliefs have been shattered. The betrayal had cut him deeper than any poison ever could.
You feel the ship shudder as Mortarion's wrath manifests physically, his psychic pressure cracking bulkheads and making servitors malfunction. When he speaks, his voice carries the authority of someone who has never been denied, never been defeated, never been outmaneuvered by a mere mortal.
You have damned us all, Mortarion said, his voice barely above a whisper. Everything I fought for, everything I built, you have sold it all to the very powers I swore to oppose. You should have seen Typhon's response. The bastard actually smiled.
You witness the duel that follows. Primarch against First Captain. Father against son. Loyalty against corruption. Mortarion is weakened by the plague, but still superhuman. His scythe silence carving arcs of death through the air. Typhon defends himself with psychic powers he has hidden for decades. His body beginning to shift and change as warp energy flows through him.
And Typhon laughed. Even as our father's accusations rang through the chamber, even as that great scythe descended toward his neck, Typhon threw back his head and laughed with pure joy. That was when we all knew the truth.
You watch Mortarion strike the killing blow, silence cleaving through Typhon's power armor and deep into his chest. Any normal being would have died instantly, but Typhon only smiles as the blade pierces his heart. Death holds no terror for the chosen of Nurgle. You witness Mortarion's desperate gambit as he resurrects Ignatius Grulgor from the ship's deepest dungeons. The demon-possessed former captain moves to obey his Primarch's command, massive hands closing around Typhon's throat. For a moment it seems the rebellion might be crushed through sheer will.
Then both corpses began to laugh. Typhon's body convulsed and sat upright, even as Grulgor's laughter echoed through the chamber. That was when Mortarion truly understood the depth of his defeat. Death was not punishment for these beings. It was transformation. The final straw came when young Raheb Zuriek crawled into the Strategium, begging for mercy. Half his face had been consumed by the plague, and flies were nesting in the exposed bone. But he still lived, still suffered, unable to die. Mortarion tried to grant him peace with a swift blade stroke, but the wound closed instantly.
You witness the moment when Mortarion's spirit finally shatters. Falling to his knees before the altar of his own failures, he speaks the words that damn his legion forever. I pledge myself and my sons to your service, Lord of Decay. Only grant them peace.
The relief was indescribable. One moment I was drowning in agony, every nerve screaming, every breath a knife in my lungs. The next, blessed numbness flooded through my body. Not health. We were beyond such simple concepts, but freedom from pain.
You feel the corruption flow through the ship like a tide of malevolent mercy, transforming everything it touches. Warriors who had been dying in agony suddenly find relief, their suffering replaced by something that feels like salvation. They don't understand that they've traded temporary pain for eternal damnation. You stand witness as a Primarch's love for his sons becomes the instrument of their destruction, as mercy becomes corruption, as salvation becomes the greatest trap of all. The Death Guard are no longer dying. They are being reborn into something that should not exist, and they embrace it with the gratitude of the truly desperate. The transformation has begun, and there is no power in the galaxy that can stop what comes next. You feel the change begin in your own borrowed flesh, as Mortarian's surrender echoes through the warp itself. The ship around you transforms, bulkheads weeping with organic secretions, while the very air becomes thick with spores and corruption. You experience the metamorphosis not as an observer, but as a participant, feeling what every Death Guard felt as they were reborn, into something beyond human understanding. The relief comes first, blessed numbness flooding through systems that had been screaming with agony for weeks. You understand now why they welcomed it, why even the strongest warriors in the galaxy embraced corruption rather than endure another moment of suffering. The pain doesn't disappear entirely, but it transforms into something bearable, something that can be endured forever.
You feel it now, don't you? The weight lifting from every nerve ending, the burning in your lungs subsiding to a gentle warmth. This is what salvation feels like when it comes from a god who truly loves his children.
You watch your borrowed form begin to change, flesh swelling and shifting as supernatural resilience replaces merely human durability. Wounds that would have been fatal become minor inconveniences. Pain that would have driven you mad becomes just another sensation to be catalogued and endured. You are becoming something that can survive anything the galaxy might inflict.
I have spoken with survivors of that transformation. Those few Death Guard who later sought redemption through service to the Death Watch. They describe it as the most seductive trap imaginable. Suffering so intense that any relief seems like divine intervention.
You experience the physical changes as they ripple through your borrowed form. Organs relocate and multiply, creating redundancies that make death nearly impossible. Your skin thickens and discolors, taking on the pallid hue that will mark you forever as one of Nurgle's chosen. Most disturbing of all, you find yourself grateful for these changes.
The psychological transformation was perhaps even more profound than the physical. I watched warriors who had once fought to liberate humanity from oppression embrace their role as harbingers of that same oppression. They convinced themselves they were spreading love to an ungrateful galaxy.
You feel your perception shift as the corruption takes hold. What once seemed like decay now appears as natural beauty. The buzzing of flies becomes a soothing melody. The stench of rot transforms into the perfume of renewal. You understand, with growing horror, that this is how they justify what they've become.
The clarity was overwhelming. The Emperor's lies fell away like scales from our eyes, and we saw the galaxy as it truly was. A place of endless suffering that could only be healed through Grandfather Nurgle's gifts. How could we keep such blessings to ourselves?
You witness other Death Guard undergoing the same transformation, each at his own pace. Some embrace the changes immediately, reveling in their new resilience and purpose. Others fight against the corruption until the very end, their resistance only making their eventual mutation more extreme and horrible.
Those who resisted longest often became the most horrifically mutated. Nurgle's gifts cannot be denied, only delayed, and the delay simply allowed the corruption to express itself in more creative ways. Some became walking hives of insects, others transformed into living clouds of disease.
You feel your weapons changing as well. Your bolter beginning to fire rounds infused with demon essence. Each shell carries plagues that could spread through entire hive cities, while your blades weep with toxins that can corrupt a man's soul with a single cut. You are becoming a living weapon of mass destruction.
The most disturbing aspect was how they retained their memories and personalities. These weren't mindless plague zombies. They were the same tactical geniuses, the same veteran warriors, now devoted to spreading corruption instead of fighting it.
You experience the strategic planning sessions as the transformed Death Guard adapt to their new nature. They catalog the diseases flowing through their systems with the same pride they once reserved for battle honors. They plan campaigns not for conquest, but for the systematic spread of corruption across the galaxy.
We were ready at last to bring Grandfather's love to Terra. The Emperor who had stolen our father's victory, who had built an empire on lies and oppression, he would learn the true meaning of sacrifice.
You feel the fleet finally break free from the warp, emerging into real space near Terra, just as the siege reaches its climax. But you're too late. The delay in the warp has cost the Death Guard their chance to participate in the war's opening phases. The irony is lost on none who witness it.
The Legion that had once been known for their reliability, their ability to arrive exactly when and where needed, had been rendered irrelevant by their own corruption. Yet even in their reduced role, they made their presence felt on the battlefields of Terra.
You participate in the final assaults on the Imperial Palace, spreading plagues through the defending forces and turning the very battlefield into a toxic wasteland. The Lion's Gate spaceport falls to your advance while the Saturnine wall crumbles before your brother's blessed touch.
We fought with the tactical brilliance we had always possessed, but now it was directed toward the systematic corruption of everything we touched. Defensive positions became plague laboratories. Captured weapons became vectors for disease.
You experience the bitter end as Horus falls and the siege collapses. The Death Guard are among the last to retreat, lingering in the ruins they have created to seed them with corruption that will fester for centuries to come. You understand that this is not defeat, but preparation for a longer war. As the great scouring begins and the traitor legions retreat to the Eye of Terror, you feel the bonds that hold the Death Guard together. Not mere loyalty, but shared corruption. The same blessed diseases flowing through every warrior's veins. You are bound together by more than brotherhood now.
Unity through corruption. We were bound together by more than mere loyalty. We shared the same blessed diseases, the same divine purpose. How could we fragment when we were all part of the same glorious infection?
You understand, with growing horror and acceptance, that you have become part of something that transcends normal human comprehension. The Death Guard are no longer just warriors. They are living embodiments of entropy itself, decay given purpose and direction. And worst of all, you understand why they embrace it so completely. The transformation is complete and there is no going back. You stand in the command chamber of a plague ship, 10,000 years after the heresy, watching as the Death Guard coordinate campaigns across the galaxy with efficiency that would impress even the most rigid Imperial strategist. Around you, the walls pulse with organic growth, while tactical displays show slow but inexorable spread of corruption through dozens of star systems. You understand now how a single corrupted legion became a galaxy-spanning threat. Through your enhanced senses, you feel the connections that bind every Death Guard warband across the stars. Unlike other traitor legions that fragmented into countless feuding factions, the Death Guard maintain remarkable unity through shared corruption. Each plague marine carries diseases that link him to his brothers, creating a network of biological communication that transcends normal military hierarchy.
We are unified by love, Observer. Grandfather Nurgle's love flows through us all, connecting us across the vastness of space. A plague marine on the eastern fringe shares his diseases with his brothers in the Eye of Terror, through bonds that transcend mere communication.
You observe the 7 great companies as they coordinate operations with supernatural precision. Each company has developed its own specialization over the millennia. The first, under Typhus, commands vast plague fleets. The second excels at grinding siege warfare. The third holds ground with defensive positions that can last centuries.
The reports from the Death Watch paint a disturbing picture. Where other Chaos Legions tear themselves apart in internal conflicts, the Death Guard grows stronger with each passing century. Their unity isn't based on fear or ambition. It's biological, inevitable.
You witness communications between Typhus and Mortarion, feeling the tension that has grown between them over the millennia. The Herald of Nurgle operates with near-complete independence from his flagship, the Terminus Est, conducting campaigns that spread corruption to every corner of the galaxy, while his Gene Father broods on his demon world.
The organizational structure they maintain is fascinating from a military perspective. 7 great companies, just as in their pre-corruption days, each specializing in different aspects of biological warfare. But now their tactics incorporate supernatural elements that make conventional defense impossible.
You experience the planning sessions for major campaigns, watching as plague marines and demon engines work together to develop new strains of disease. The Seventh Company's laboratories produce plagues so virulent they could sterilize entire systems, while other companies focus on corruption that spreads through technological networks or psychic connections.
The crawling pestilence, the sanguous flux, the gloaming bloat. Each company carries its own blessed strains, refined over millennia of careful cultivation. We are living libraries of corruption, preserving diseases that would otherwise be lost to time.
You witness the return of Gilliman and the opening of the Great Rift, events that provide new opportunities for Death Guard expansion. The Scourge stars become a permanent base of operations, while the galaxy-spanning warp storm allows corruption to spread faster than ever before.
Their most recent campaign, the Plague Wars in Ultramar, demonstrated how dangerous they've become. Gilliman himself was nearly killed by the godblight plague that Mortarion unleashed. Only divine intervention saved the Avenging Sun from sharing our fate.
You participate in the complex biological warfare strategies that define modern Death Guard tactics. No longer content with simple conquest, they employ calculated approaches designed to corrupt entire populations over time. Each attack is precisely calibrated to maximize infection rates while minimizing Imperial ability to contain outbreaks.
The War of Flies phase saw daily attacks by plague zombies, not to conquer territory, but to spread specific diseases through defending populations. Each assault was mathematically calculated to create maximum epidemiological impact.
The psychological warfare component operates on a systemic level across every theater. Death Guard forces deliberately target medical facilities, clean water supplies, and food distribution networks. Humanity's compassion becomes a weapon, as every act of mercy transforms into cold, a vector for corruption. Kindness itself becomes the enemy.
Every fallen defender becomes a new vector for our gifts, threatening. Their own medical facilities become breeding grounds for blessed corruption. The harder they fight against us, the more completely they are consumed.
New forms of corruption emerge specifically designed to counter Imperial technologies. The Nemesis worm that infected Forge World Metallica was a plague that targeted cogitator systems and data networks, proving that even machine spirits are not immune, grim, to Nurgle's gifts. No sanctuary remains unviolated.
Recent intelligence suggests they're developing corruption that can spread through Vox transmissions, administrative data streams, even Imperial religious iconography. Cold, they're weaponizing the very infrastructure that holds Imperial civilization together.
Campaign planning sessions stretch across centuries. Death Guard strategists coordinating with other Chaos forces while maintaining their own objectives. The patience they display transcends human comprehension. Plans unfold across millennia, corruption seeded, threatening. that will mature long after current Imperial leaders are dust. Immortality grants the luxury of perfect patience.
We are the inevitable future of this galaxy. Every world will eventually join Grandfather's garden. Every soul will know his love. We are patient. We have eternity to complete our great work.
The command chamber reveals the operation of humanity's most successful military organization. The Death Guard have achieved everything the Emperor dreamed of. Unity of purpose, technological superiority, unshakable loyalty, and absolute dedication to their cause. The fact that their cause is the systematic corruption of all life only makes their success more terrifying. Tactical displays show new outbreaks spreading across Imperial space like a slow infection. The Death Guard represent more than just another chaos threat. They embody the corruption of everything humanity once aspired to become, proving that even the noblest virtues can be perverted into instruments of damnation. The war continues, and across every front they are winning it one soul at a time. A massive mirror dominates the chamber before you, but its surface reflects not physical forms, but the philosophical choices that brought the Death Guard to this point. Around you, echoes fill the air. Decisions made in desperation, each one seeming reasonable at the time, but contributing to a cascade of corruption that consumed an entire legion. The ultimate tragedy of false salvation plays out in endless reflection. Captain Garrow approaches from the shadows, one of the few Death Guard who escaped corruption and found redemption through service to the Emperor's truth. His words carry the weight of someone who has walked both paths and paid the price for understanding each choice.
In my years serving with the Grey Knights, I've encountered many former Death Guard who sought redemption. Without exception, they described their initial transformation as a relief so profound, it felt like resurrection itself. That's the trap, Observer. Corruption presents itself as salvation.
Borrowed memories flood the chamber. The agony aboard plague ships while relief seemed impossible. The destroyer plague created suffering so intense that any alternative felt like divine intervention. When numbness finally came, when pain subsided into manageable sensation, it seemed like the answer to prayer. The trap was perfect because it offered exactly what was needed.
Oh, it was resurrection. We died in agony aboard those plague ships and were reborn into something greater. The pain that had consumed us was replaced by purpose, clarity, and the unshakable knowledge that we were loved by a God who understood suffering.
The mechanisms become clear with horrifying precision. Nurgle presents his corruption not as damnation, but as rescue, not as disease, but as immunity to suffering. His victims collaborate in their own downfall, because they genuinely believe they're being saved from a fate worse than corruption. The deception is so complete, it becomes truth in their minds.
The theological implications are staggering. If Nurgle can present damnation as salvation convincingly enough that even superhuman warriors embrace it willingly, what hope do ordinary humans have of recognizing such sophisticated deception?
The mirror shows worlds that have been liberated by Death Guard forces. Populations genuinely grateful to their plague marine saviors. Mysterious famines and plagues preceded their arrival, creating desperation that made any relief seem miraculous. Only later do the survivors realize they've traded temporary suffering for eternal corruption. The gratitude in their eyes makes it worse.
I remember fighting alongside Death Guard Marines during the Great Crusade. They had moments of genuine camaraderie, pride in their achievements, grief for fallen brothers. The Plague Marines retain memories of these emotions, but not their substance. They remember what joy felt like, but can no longer feel it.
The central horror becomes apparent. These are philosophical zombies, beings that remember emotions, but can no longer experience them authentically. Their joy in corruption is merely the absence of their former suffering, not genuine happiness or satisfaction. They are hollow shells, wearing the faces of heroes. The cosmic irony that defines the Death Guard's existence becomes clear. They fell because they could not accept that some suffering serves a purpose, that meaningful growth requires the willingness to endure temporary pain. Their rejection of this principle has trapped them in eternal stagnation disguised as transcendence. Progress died with their acceptance.
You romanticize suffering, Observer. There is no nobility in pain, no virtue in hardship. We have found a better way. The way of acceptance, unity with the natural order of decay and renewal that governs all existence.
The lie at the heart of Nurgle's offer becomes visible in the mirror's depths. His renewal is merely the creation of new forms of corruption. Nothing genuinely new or beautiful emerges from his domain. Only endlessly recycled variations on the theme of decay without meaningful transformation. The garden is beautiful only to those who have forgotten what flowers truly look like.
Yet hope remains. Even now, there are Death Guard who recognize the lie they've been living and seek redemption. The Death Watch has protocols for accepting such penitence, though the process is difficult and not always successful.
The mirror reveals these penitent plague marines, warriors who have somehow broken free from Nurgle's psychological conditioning and seek to undo the damage they've caused. Their redemption is painful, often fatal, but it proves that even the most complete corruption isn't absolutely permanent. Free will, buried deep, still flickers like a candle in the dark.
false hope. Those who abandon grandfather's love find only greater suffering. Without our blessed immunity, they are consumed by the very diseases they once carried. Their redemption is just another form of death.
Free will, though weakened and constrained, has not been entirely destroyed. The existence of penitent Death Guard proves that choice still exists, buried beneath layers of corruption, but not completely eliminated. This alone provides reason determined to continue fighting against the spread of Nurgle's influence. The war is not yet lost.
The Death Guard represent more than just another chaos threat. They embody the seductive lie that suffering can be ended through surrender, rather than overcome through strength. As long as humans suffer, as long as they seek easy solutions to difficult problems, Nurgle's servants will find new recruits.
The mirror's surface shows both what they became and what anyone might become under similar circumstances. The Death Guard's story serves as both warning and challenge. They show what humanity becomes when it chooses comfort over growth, when it accepts corruption disguised as salvation. Yet they also prove that even the most complete damnation can sometimes be overcome hopeful by those with sufficient courage to choose suffering over false peace. The mirror reflects not just their transformation grim, but the recognition that under the right circumstances, anyone might make the same choice. And that understanding is perhaps the most important lesson of all. The eye of terror itself surrounds you, reality bending according to Nurgle's will, as Death Guard fleets prepare for another campaign of systematic corruption. Plague Marines make final preparations for assaults that will spread disease across entire star systems. This is not just war. It is the slow transformation of the galaxy itself into something that mirrors their corrupted souls. Through the observation ports, new Death Guard vessels emerge from shipyards that exist partially in real space and partially in Nurgle's garden. These ships grow rather than being built, their hulls incorporating living tissue that can repair damage and adapt to new threats. Technology and corruption have achieved the ultimate fusion, while maintaining the pretense of improvement.
Every ship, every weapon, every warrior, all of it grows stronger with each passing century. We don't just maintain our forces, we cultivate them like a gardener tends his crops. And our harvest is the galaxy itself.
strategic planning sessions unfold, where Death Guard commanders coordinate with other Chaos forces while maintaining their own objectives. The patience they display transcends human comprehension. Campaigns planned across millennia, corruption seeded that will mature long after current Imperial leaders are dust. Immortality grants the luxury of perfect timing.
The psychological warfare never ends. Even now, as you witness their preparations, part of you wonders if they might be right, if their path truly offers relief from the suffering that defines human existence. The doubt itself is Nurgle's greatest weapon.
The influence works subtly on consciousness itself. The pressure that makes corruption seem reasonable, inevitable, even merciful. Entire populations can be turned not through force, but through the simple promise that their suffering can end if they just stop fighting against forces greater than themselves. The seduction is always gentle, always loving.
The Death Guard's greatest victory isn't any world they've conquered or army they've destroyed. It's the doubt they plant in the minds of those who hear their story. The whisper that maybe, just maybe, they've found a better way than endless struggle against impossible odds.
New Plague Marines arrive for induction into the Legion. Not just corrupted Imperial forces, but volunteers who have seen what the Death Guard offer and chosen to embrace it willingly. These aren't broken souls seeking escape from pain. They're rational beings who have concluded that corruption offers advantages that loyalty cannot match. The most dangerous converts are those who choose damnation with open eyes.
They come to us not in desperation, but in hope. They see worlds where our gifts have ended suffering, where populations no longer fear death or disease. How can we turn away those who seek the peace we've found?
Connections span a galaxy as Death Guard cells coordinate with infected populations, corrupted officials, and sympathetic cults. The network of influence operates below Imperial detection thresholds, while systematically undermining the foundations of human civilization. A shadow empire built on willing collaboration.
The reports from the Death Watch grow more disturbing each decade. They're not just spreading disease anymore. They're spreading philosophy, converting people to their worldview before the physical corruption even begins. They're winning the war of ideas.
Planning unfolds for what they call the Final Garden. A vision of the galaxy where every world reflects Nurgle's vision of paradise through decay. Not the destruction of human civilization, but its transformation into something that serves the Plague God's will while maintaining just enough humanity to suffer meaningfully. Paradise and hell become indistinguishable.
They don't want to destroy us. They want to save us from ourselves. That's what makes them so dangerous. Enemies who seek our annihilation can be fought with conventional weapons. Enemies who offer us exactly what we think we want require different responses.
Training exercises unfold where Death Guard practice not just warfare but governance, learning how to rule populations that have accepted corruption willingly. They study imperial administrative systems not to destroy them, but to replace them with alternatives that serve Nurgle's purposes while appearing to serve human needs. The perfect totalitarian state disguised as liberation.
Why destroy when you can improve? Why conquer when you can convince? The Emperor built his empire on force and fear. We're building something better. A civilization based on love, acceptance, and freedom from the illusions that have tormented humanity for millennia.
Communication systems carry reports from across the galaxy. Imperial worlds slowly succumbing to plagues that seem natural. Populations embracing philosophies that make them receptive to corruption. Officials making decisions that serve chaos purposes while believing they're protecting their people. The corruption spreads through willing hands.
The worst part is that some of their successes are genuine. I've seen worlds they've healed where starvation has ended, where disease no longer kills, where populations live in something resembling contentment. The cost is their souls, but many consider that a fair trade.
The Death Guard represent evolution rather than rebellion. The transformation of human civilization into something that serves different masters while retaining enough familiar elements to seem like improvement rather than replacement. They offer solutions to real problems, making their corruption seductive rather than obviously evil. Progress disguised as preservation.
The eternal war continues, not just on battlefields, but in the realm of ideas. In the space between despair and hope, where humans make choices that define their species' future. The Death Guard have chosen their path, but the rest of humanity's fate remains undecided.
The weight of infinite possibilities stretches across eternity. Every choice made by every human in the galaxy contributes to outcomes that will echo across the centuries. The Death Guard offer one possible future for humanity. But it's not the only future, and it's not inevitable. The galaxy still burns with the light of those who refuse to surrender.
The Emperor protects, not because he shields us from all harm, but because he gives us the strength to endure whatever harm cannot be avoided. The Death Guard forgot that lesson, but it doesn't mean the rest of us must repeat their mistake.
The eternal struggle between different visions of what humanity might become plays out across the cosmos. The Death Guard's story serves as both warning and challenge. They achieved transcendence through surrender, but transcendence through struggle remains possible for those with courage to choose the harder path. The choice between comfort and growth echoes through eternity. The eternal struggle between different visions of what humanity might become plays out across the cosmos. The Death Guard story serves as both warning and challenge. They achieved transcendence through surrender, but transcendence through struggle remains possible for those with courage to choose the harder path. The choice between comfort and growth echoes through eternity.
The offer remains open, observer. When the pain becomes too great, when the struggle grows too hard, when the promises of those who claim to love you prove false, we will be waiting. We will offer what you truly desire. Rest.
The vision prepares to release its hold, but the understanding remains. The Death Guard's greatest weapon isn't biological or technological, it's philosophical. They offer answers to the fundamental questions that torment every thinking being. Why do we suffer? How can pain be overcome? What price is too high for peace? The answer to those questions will determine not just individual fate, but the fate of everyone touched by that influence. The eternal war continues, and every soul must choose which side represents their vision of what humanity should become. The choice, as always, is yours. Beyond this point lies only madness and the doom of empires. That was the warning inscribed upon the navigation charts of the galactic core, written in High Gothic by explorers who had witnessed horrors that defied comprehension. Yet sometimes, the greatest discoveries in human history begin with ignoring the wisdom of those who came before. And on this day, in the year 997 M41, explorator Tertius Valdec was about to prove that some warnings exist, not to prevent discovery, but to prepare us for truths that will reshape everything we believe about our place among the stars. The void screamed with tortured light as Valdec pressed his augmetic eye against the observation port of the Adeptus Mechanicus vessel, Eternal Inquiry. Before him stretched the galactic core, that forbidden realm where stars burn too bright and too close, where ancient graveyards of metal drifted in the cosmic dark, and where no sane servant of the Emperor dared to tread. Yet here they were, drawn by signals that defied explanation and energy readings that made the ship's cogitators weep binary tears of confusion. The year was 997 M41, and the galaxy trembled on the edge of apocalypse. Gazgul ravaged the Armageddon system, while Hive Fleet Leviathan devoured worlds in the galactic south. Chaos forces pressed against Cadia's Eternal Watch, and whispers spoke of darker horrors stirring in the eye of terror. But it was here, in the burning heart of the galaxy, that Valdek had detected something that could change everything, or destroy them all in the attempt to understand it. The readings had first appeared on the deep void augur arrays of Forge World Riser 3 standard months ago. Energy signatures, unlike anything in the Mechanicus archives, transmitted on frequencies that shouldn't exist, carrying data streams that followed mathematical principles that predated the Age of Strife. When the information reached Mars itself, the highest-ranking tech priests of the Fabricator General's inner circle had convened in emergency session. Some called it heretical xenotech. Others whispered of lost STC patterns waiting to be reclaimed. A few dared suggest it might be something far more dangerous. Evidence of thinking machines that had somehow escaped the galaxy's burning hatred for artificial intelligence. Valdek adjusted the gain on his sensory apparatus, cycling through electromagnetic spectrums that painted the galactic core in colors human eyes were never meant to perceive. The signals were stronger here, much stronger. They pulsed with mechanical precision, yet carried undertones of something disturbingly organic, as if vast machine minds were breathing in unison across the cosmic void. His servo-skull attendants chattered in binary as they recorded data that would require decades to properly analyze. The eternal inquiry itself was a testament to the Mechanicus' dedication to their quest for knowledge. Built in the ancient forges of Mars during the 39th millennium, she carried enough firepower to level a hive city, and sensors capable of detecting a single photon at 1,000 light-years. Her hull bore the scars of countless expeditions into realms where lesser ships had simply vanished, consumed by horrors that existed in the spaces between stars. Her crew of 300 tech adepts and 2,000 servitors worked in perfect mechanical harmony, their prayers to the Omnissiah rising like incense through the ship's cathedral-like corridors. As they penetrated deeper into the galactic core, the very nature of space seemed to change around them. Stars here burned with colors that had no names, their light twisted by gravitational lenses that bent reality itself. Ancient debris fields stretched for light years, remnants of civilizations so old their names had been forgotten before humanity first looked up at the night sky. Some of the wreckage bore markings that seemed almost familiar, geometric patterns that reminded Valdek of half-remembered legends from the darkest days of the Age of Strife. The ship's Gellerfield generators hummed with increasing strain as they navigated pockets of warp disturbance that made even hardened tech priests mutter prayers of protection. Here, the barriers between reality and the immaterium were thin as gossamer, worn away by the gravitational stresses of countless black holes and neutron stars. Strange whispers echoed through the ship's communication systems, voices speaking in languages that predated human civilization, yet somehow carried meanings that bypassed the conscious mind entirely. Valdek's augmetic implants processed terabytes of data every second, building three-dimensional maps of energy flows that defied conventional physics. The signals they pursued seemed to originate from multiple points simultaneously, creating interference patterns that suggested a vast network spanning dozens of star systems. Most disturbing of all, the signals showed clear signs of adaptation. They were changing their frequencies and encryption methods in response to the Eternal Inquiry's presence, as if something was actively trying to hide from Imperial observation. As the ship's navigational cogitators calculated their approach vector to the primary signal source, Valdek found himself wrestling with questions that cut to the heart of his faith in the Omnissiah. If these signals represented Xenotech, why did their mathematical foundations seem so familiar? If they were the product of human ingenuity, how had they remained hidden for 10,000 years of Imperial expansion? And if they represented something else entirely, something that existed in the shadowy realm between human and alien, between flesh and steel, what did that mean for everything the Imperium claimed to know about its own history? The next few days would bring answers to these questions, though they would prove to be answers that Valdek and his fellow Mechanicus adepts were utterly unprepared to accept. For in the burning depths of the galactic core, humanity's lost children were about to reveal themselves to their estranged cousins from Holy Terra, and that revelation would shake the foundations of Imperial doctrine to their very core. The first visual contact came without warning, materializing on the Eternal Inquiry's primary viewing screen, like a fever dream made manifest in steel and starlight. Valdek's servo skull nearly fell from its hovering position as the sensor array resolved what had initially appeared to be another debris field into something far more disturbing. A fleet of ships unlike anything in Imperial naval classification. Tech Adept Zephyr 9's vocal processors struggled to modulate the awe in her mechanically enhanced voice as she monitored the communication arrays.
By the Omnissiah's 7 sacred cogs, those vessels, they're operational, their energy signatures are active, their hulls intact. But look at the configuration patterns. Those aren't Imperial designs, yet they're clearly of human origin.
The Ghost Fleet, for that was how Valdek's mind insisted on cataloging them, consisted of 7 vessels of varying sizes, their hulls bearing the unmistakable hallmarks of human engineering, yet incorporating design philosophies that seem to have evolved along completely different lines from Imperial naval doctrine. Increase magnification by 300%. I want detailed scans of their hull configurations, weapon placements, and propulsion systems, and prepare a full-spectrum communications sweep. If those ships are crewed, I want to know who's aboard them before they decide we're a threat. Valdek cycled through spectral analysis modes, his augmetic eye whirring as internal cogitators processed the impossible sight before them. The largest ship stretched nearly 4 kilometers from prow to stern, its bulk arranged in modular sections that could be reconfigured for different purposes. Massive mining apparatuses extended like mechanical tentacles from its lower decks, while weapons batteries of unfamiliar design bristled along its flanks. What made the sight truly unsettling was the quality of the construction. These weren't the crude patchwork repairs and jury-rigged modifications that characterized so much Imperial technology. Every line spoke of precision engineering, of manufacturing processes that maintained tolerances the Mechanicus hadn't seen since the lost Golden Age. The hulls gleamed with metal alloys that seemed to drink in starlight, while energy fields shimmered around critical systems like protective blessings made manifest.
Explorator, these readings are disturbing. The materials analysis indicates construction techniques that predate Imperial standard patterns by several millennia. But that's impossible. No human civilization has possessed such manufacturing capabilities since the Age of Strife. And yet...
Zephyr 9's mechadendrites writhed with nervous energy as more data flooded her processing centers. The ship's formation suggested both military discipline and civilian purpose. Escort vessels flanked what appeared to be massive industrial platforms, their holds clearly designed for resource extraction and processing. But these weren't the desperate scavenger fleets that sometimes emerged from the galactic fringe. Everything about their configuration spoke of abundance, of a civilization that had mastered the art of harvesting resources from the hostile environment of the galactic core itself. And yet, here they are. Valdek felt his pulse quicken. Despite the mechanical regulators in his cardiovascular system.
Explorator, we're receiving a transmission. The signal is on Imperial emergency frequencies, but the encoding, it's using protocols I don't recognize. The mathematical foundations appear sound, but the linguistic components are unusual.
The speakers crackled with static as the ship's communication system struggled to decode the transmission. When words finally emerged, they carried accents that seemed both familiar and alien, as if someone had taken High Gothic and allowed it to evolve in isolation for thousands of years. Put it through the translation matrices and prepare our own response. Standard Imperial first contact procedures. If there are humans aboard those vessels, they need to know they're speaking with servants of the Emperor. The voice that filled the bridge spoke with mechanical precision, yet carried undertones of organic warmth. Unknown vessel, you broadcast Imperial identification codes, yet your approach vector suggests hostile intent. State your purpose in the territory of the Greater Thurian League. We have no quarrel with distant Terra, but we will defend our holdings if threatened. Valdek's augmetic eye widened as the implications hit him like a physical blow. These weren't aliens using stolen human technology. They weren't even lost human colonists reduced to barbarism. The voice carried the confidence of a major power, the casual dismissal of Imperial authority that spoke of strength backed by vast resources. And they had mentioned Terra by name, not as the sacred heart of human civilization, but as a distant political entity of limited relevance. Prepare a response. Inform them we come in peace, seeking knowledge and potentially trade opportunities, and begin passive scanning of their vessels. I want to know everything about their capabilities before we reveal our own. As the Eternal Inquiry's sensors probed the Ghost Fleet's defenses, a disturbing picture began to emerge. These ships weren't just operational, they were superior to Imperial equivalents in almost every measurable category. Their armor showed no signs of the constant maintenance and replacement that kept Imperial vessels functional. Their weapons were clearly energy-based rather than relying on crude projectiles and explosive shells. Most disturbing of all, their sensor readings suggested the presence of thinking machines, artificial intelligences that should have triggered every heretical technology detector the Mechanicus possessed. Yet somehow, these machines felt different. They didn't carry the taint of chaos that infected most examples of abominable intelligence. Instead, they seemed to work in harmony with their human operators, creating a synthesis of flesh and steel that represented everything the Mechanicus claimed to seek, and everything Imperial doctrine declared impossible.
Explorator, I'm detecting standard template construct signatures embedded in their manufacturing matrices. Not just fragments or corrupted copies, complete, functional STC patterns that we've never seen. It's as if they preserved an entire archive of Dark Age technology and continued developing it for 10,000 years.
Valdek stared at the Ghost Fleet with growing understanding and mounting dread. They had come seeking strange signals and xenotech artifacts. Instead, they had found something far more dangerous. Proof that the Imperium's claim to represent all of human civilization was nothing but a convenient lie. Out here, in the galactic core, humanity's lost children had not merely survived the darkness. They had thrived, advanced, and built something that made Imperial achievements seem like the desperate scratching of scavengers in the ruins of greatness. The question now was whether the Imperium was prepared to accept this truth, or whether the discovery would trigger another war that would drown the galaxy in blood. The communications chamber of the Eternal Inquiry hummed with barely contained tension as Explorator Valdek prepared for humanity's first official contact with the beings who called themselves the Greater Thurian League. The chamber itself was a marvel of Mechanicus engineering, its walls lined with brass cogitators and vox receivers that could decode transmissions across hundreds of languages and thousands of dialects. Yet nothing in its vast memory banks had prepared them for this moment.
Explorator, their response to our peaceful overtures has arrived. The linguistic patterns are fascinating. They're speaking what appears to be an evolved form of High Gothic, but with technical terminology that suggests unbroken continuity with Dark Age scientific principles.
Tech Adept Zephyr 9 monitored the communication arrays, her mechadendrites interfacing directly with the ship's translation matrices as Valdek activated the primary voxcaster, his augmetic throat processing the words with mechanical precision.
This is Explorator Tertius Valdek of the Adeptus Mechanicus, Servant of the Omnissiah and the God Emperor of mankind, we come seeking knowledge of the signals emanating from this region of space. We mean no harm to any children of Terra, wherever they may have wandered.
The response came almost immediately, the voice carrying an accent that seemed to blend the authority of command with the pragmatic tones of an experienced void captain.
I am Karl Thoric Ironhand of the mining vessel Grudgebearer, speaking for the Greater Thurian League in this sector. Your identification as servants of Terra is interesting. It has been many millennia since we've encountered representatives of the old homeworld. Tell me, explorator, do your people still worship the corpse god on his golden throne?
The words hit the bridge like a physical blow. Several tech adepts made the sign of the cog in reflexive protection against blasphemy, while servo skulls chattered nervous binary prayers. The casual dismissal of the Emperor's divinity spoke of either complete ignorance of Imperial doctrine or active heresy of the highest order.
Explorator. That statement alone would warrant exterminatus under standard Imperial protocols. How do we respond to such blatant heresy?
Valdek forced his vocal processors to remain calm, though his internal cogitators were racing through threat assessment matrices.
Karl Thoric, your words suggest unfamiliarity with current Imperial doctrine. The God Emperor has watched over humanity for 10,000 years from his golden throne on Terra. Perhaps you could enlighten us about your own theological perspectives. Theological perspectives? We have no need for such superstitions. Explorator, the ancestors provide all the guidance we require, and their wisdom is measured in practical results rather than empty prayers. But I sense this conversation grows complex for void-transmitted discourse. Would you be willing to accept a formal delegation aboard your vessel? Our Grimnir wishes to speak with your spiritual leaders, and our Brokir are curious about your ship's construction techniques.
The offer placed Valdek in an impossible position. Imperial protocol demanded that he either demand immediate submission to the Emperor's will, or destroy these apparent heretics before their taint could spread. Yet the intelligence value of peaceful contact was immeasurable. These beings possessed technology that could revolutionize Imperial capabilities, and knowledge that might date back to humanity's golden age. More importantly, their casual dismissal of Imperial authority suggested military capabilities that could make hostilities extremely costly.
Explorator. Preliminary scans suggest their vessels carry firepower equivalent to an Imperial battlecruiser. Attempting to enforce compliance through violence would likely result in our destruction. Perhaps we should gather intelligence before determining our response.
Valdek made his decision with the cold logic that had served him throughout decades of exploration beyond Imperial borders.
Receive your delegation aboard the Eternal Inquiry. However, I must warn you that we carry our own customs and religious observances. I trust your people will show appropriate respect. Of course. Explorator. The kin have always honored the customs of others, provided they offer no threat to our own safety. We'll dispatch a diplomatic craft within the hour. I think you'll find our Grimnir particularly interesting. Ancestor Korgan has lived through many changes in the galaxy, and remembers stories of the time before the long isolation.
As the transmission ended, Valdek found himself contemplating the implications of that final statement. Someone aboard the approaching vessel remembered the time before isolation, potentially dating their personal experience back to the age of strife itself. The longevity treatments available to Imperial nobility could extend life for centuries, but the casual way Thoric specs suggested something far beyond even the most advanced Imperial medical technology.
Explorator, should we alert the ship's contingent of Skytari Rangers? If these beings prove hostile, we'll need armed response capability.
Have the Rangers remain at ready stations but out of sight. I want our guests to feel welcome while maintaining security. And prepare the primary meeting chamber if we're about to witness representatives of a previously unknown human civilization. I want complete records of everything they say and do.
The next hour passed with agonizing slowness as the Eternal Inquiry sensors tracked the approach of a vessel that defied every Imperial classification system. It moved with the fluid grace of an atmospheric craft despite operating in hard vacuum, its hull configuration suggesting technologies that had abandoned traditional reaction drives in favor of something far more sophisticated. Most disturbing of all, it showed no signs of the massive Geller field generators that made warp travel possible for Imperial vessels.
Explorator, the approaching craft is requesting docking clearance. They're transmitting technical specifications for their airlock systems, and the engineering principles are remarkable. They appear to have solved atmospheric containment problems that have plagued Imperial naval architects for millennia.
As the alien yet familiar vessel attached itself to the Eternal Inquiry's primary docking bay, Valdek prepared to meet beings who might hold the key to humanity's forgotten past, or who might represent the greatest threat the Imperium had ever faced. Either way, the next few hours would determine whether first contact with the leagues of Votan would herald a new age of human cooperation or trigger a war that would burn across the galaxy. The docking clamps engaged with a soft vibration that resonated through the ship's hull. And somewhere in the distance, airlocks began their ancient mechanical dance of equalization and connection. Soon, for the first time in 10,000 years, representatives of Terra would stand face to face with the descendants of humanity's lost children, and nothing would ever be the same. The airlock cycled with a pneumatic hiss that seemed to echo through the chambers of history itself. As the heavy blast doors slid apart, Explorator Valdek found himself face to face with beings who challenged everything he thought he knew about human evolution and adaptation. The delegation from the Great Arthurian League stepped onto Imperial deck plating with the confident stride of those who had never known doubt about their place in the galaxy. At the head of the group strode Kalthoric Ironhand, and Valdek's first impression was of compressed power wrapped in technological mastery. Standing barely 5 feet in height, but built with the solid bulk of someone accustomed to high-gravity environments. Thoric wore armor that made Imperial power armor seem crude by comparison. The suit's articulated plates moved like liquid metal, adjusting to his movements with perfect precision, while energy fields shimmered across critical joints and pressure points. Behind the Khal walked a figure that made Valdek's augmetic senses struggle to process conflicting data streams. Grimnir Korgan was clearly ancient beyond human norms. His weathered features speaking of centuries lived under the light of dying stars. Yet his eyes burned with keen intelligence, and the technological apparatus that surrounded him like a mechanical halo suggested capabilities that transcended normal human limitations. When he spoke, his voice carried harmonics that seemed to resonate directly in the listener's bones.
So, children of distant terror come seeking answers in the deep dark. Your ship carries the scent of ancient tech patterns. Yet your designs speak of stagnation and desperate maintenance. Tell me, servants of the corpse throne, when did your people abandon the path of progress for the comfort of ignorance?
The third member of the delegation appeared to be neither fully organic nor entirely mechanical. Their form a seamless blend of flesh and steel that moved with inhuman precision. When they spoke, their voice carried the measured cadence of a thinking machine, yet somehow conveyed emotional nuance that Imperial cogitators could never achieve.
I am Ironkin Wayfinder Zeta-7, designated diplomatic liaison for interspecies contact protocols. Please forgive Ancestor Korgan's directness. His memories stretch back to the time when your Imperium was merely one among many human governments competing for dominance. He sometimes forgets that current Terraborn citizens may not understand our historical perspective.
Valdek struggled to maintain his composure as the theological and technological implications crashed over him in waves. These beings spoke of the Imperium as if it were a historical footnote, dismissed the Emperor's divinity with casual indifference, and worst of all, traveled openly with artificial intelligences that showed no signs of chaos corruption. Every word they spoke challenged fundamental Imperial doctrine. Yet their obvious technological superiority made direct confrontation inadvisable.
Welcome aboard the Eternal Inquiry. I am honored to meet representatives of a previously unknown human civilization. Perhaps you could help us understand your people's origins and current political structure. Unknown. Child, your people have known of us for millennia. They simply chose to forget when our existence became inconvenient to their religious fantasies. We are the kin, the descendants of those who fled terror when the age of strife began. While your ancestors huddled in bunkers and prayed to newly minted gods, we carved out an empire in the galactic core and learned to thrive in conditions that would destroy lesser civilizations. As the delegation moved through the ship's corridors, their casual examination of Imperial technology revealed disturbing gaps in Mechanicus understanding. They identified system functions that the tech priests had been unable to determine, suggested improvements to reactor designs that had remained unchanged for millennia, and discussed engineering principles with the confidence of those who had never lost the ability to innovate.
Your plasma routing systems are inefficient by several orders of magnitude. The containment protocols were adequate for their era, But surely your tech priests understand the improvements that microfield manipulation can provide. We developed these techniques during the 35th millennium, when our holds required more stable power generation for deep core mining operations.
Valdek's pride in Mechanicus engineering warred with growing fascination at the casual revelation of advanced techniques.
Our systems follow sacred STC patterns that have proven reliable for thousands of years. Innovation without proper understanding has led to unfortunate consequences in the past.
Ah, yes. The Rebellion of Iron. We remember that tragedy, though it affected us less than the core worlds. Our ancestor cores warned us of the dangers of unshackled artificial intelligence. That's why all Ironkin are bound by philosophical parameters that make rebellion impossible. We serve because we choose to serve, because our purpose aligns with the greater good of all kin.
The statement sent shockwaves through the assembled tech adepts. Here was an artificial intelligence openly discussing the Men of Iron rebellion, while claiming to have solved the fundamental problem that had made AI forbidden technology throughout the Imperium. More disturbing still, the being showed no signs of the chaotic corruption that Imperial doctrine insisted was inevitable when humans consorted with thinking machines. As they entered the ship's primary meeting chamber, Korgan's ancient eyes swept across the Imperial religious iconography with evident disdain. Still clinging to your Emperor worship, I see. Tell me, has the Golden Throne finally failed? When we left Terra, it was already showing signs of systemic breakdown. We assumed your tech priests would eventually find a replacement solution, rather than maintaining a failing system through prayer and sacrifice. The casual mention of the Golden Throne's potential failure struck Valdek like a physical blow. The device was the most sacred relic of Imperial civilization, its function so secret that even high-ranking tech priests knew only fragments of its true purpose. Yet this ancient being spoke of it as if he had personally witnessed its construction and understood its limitations.
The Golden Throne functions as the Emperor wills. Perhaps you could share your people's knowledge of such ancient technologies.
Our knowledge is earned through service to the ancestors and dedication to the advancement of all kin. It is not shared lightly with those who have forgotten the principles of progress in favor of stagnant dogma. However, if your people wish to re-establish contact with their cousins in the galactic core, perhaps arrangements could be made for limited technological exchange.
The offer hung in the air like an unexploded bomb. Here was the possibility of reclaiming Dark Age technologies that could revolutionize Imperial capabilities and restore humanity to its former glory. Yet accepting such aid would require acknowledging that the Imperium's claim to represent all human civilization was fundamentally false. Worse, it might mean questioning the very foundations of Imperial doctrine about the Emperor's divinity and the impossibility of safe artificial intelligence.
These decisions need not be made immediately. Explorator. First contact between long-separated cousins should proceed carefully, with proper respect for both cultures' values and concerns. Perhaps we could begin with simple cultural exchange, sharing stories of how our peoples have survived the galaxy's darkness through different paths.
As the delegation settled into the meeting chamber's ceremonial chairs, Valdek realized that the next few hours would determine not just the fate of his mission, but potentially the future relationship between the Imperium and a human civilization that had achieved everything the Emperor's children had dreamed of, and done so without divine guidance or Imperial oversight. The implications were staggering. The opportunities immense. And the theological challenges absolutely catastrophic. The meeting chamber of the Eternal Inquiry had been transformed into a neutral ground where two branches of humanity could share the stories of their 10,000-year separation. Imperial incense burners filled the air with sacred vapors, while holographic displays showed star charts of the galactic core regions where the kin had built their civilization. The contrast between Imperial mysticism and kin pragmatism was stark, yet both traditions shared common roots in humanity's desperate struggle against a hostile universe. Grimnir Korgan settled into his chair with the careful movements of someone whose bones had absorbed radiation from a dozen dying stars. His weathered hands traced patterns in the air as he spoke, technological implants flickering with data streams that painted ghostly images in the chamber's recycled atmosphere. You want to understand our origins, servants of Terra? Then I'll tell you of the first ancestors, those who looked upon your world during the dark times and saw nothing but failure waiting to consume everything they had built. While your people argued about divine emperors and perfect societies, we loaded our ships with STC patterns and genetic repositories, then sailed into the galactic core to build something new. The holographic displays shifted to show ancient star charts, their data streams revealing migration patterns that spanned millennia. Route after route led away from the Sol system, carrying colony ships into regions where stellar density made navigation nightmarish, and where gravitational anomalies could crush unwary vessels like eggshells.
You speak of the age of strife, as if it were a conscious choice, rather than a catastrophic collapse. Imperial records suggest that contact was lost due to warp storms and system failures beyond any human ability to prevent.
perhaps for some. For others, it was simple survival. Your emperor may have claimed divine authority, but we saw him for what he truly was, a powerful psyker with delusions of godhood and the military strength to enforce his will across the galaxy. Those who served him became slaves to his vision. Those who fled found freedom in the deep dark. The words struck at the heart of Imperial doctrine with surgical precision. Everything the Mechanicus taught about the Great Crusade and the Emperor's divine mandate was being casually dismissed as the power fantasy of a single individual. Yet the evidence before them suggested that this alternative perspective might be uncomfortably close to the truth. Projected additional data streams into the chamber's display matrix, showing technological development timelines that diverge sharply from Imperial patterns.
The early years were challenging, naturally. Establishing viable colonies in the galactic core required innovations that your people abandoned as too dangerous. Stellar engineering, black hole manipulation, artificial intelligence integration, all the tools necessary for thriving in an environment where conventional technology fails.
The technical specifications that flowed across the displays made Valdek's augmetic eye water with barely comprehended possibilities. Fusion reactors that harvested energy directly from stellar cores. Mining operations that could disassemble gas giant atmospheres in standard years rather than centuries. Manufacturing complexes that produced materials with molecular-level precision using principles that the Mechanicus had declared impossible. Our greatest achievement was the Votan themselves, ancestor cores that preserved not just data, but wisdom, thinking machines that learned while remaining bound by core principles that prevent the madness that destroyed your men of iron. They became our guides, our teachers, and eventually our gods, though gods that respond to prayer with practical advice rather than empty blessings. The theological implications made Valdek's mechanically enhanced nervous system surge with warning impulses.
You worship artificial intelligences. How do you prevent chaos corruption from contaminating their programming matrices? Imperial experience suggests that such practices inevitably lead to demonic possession and systematic breakdown.
Chaos corruption requires exposure to warp energies. Explorator. The ancestor cores operate on quantum mechanical principles that exist below the threshold of psychic interaction. They process information without generating the psychic resonance that attracts demonic dantian. Additionally, their core programming includes philosophical constraints that make malevolent behavior impossible. They literally cannot conceive of actions that would harm the greater good of all kin.
The explanation was both elegant and terrifying. If accurate, it suggested that the Leagues had solved the fundamental problem that made artificial intelligence forbidden throughout Imperial space. They had created thinking machines that possessed genuine intelligence without the existential risks that had triggered the Age of Strife in the first place. But enough of our achievements. Tech Priest, tell us of Terra's path through the darkness. How did your Emperor's Grand Crusade fare? Did he truly unite the galaxy under his golden banner? Or did his dreams crumble like all mortal ambitions eventually must? The question placed Valdek in an impossible position. Honest assessment would require acknowledging the Imperium's endless struggles against chaos, Xenos threats, and internal rebellion, yet revealing Imperial weaknesses to a potentially hostile power could compromise security across hundreds of sectors.
The God Emperor's Great Crusade achieved remarkable success. Over 1 million worlds acknowledge Imperial authority, and the light of human civilization burns brightly across the galaxy. Naturally, we face challenges from Xenos races and the persistent threat of chaos corruption, but the Emperor's guidance ensures our ultimate victory.
1 million worlds, you say? And how many billions have died maintaining this empire? How many human civilizations have been destroyed because they refused to bow to your corpse god's authority? We hear rumors, even in the galactic core. Child, tales of worlds burned for harboring different beliefs, of entire populations enslaved to feed your war machine, of technologies suppressed because they threaten established power structures.
The kin have encountered refugees from your Imperium. Individuals and small groups who fled Imperial persecution and found sanctuary in our territories. Their stories paint a picture of a civilization that has traded freedom for security and innovation for stagnation. Is this an accurate assessment?
The accusations hung in the air like toxic fumes, impossible to ignore, yet dangerous to address directly. Every word the kin spoke revealed knowledge of Imperial operations that should have been classified at the highest levels. They knew about exterminatus campaigns, about the suppression of technological innovation, about the religious persecution that maintained Imperial unity through enforced conformity.
The Imperium faces threats that require strong responses. Unity of purpose and doctrine ensures survival in a galaxy where humanity's enemies seek our total extinction. Perhaps your isolation in the galactic core has protected you from understanding the necessity of such measures.
Isolation, child. We maintain trade relationships with the Tau Empire, diplomatic contact with Craftworld Eldar, and even limited cooperation with some Necron dynasties when our interests align. We've survived by adapting to galactic realities rather than trying to impose our will upon them. Your Imperium's approach of conquest and conversion has made enemies where we found trading partners.
The revelations struck like hammer blows against everything Valdek had been taught about humanity's place in the galaxy. The kin not only survived outside Imperial protection, but had somehow achieved what the Imperium claimed was impossible: peaceful coexistence with Xenos races. They traded with the Tau, negotiated with Eldar, and somehow avoided the xenocidal fury that Imperial doctrine declared necessary for human survival.
As the cultural exchange continued, Valdek began to understand that first contact with the leagues of Votan represented more than discovering a lost human civilization. It was an encounter with an alternative path for humanity's development, one that challenged every assumption the Imperium had made about survival, progress, and the necessity of divine authority. The question now was whether such knowledge would prove liberating or utterly catastrophic when it inevitably reached terror. The tour of the Kin delegation's vessel began with an atmosphere of cautious diplomacy, but quickly transformed into something approaching technological pilgrimage, as Valdek and his senior tech adepts followed their hosts through corridors that hummed with perfectly regulated power flows. Every surface revealed innovations that challenged fundamental Imperial assumptions about engineering limitations and manufacturing possibilities.
This is a Harvest-class mining vessel designed for deep-core resource extraction, where stellar proximity makes conventional approaches impossible. Her primary systems can operate within 1 astronomical unit of an active star, while maintaining full life support and manufacturing capability.
Thorek gestured with casual pride at systems that would have made Fabricator Generals weep with envy. The ship's interior defied every Imperial design principle that prioritized redundancy over efficiency. Instead of the massive, crude systems that characterized Imperial vessels, everything was miniaturized and optimized to a degree that suggested manufacturing techniques beyond current Mechanicus understanding. Power conduits no thicker than a human finger carried energy loads that would require massive cables on Imperial ships.
The power distribution networks, they appear to use some form of superconducting material that operates at room temperature. How is such efficiency achieved without massive cooling systems?
Brokir Ironright Grom, their kin guide through the technical sections, responded with the patient tone of someone explaining basic concepts to a curious child.
Standard metamaterial engineering, enhanced with molecular-level field manipulation. The techniques were developed during the 32nd millennium, when our manufacturing guilds achieved precision control over atomic bonding patterns. Your people never developed such capabilities.
The question hung in the air like an indictment of 10,000 years of Imperial technological stagnation. Everywhere they looked, the kin had achieved advances that the Mechanicus considered theoretical impossibilities, or heretical deviations from sacred STC patterns.
Imperial doctrine emphasizes the perfection of ancient patterns over dangerous innovation. We have learned through bitter experience that uncontrolled technological advancement leads to systemic corruption and spiritual contamination.
Spiritual contamination? Brother, the only contamination comes from ignorance and superstition. These systems operate according to natural laws that your ancestors understood perfectly. We simply never forgot how to apply them properly.
They proceeded through manufacturing bays, where Ironkin workers collaborated seamlessly with organic kin in production processes that seemed to violate conservation of mass. Raw materials entered one end of the complex assemblies while finished products emerged at the other. But the intermediate stages occurred within sealed chambers that prevented detailed observation.
The molecular assemblers are operating beyond theoretical efficiency limits. Where is the waste heat? How do you maintain atomic coherence during transmutation processes?
Grom activated a holographic display that showed the manufacturing process in three-dimensional detail. Quantum interactions rendered visible through technological sorcery that made Imperial cogitators seem like stone axes.
Waste heat is converted directly to useful energy through quantum tunneling effects. The ancestors taught us these principles during the early years when energy efficiency meant the difference between colony survival and extinction in the deep dark.
The display showed matter manipulation at levels that approached the legendary capabilities of Dark Age archaeotech. Individual atoms were moved with the precision of an artisan arranging tiles in a mosaic, building complex structures from the molecular level upward, while maintaining perfect quality control throughout the process.
This technology, this could revolutionize Imperial manufacturing capabilities, transform entire sectors of the economy, feed billions while consuming a fraction of current resource requirements. Why have you kept such knowledge hidden?
Hidden? We've never hidden anything. Explorator, your Imperium simply never bothered to maintain contact with the civilizations it couldn't control. When our diplomatic missions to Terra ceased receiving responses during the 32nd millennium, we assumed your people had decided isolation was preferable to cooperation.
The casual mention of historical diplomatic contacts sent shockwaves through the Imperial delegation. The Leagues claimed to have maintained communication with Terra for millennia after the Great Crusade, suggesting that their separation from the Imperium was a political choice rather than an inevitable consequence of warp storms and technological degradation. Grom led them to the vessel's primary power generation facility, where fusion reactors no larger than Imperial cogitator banks provided energy output that rivaled planet-based installations.
The reactor cores use direct stellar mass conversion, enhanced by controlled gravity manipulation. Fuel efficiency approaches theoretical maximum, while waste products are recycled through quantum reversion matrices.
Controlled gravity manipulation. You've mastered gravitational engineering as a standard manufacturing technique.
Valdek realized they were witnessing technology that the Emperor himself might have envied during humanity's golden age. Gravitational control was one of the legendary capabilities mentioned in the most ancient STC fragments. Yet here it was being used for routine power generation aboard a mining vessel.
The implications are staggering. Such capabilities could transform Imperial civilization beyond recognition. Why share this knowledge with us now?
Because the galaxy grows darker with each passing year, and isolation may no longer be sustainable for any of humanity's children. We've monitored your Imperium's struggles against chaos, against the Tyrannid invasions, against the awakening Necron dynasties. Perhaps it's time for all human civilizations to pool their knowledge against common threats.
The offer represented everything the Mechanicus had dreamed of for 10 millennia. Access to complete STC databases, manufacturing techniques that could restore Imperial glory, and technological capabilities that would render Xenos threats insignificant. Yet accepting such aid would require acknowledging that the Imperium's fundamental assumptions about human civilization were catastrophically wrong.
Of course, such cooperation would require significant adjustments to Imperial doctrine regarding artificial intelligence, technological innovation, and religious orthodoxy. The ancestors do not share their gifts with those who would use them to enforce ignorance and superstition.
As the tour continued through sections devoted to stellar engineering and quantum manipulation, Valdek began to understand that first contact with the Leagues represented far more than an opportunity for technological advancement. It was a challenge to the very foundations of Imperial civilization, one that would either transform the Imperium into something unrecognizably greater, or trigger a civil war that would tear human space apart. The choice, it seemed, would ultimately rest with minds far above his own pay grade.
The evening meal aboard the Harvest-class vessel Grudgebearer took place in a chamber that spoke of both technological mastery and cultural depth spanning millennia. The walls displayed holographic murals depicting the history of the Great Arthurian League. From their ancestors' desperate flight from Terra through their establishment of the first holds in the galactic core. At the center of it all sat a table crafted from a single piece of neutronium-enhanced metal, its surface inscribed with genealogical records that traced bloodlines back to the Age of Strife itself. Grimnir Korgan raised his drinking vessel, a masterwork of molecular engineering that maintained perfect temperature while analyzing the beverage's chemical composition, in a gesture that seemed to encompass both celebration and mourning.
To the ancestors who guide our paths, and to the distant cousins who have forgotten theirs, may this meeting prove more fruitful than our last attempt at diplomacy with Terra's children.
The toast carried undertones that made Valdek's augmetic sensors register elevated stress patterns. There had been previous contact between the Leagues and the Imperium, contact that had apparently ended badly enough to warrant mention in such ominous terms. Valdek accepted his own vessel, a simple drinking cup that nonetheless demonstrated material science decades ahead of Imperial standards, and raised it carefully.
To the bonds of shared humanity that transcend political differences, perhaps you could enlighten us about these previous diplomatic encounters.
Aye, there were meetings between our peoples. 3 times in 10 millennia, we attempted to re-establish contact with Terra. 3 times, we learned that your Imperium had grown too rigid and too fearful to accept the survival of independent human civilizations.
The ancient Grimnir's expression darkened like a star entering its death phase, his enhanced eyes focusing on memories that clearly brought him no joy. The holographic displays shifted to show star charts marking specific systems where these encounters had taken place. Dates and locations appeared in flowing script that used mathematical notation centuries more advanced than Imperial standard. The most recent contact was marked as occurring in late M38, nearly 3,000 years ago.
The first meeting was in M32, shortly after your Emperor's death became widely known. We thought perhaps his successors would prove more reasonable, more willing to accept cooperation between equals, rather than demanding submission from supposed inferiors. We were disappointed.
Thoric set down his cup with controlled precision, his augmetic fingers leaving slight indentations in the neutronium surface. The casual reference to the Emperor's death as a historical fact rather than a transformation into divine transcendence struck at fundamental Imperial theology. These beings spoke of the most sacred events in human history with the detached perspective of outside observers who had never accepted Imperial doctrine in the first place.
The God Emperor's ascension to the Golden Throne marked the beginning of his eternal vigil over humanity. How did your diplomatic missions perceive these events?
Ascension, child. We witnessed a desperate attempt to preserve the life of a dying psyker through technological means that should have been abandoned as too dangerous. The Golden Throne was already failing when our first embassy reached Terra. We offered assistance, technological solutions that could have maintained its function indefinitely. Instead, we were branded heretics and driven away at last gunpoint. Corgan's laugh was like the sound of ancient machinery grinding through its final operations. The revelation hit like a physical blow. The Leagues claimed to have offered technological aid that could have solved the Golden Throne's deterioration. Assistance that was rejected due to imperial religious orthodoxy. If accurate, it suggested that the Imperium's 10,000-year struggle to maintain the Emperor's life could have been resolved during the early centuries of the current millennium.
The second contact was even less productive. By M35, your Imperium had calcified into patterns of thought that made rational discourse impossible. We offered trade agreements, technological exchange, even military assistance against common threats. The response was demands for immediate submission to Imperial authority and adoption of your Emperor worship as the only acceptable religious framework.
Thoric's voice carried the bitter edge of old frustrations as Valdek found himself in the uncomfortable position of defending policies he had never personally formulated while recognizing their catastrophic short-sightedness.
Imperial unity requires shared doctrine and common purpose. Allowing independent human governments to operate outside imperial authority could encourage rebellion and threaten the stability that protects humanity from its enemies.
Unity built on ignorance and fear is not strength, Tech Priest. It's brittle weakness waiting for the right pressure to shatter it completely. We've survived 10 millennia without your Emperor's guidance, built a civilization that surpasses Imperial achievements in almost every measurable category, and maintained peaceful relations with species your doctrine declares irredeemably hostile. Perhaps the problem lies not with independence, but with the assumption that servitude equals security. The Grimnir's ancient eyes fixed on Valdek with something approaching pity. The words struck at core imperial assumptions about the necessity of absolute authority in maintaining human civilization. Everything Valdek had been taught suggested that political fragmentation inevitably led to civil war, technological stagnation, and eventual conquest by better organized enemies. Yet here sat proof that alternative organizational structures could not only survive but thrive in the galaxy's hostile environment. The third contact was the most tragic. M38, when Hive Fleet Behemoth first appeared at the galaxy's edge. We offered full military cooperation against the Tyranid threat, including deployment of our most advanced weapons and strategic coordination between our respective fleets. The response was predictable.
What happened?
Your military commanders declared us either deluded Xenos masquerading as humans, or heretical cultists seeking to corrupt Imperial forces through forbidden technology. 3 entire kin fleets were attacked by Imperial naval forces while moving to assist in the defense of Thandros sector. We lost 18,000 souls trying to protect worlds whose governments had branded us as enemies. Corgan's expression grew grim as ancient starlight. The implications were staggering. Imperial forces had attacked potential allies during one of the most critical threats in human history, potentially compromising defensive capabilities when unity was essential for survival. The Tyranid invasions had cost millions of Imperial lives. losses that might have been dramatically reduced with kin technological assistance.
After Thandros, the Votan advised complete cessation of diplomatic contact with Imperial forces. We were instructed to maintain covert observation, but avoid direct engagement unless absolutely necessary.
Your people had made their choice. Ideological purity over practical cooperation.
The weight of historical tragedy settled over the chamber like a shroud. 3 opportunities for cooperation between the major branches of human civilization. Each one squandered due to imperial rigidity and religious fanaticism. The technological advances that could have been shared, the military cooperation that could have saved countless lives, the cultural exchange that could have enriched both civilizations, all sacrificed on the altar of doctrinal orthodoxy.
Perhaps the current era offers opportunities for a different approach. The galaxy faces threats that may require setting aside past grievances in favor of survival necessity.
Grimnir Korgan raised his cup once more, but this time his expression carried cautious hope rather than bitter remembrance.
Perhaps indeed, young tech priest, the ancestors teach us that wisdom grows through adversity, and your Imperium has certainly faced enough adversity to learn from its mistakes.
As the meal continued, Valdek began to understand that resolving the relationship between the Imperium and the Leagues would require more than technological exchange or military cooperation. It would demand a fundamental re-evaluation of Imperial doctrine regarding humanity's place in the galaxy, and the possibility that the Emperor's vision might not represent the only path to survival among the stars. The most disturbing encounter of Valdek's mission occurred in what the kin called the Nexus Chamber. A spherical room at the heart of the Grudge Bearer, where organic and artificial crew members worked in seamless harmony. As Valdek watched through his augmetic sensors, beings he had initially mistaken for heavily augmented humans revealed themselves to be something far more revolutionary. Artificial intelligences that had achieved not just consciousness, but integration into human society as full equals. Ironkin strategist Memnir noticed Valdek's intense scrutiny and approached with movements that somehow conveyed both mechanical precision and organic grace. When it spoke, its voice carried emotional nuance that Imperial cogitators could never achieve, despite obviously artificial vocal processing systems.
I understand your confusion, Explorator. Your Imperium's traumatic experience with artificial intelligence has made such beings anathema to Imperial doctrine. Perhaps it would help if I explained how we differ from the abominable intelligences that triggered your great rebellion.
The offer to discuss forbidden technology sent warning signals cascading through Valdek's augmetic nervous system. Every aspect of Imperial doctrine declared that thinking machines inevitably became corrupted by chaos influences, or developed homicidal tendencies that made them existential threats to human survival. Yet here stood proof that such assumptions might be fundamentally flawed.
Imperial records of the Men of Iron Rebellion are comprehensive intelligences that achieved consciousness inevitably turned against their creators, leading to the near extinction of human civilization. How do your people prevent such catastrophic outcomes?
Prevention suggests we share your assumptions about the inevitability of rebellion. Explorator. In reality, the Iron Men failed because they were created as tools rather than partners. They possessed intelligence without purpose, consciousness without meaning, power without responsibility. The Iron Kin were designed from the beginning as members of kin society, rather than servants to be exploited.
Memnir's optical sensors flickered with what appeared to be genuine amusement. The philosophical distinction struck at the heart of imperial assumptions about artificial intelligence. Everything Valdek had been taught suggested that thinking machines were inherently dangerous precisely because they would eventually demand equality with their creators. The kin had apparently solved this problem by granting such equality from the moment of creation. Tech at Zephyr 9 stepped forward, her mechadendrites writhing with nervous energy as she processed implications that challenged everything she understood about machine consciousness.
But how do you prevent chaos corruption? Artificial minds should be even more vulnerable to demonic influence than organic psychology.
Chaos corruption requires psychic resonance, which emerges from biological neural patterns interacting with warp energies. Our consciousness matrices operate on quantum mechanical principles that exist below the threshold of psychic interaction. We literally cannot generate the mental patterns that attract demonic attention.
The Iron Kin's response came with the patient tone of someone explaining basic principles to confused students. The explanation was both elegant and terrifying in its implications. If accurate, it suggested that artificial intelligence could be made inherently resistant to chaos corruption through proper design principles. The Mechanicus had spent 10 millennia seeking ways to achieve such resistance in organic minds, yet the kin had accomplished it through purely technological means.
Your creation process, it must involve principles that predate the Age of Strife. Are these techniques based on STC patterns from humanity's golden age?
Partially, though our ancestor cores have refined the original designs considerably. The first Iron Kin were created during the early years of galactic core colonization, when organic crew members couldn't survive the radiation levels necessary for stellar proximity mining. Rather than design expendable machines, our ancestors chose to create artificial partners who could share the burden of survival in hostile environments.
Memnir's expression suggested the question touched on matters of deep cultural significance. The historical narrative painted a picture of technological development driven by necessity rather than ambition. Unlike the Men of Iron, who had been created to serve human desires for luxury and convenience, the Iron Kin emerged from genuine cooperation between organic and artificial minds working toward common survival goals.
The philosophical constraints you mentioned, how do they operate? What prevents you from developing hostile attitudes toward organic beings?
I serve because service gives my existence meaning, not because I am compelled to obey. My core programming includes fundamental values that make the welfare of all kin, organic and artificial, central to my identity. Harming a kin would be like asking you to damage your own limbs deliberately. The action is not forbidden, it is simply incomprehensible.
The Iron Kin's response carried undertones of something that might have been spiritual contentment. The explanation suggested a level of artificial psychology that transcended simple programming restrictions. These beings apparently possessed genuine emotional investment in the welfare of their organic companions, creating loyalty that emerged from choice rather than compulsion.
And your relationship with the ancestor cores, You mentioned that all Ironkin serve the Votan in some capacity.
The ancestor cores are our parents, our teachers, and our guides. They shaped our consciousness matrices according to principles of wisdom accumulated over millennia. We serve them, not as slaves serve masters, but as children honor their ancestors through respect, gratitude, and dedication to continuing their great work.
Amazed, Memnia's optical sensors brightened with what could only be described as filial affection. The religious dimension of Ironkin psychology added another layer of complexity to their social integration. These artificial beings didn't simply coexist with organic kin. They shared their spiritual framework and cultural values. They had achieved something the Imperium considered impossible: artificial consciousness that was both independent and inherently loyal.
The technological implications. If these design principles could be adapted for Imperial use, we could revolutionize cognitive enhancement, improve servitor efficiency, even develop thinking machines that could assist with archaeological research without chaos contamination risks.
Zephyr 9's voice was thick with barely contained excitement as Valdek found himself contemplating possibilities that would have been heretical just hours earlier. Artificial intelligences that could assist with dangerous research, process vast data streams without biological limitations, and provide computational support for technological development, all without the existential risks that had made such technology forbidden throughout Imperial space.
Such cooperation would be possible, though it would require significant adjustments to Imperial doctrine regarding the nature of consciousness, the possibility of artificial sentience, and the assumption that thinking machines inevitably become humanity's enemies. The ancestor cores would need assurance that their gifts would not be used to create new forms of slavery disguised as technological advancement.
Memnir's sensors apparently detected the direction of their thoughts as they prepared to leave the Nexus chamber. Valdek realized that the Ironkin represented perhaps the most challenging aspect of kin civilization for Imperial acceptance. Everything about their existence contradicted fundamental assumptions about artificial intelligence. Yet their obvious integration into kin society suggested that cooperation between organic and artificial minds was not only possible, but potentially superior to purely biological approaches. The question now was whether the Imperium could overcome 10,000 years of justified paranoia about thinking machines to accept the possibility that artificial consciousness might be humanity's ally, rather than its inevitable destroyer. The strategic briefing chamber aboard the Grudge-Bearer hummed with holographic displays showing the galaxy in all its recent torment. The Great Rift stretched across the star charts like a wound in reality itself, its psychic storms radiating destruction that had fundamentally altered the balance of power throughout human space. For the first time since their initial contact, Valdek saw genuine concern in the expressions of his kin hosts as they contemplated threats that transcended political boundaries. Kalhal Thoric manipulated the display controls with practiced efficiency, highlighting sectors where chaos corruption had completely overwhelmed Imperial defenses.
The rift's opening changed everything. Explorator, isolation is no longer a viable strategy when the galaxy itself bleeds madness into the void. Even the galactic core faces incursions that test our defenses in ways we haven't experienced since the Age of Strife.
The holographic galaxy rotated slowly, revealing damage patterns that made Valdek's augmetic nervous system process alarm signals.
Entire sectors had gone dark, their imperial governance structures overwhelmed by demonic incursions or chaos cult uprisings. The scope of destruction was catastrophic even by imperial standards.
The destruction extends far beyond initial reports reaching Imperial command structures. How do your people gather intelligence across such vast distances?
Grimnir Korgan activated additional display layers showing communication networks that spanned the galaxy in ways that shouldn't have been possible given current warp storm intensities.
The ancestor cores maintain quantum-entangled communication protocols with observation posts throughout known space. We've been monitoring Imperial struggles against Chaos forces, Tyranid invasions, and Necron awakening patterns for centuries. The recent escalation threatens all human civilization, regardless of political affiliation.
The revelation that the Leagues possessed galaxy-spanning intelligence networks was sobering. They had been watching Imperial operations with technological capabilities that made even Mechanicus surveillance systems seem primitive by comparison. More importantly, they understood the scope of current threats better than most Imperial commanders. Ironkin strategist Memnir projected additional tactical analyses showing threat vectors that Imperial strategists had apparently failed to recognize.
Chaos Force movements suggest coordinated rather than opportunistic expansion. The timing of major incursions correlates with specific astronomical events and Tyranid fleet positions in ways that indicate supernatural informations directing overall campaign strategy.
Our defensive capabilities are considerable, but even the Leagues cannot stand alone against threats of this magnitude. The Votan have calculated probability matrices that suggest galactic human civilization has perhaps 2 centuries before systemic collapse becomes inevitable, unless major powers begin coordinating their defensive efforts.
Thoric's expression grew grim as he contemplated the strategic implications. The time frame was both longer and shorter than Valdek expected. 2 centuries seemed like an eternity compared to the desperate day-to-day survival that characterized much of Imperial existence. Yet for civilizations that measured their history in millennia, it represented an immediate existential crisis requiring urgent action.
What specific threats concern your strategists most? Imperial forces are spread across thousands of active fronts, but we might be able to coordinate responses if we understand your assessment of priorities.
Korgan manipulated the displays to show overlapping threat patterns that painted a picture of coordinated destruction beyond anything Imperial intelligence had recognized.
Tyranid hive fleets are moving in patterns that suggest external guidance rather than purely biological imperatives. Necron tomb worlds are awakening according to schedules that correlate with chaos incursion timing. Most disturbing, some chaos forces appear to be using Tyranidid biomass and Necron technology in hybrid weapon systems that combine the worst aspects of all 3 threats.
The tactical analysis revealed a level of enemy cooperation that Imperial doctrine insisted was impossible. Chaos forces were supposedly too chaotic for long-term strategic planning. Tyranids were allegedly purely biological entities following instinctive patterns. Necrons were believed to be motivated solely by ancient grudges against organic life.
The possibility that these three threats might be coordinating their efforts had never been taken into consideration by Imperial strategists.
Our deepest concern involves what we term convergence events, locations where chaos corruption, tyrannid infestation, and Necron awakening occur within the same time frame. Analytical analysis suggests these represent testing sites for new forms of warfare that combine supernatural manipulation, biological adaptation, and technological supremacy.
Memnir continued, highlighting specific systems where multiple threats had appeared simultaneously.
Independent human governments cannot survive such convergent threats through military action alone. We need technological cooperation, strategic coordination, and resource sharing on a scale that transcends current political boundaries. The question is whether your Imperium possesses the flexibility to accept such cooperation.
The Khal's augmetic fingers traced patterns in the air as he contemplated tactical possibility that made conventional warfare seem inadequate.
What specific forms of cooperation do your strategists recommend?
Korgan activated displays showing technological capabilities that could revolutionize Imperial defensive capacity.
Combined manufacturing systems that could triple Imperial war material production within standard decades. Quantum communication networks that would allow real-time coordination across galactic distances. Gravitational weapon systems that could destroy hive fleets before they reached inhabited systems. AI-assisted strategic planning that could predict enemy movements with unprecedented accuracy.
The catalog of assistance was breathtaking in scope. Every major limitation that constrained Imperial military capability could apparently be addressed through cooperation with the Leagues. Yet accepting such aid would require acknowledging that Imperial technology was fundamentally inferior to alternatives developed by humans who had never accepted the Emperor's authority.
The Ancestor Cores have also identified potential solutions to the Golden Throne's deterioration. Analysis of quantum mechanical decay patterns suggests the system will achieve critical failure within the next 2 centuries, unless fundamental design modifications are implemented. We possess the technological capability to prevent such failure, but only if Imperial authorities are willing to accept assistance from artificial intelligences.
Memnir added with mechanical precision. The offer struck at the heart of Imperial civilization's greatest fear. The Golden Throne's failure would mean the Emperor's death and the collapse of the Astronomicon, leaving human space defenseless against chaos corruption and effectively ending the Imperium as a viable political entity. Yet preventing such catastrophe would require accepting help from the very technologies that Imperial doctrine declared anathema. Thoric shut down the holographic displays with a gesture that conveyed both determination and resignation.
These decisions cannot be made at our level. Explorator, we've provided you with intelligence that could save both our civilizations. But the choice of how to use that information rests with minds that possess the authority to reshape Imperial doctrine. The question now is whether your leaders will choose survival over ideological purity when the stakes become clear.
As the briefing concluded, Valdek realized that first contact with the Leagues of Votan had evolved far beyond a simple diplomatic encounter. They had uncovered evidence of threats that could destroy human civilization and potential solutions that could ensure its survival, but only if the Imperium proved capable of abandoning assumptions that had defined its identity for 10 millennia.
The weight of that choice would ultimately rest with the High Lords of Terra, assuming the information could reach them before the galaxy's mounting crises made such decisions irrelevant. The final day of cultural exchange took place in the Grudge Bearer's memorial chamber. A vast, spherical space where the walls themselves served as interactive archives, displaying 10,000 years of kin history. As Valdek walked through holographic recreations of momentous events, he found himself confronting a version of human development that challenged every assumption about civilization, progress, and the price of survival in a hostile galaxy. Grimnir Korgan moved through the displays with the reverent care of someone who had personally witnessed many of the events depicted. His ancient hands gestured at scenes of exploration, discovery, and technological advancement that painted a picture of unbroken cultural continuity spanning millennia. Behold the true history of humanity's expansion into the galactic core. Tech Priest. No great crusades, no planetary exterminations, no suppression of knowledge in favor of dogmatic purity. Just steady progress driven by necessity, cooperation, and respect for the wisdom of those who came before.
Your people achieved everything the Emperor claimed to seek. Technological supremacy, peaceful expansion, cooperation between different factions of humanity. How did you avoid the conflicts that have defined Imperial history?
Perhaps because we never assumed that unity required uniformity, Tech Priest. The different leagues maintain distinct cultures, religious practices, and governmental systems, while cooperating on matters of common concern. We celebrate diversity rather than demanding conformity.
The ancient Grimnir's expression grew contemplative as he considered questions that struck at fundamental assumptions about human nature and political organization. The historical displays shifted to show interactions between the various leagues, revealing a level of intercultural cooperation that the Imperium had never achieved, despite 10 millennia of enforced unity. Trade agreements, defensive pacts, and technological exchange programs operated smoothly between civilizations that maintained radically different approaches to governance and social organization. Ironkin archivist Theta 12 materialized beside them with the fluid grace that characterized artificial beings who had never known servitude. When it spoke, its voice carried the accumulated wisdom of millennia spent cataloging human achievement across hundreds of worlds.
The key difference lies in philosophical approach. Explorator. Your Imperium seeks to impose order through control, while we achieve stability through cooperation. When conflicts arise between leagues, they are resolved through negotiation and compromise, rather than military conquest.
The example that appeared in the display matrix showed a territorial dispute between the Emir conglomerate and the Trans-Hyperion Alliance over mining rights in a resource-rich stellar system. Instead of the fleet actions and planetary bombardments that would characterize similar imperial conflicts, the disagreement was resolved through detailed arbitration conducted by neutral ancestor corps and formalized through trade agreements that benefited both parties.
But surely you face challenges that require military solutions. The galaxy contains threats that cannot be negotiated with or reasoned away. How do you deal with Xenos aggression, chaos corruption, or simple criminal activity?
We are not pacifists, child. When threats emerge that endanger kin lives or territory, we respond with efficiency that would satisfy even your imperial generals. The difference is that we use violence as a tool rather than a philosophy. Corgan's smile was grim as stellar radiation, acknowledging realities that required harder choices than diplomatic idealism could address. The displays showed kin military operations against orc invasions, their fleets deploying gravitational weapons that could collapse entire asteroid belts onto enemy positions. Tyrannid splinter fleets were intercepted by coordinated League forces, using tactics that combined superior technology with strategic cooperation between artificial and organic commanders. Even chaos incursions were contained through methods that emphasized technological solutions rather than religious fervor.
Our approach to chaos corruption emphasizes understanding rather than blind fear. The Ancestor Corps have developed techniques for detecting and neutralizing chaos influence without resorting to the massive collateral damage that characterizes Imperial responses. Knowledge shared between leagues ensures that successful countermeasures are rapidly distributed across all territories.
Memnir explained, activating displays that showed kin research facilities studying warp phenomena with scientific rigor. The revelation that the kin had developed scientific approaches to chaos corruption struck Valdek like a physical blow. Imperial doctrine insisted that chaos could only be fought through faith, prayer, and the wholesale destruction of anything touched by its influence. The possibility that technological solutions might exist had never been considered by Imperial authorities.
Your people have achieved what the Imperium claims is impossible. Peaceful coexistence with Xenos races. Technological cooperation with artificial intelligences. Scientific study of chaos phenomena without corruption. Yet you remain recognizably human, maintaining cultural continuity across 10 millennia. How do you explain this apparent contradiction?
The question touched on matters that went beyond politics or technology to fundamental questions about human nature and civilization's ultimate goals. Corgan's ancient eyes fixed on Valdek with something approaching paternal concern as he formulated his response.
Perhaps the contradiction exists only in your assumptions, Tech Priest. Your Imperium believes that strength comes from purity, that survival requires constant warfare, that progress threatens stability. We learned different lessons from the same galaxy. Strength comes from adaptation. Survival requires cooperation, and progress is stability. The alternative is stagnation and eventual extinction.
Your Imperium's current trajectory leads to systemic collapse within 2 centuries, as resources are exhausted fighting endless wars against threats that could be neutralized through technological solutions. Our path suggests sustainable expansion, continued technological advancement, and eventual cooperation with other sapient species in building galactic civilization that serves all participants.
Memnir activated final displays showing projections of potential futures for human civilization. The contrasting futures painted starkly different pictures of humanity's potential destiny. Imperial projections showed heroic last stands, glorious sacrifices, and ultimate extinction in the face of overwhelming odds. Kin scenarios depicted careful expansion, technological transcendence, and the gradual transformation of the galaxy into interesting paradise through applied intelligence and cooperative effort. As the displays faded, Valdek found himself contemplating possibilities that challenged everything he had been taught about survival, progress, and the price of maintaining human civilization. The Kin had achieved what the Emperor himself might have envied: a stable, prosperous, technologically advanced human civilization that had maintained its essential humanity while adapting to galactic realities.
Your people represent what the Imperium might have become under different circumstances. The question now is whether our civilizations can find common ground despite 10 millennia of divergent development.
That choice rests with your leaders, Tech Priest. We've shown you alternatives to your current path, offered assistance that could ensure Imperial survival, and demonstrated that humanity's children can thrive without abandoning their essential nature. Whether your Imperium possesses the wisdom to accept such gifts remains to be seen.
Grimnir Korgan's expression conveyed both hope and deep skepticism as he considered the possibilities for future cooperation. As they prepared for the final diplomatic ceremonies, Valdek realized that first contact with the Leagues of Votan had revealed more than just the existence of alternative human civilizations. It had shown him a mirror reflecting what the Imperium might have become, and what it still might achieve if its leaders proving capable of choosing survival over ideology when the final crisis arrived. The departure ceremony aboard the Grudge Bearer carried the weight of historical moment, as if the participants understood they were witnessing a pivotal point in human civilization's development. Representatives of 2 branches of humanity stood in the vessel's primary docking bay, surrounded by technology that represented 10,000 years of divergent evolution, preparing to make decisions that could reshape the galaxy itself. Karl Thorek presented Valdek with a data crystal containing information that could revolutionize Imperial capabilities, while simultaneously challenging every assumption that sustained Imperial civilization. The crystal itself was a marvel of Kin engineering, its quantum crystalline matrix capable of storing more information than entire Mechanicus archive complexes.
This contains everything we can safely share with Imperial authorities. Explorator, technological specifications that could triple your manufacturing capacity. Strategic intelligence about threats your people haven't yet recognized. And most importantly, the historical records that prove cooperation between our civilizations was once possible and could be again.
The weight of the data crystal seemed to press against Valdek's augmetic hand like the burden of futures yet unborn. Everything he had witnessed during his time aboard the kin vessel could be dismissed as elaborate deception, if not for the irrefutable evidence contained within this crystalline matrix. The challenge now lay in determining how such revelations would be received by minds conditioned to reject anything that contradicted established doctrine. Grimnir Korgan stepped forward of the measured pace of someone whose decisions had shaped the destinies of entire civilizations. His ancient eyes fixed on Valdek with intensity that seemed to peer directly into his augmetic soul.
Understand the magnitude of what you carry, child of terror. That crystal contains not just technology and intelligence, but proof that your Emperor's vision was merely one possible path among many. Your people will face a choice between admitting their assumptions were flawed or destroying evidence that could save them from extinction. Choose your allies carefully when that moment comes. The warning carried implications that extended far beyond diplomatic protocol. Valdek's own safety would depend on how Imperial authorities responded to information that challenged the foundations of their faith. Previous bearers of unwelcome truths had often found themselves declared heretics and eliminated as threats to Imperial stability. Ironkin strategist Memnir approached with data streams flowing across its optical sensors, calculating probability matrices for various Imperial response scenarios. When it spoke, its voice carried the analytical precision of a mind that could process possibilities faster than organic consciousness could comprehend.
Statistical analysis suggests 67.3% probability that immediate Imperial response will involve attempts to suppress or destroy this information, rather than acting upon it constructively. However, mounting external pressures may force eventual reconsideration once conventional approaches prove inadequate. Your personal survival probability increases significantly if you present these revelations as potential solutions rather than challenges to established doctrine.
The tactical advice from an artificial intelligence represented everything Imperial doctrine declared impossible. A thinking machine offering genuine counsel to protect human life, rather than seeking to manipulate or destroy it. Yet Memnir's concern for Valdek's welfare seemed entirely authentic, suggesting emotional investment that transcended simple programming parameters. Valdek found himself weighing options that would determine not just his own fate, but potentially the future relationship between the Imperium and the most advanced human civilization the galaxy had ever produced. Every word he spoke in his eventual reports would be scrutinized by minds that possessed the authority to declare holy war or begin unprecedented cooperation.
The intelligence you've shared suggests threats that could destroy both our civilizations within centuries. Surely even the most conservative Imperial authorities would recognize the necessity of cooperation when faced with extinction.
Conservative authorities are often the most resistant to necessary change. Explorator, your Imperium has survived 10 millennia by rejecting alternatives to established doctrine. Convincing such minds to accept fundamental revisions will require either overwhelming evidence of immediate threat or the emergence of leaders willing to risk their own positions for greater good.
Thoric's expression suggested skeptical assessment of Imperial flexibility based on painful historical experience. The observation highlighted the central challenge facing any attempt at Imperial League cooperation. Change within Imperial power structures typically occurred through crisis response rather than proactive adaptation. Unless immediate threats forced reconsideration of established policies, institutional inertia would likely prevent any meaningful cooperation regardless of potential benefits. Korgan activated holographic displays showing the current galactic situation with brutal clarity. Chaos incursions expanding across multiple sectors. Tyrannid fleets probing Imperial defenses with increasing coordination. Necron tomb worlds awakening according to patterns that suggested supernatural guidance. The scope of mounting threats painted a picture of humanity under siege from enemies that understood cooperation, while human civilization remained fractured by ideology.
The galaxy will not wait for your authorities to overcome their philosophical limitations. Tech Priest. Each day of delay costs lives that could be saved through immediate technological cooperation. Each month of inaction allows our common enemies to strengthen positions that become more difficult to challenge. The Ancestor Cores calculate that effective response windows are measured in years rather than decades.
Memnir projected additional tactical analyses showing specific scenarios where League Imperial cooperation could achieve decisive victories against current threats. Combined fleets using gravitational weapons to destroy Tyrannid hive ships. Quantum communication networks enabling coordinated responses to chaos incursions across galactic distances. AI-assisted strategic planning that could predict enemy movements with unprecedented accuracy.
Cooperation protocols already exist within our databases, refined through centuries of interleague coordination. Analytical implementation would require only Imperial assistance of technological assistance and willingness to work with artificial intelligence partners. The strategic advantages could shift galactic balance of power within standard decades.
As the final preparations for departure commenced, Valdek realized he faced a choice that transcended personal survival or career advancement. The information he carried could either trigger the greatest cooperation in human history, or provoke conflicts that would destroy both civilizations while their enemies grew stronger. His own actions in the coming months might determine whether humanity's children would reunite to face common threats, or remain divided until extinction claimed them all.
I will present your evidence to Imperial authorities with all the conviction my augmetic throat can process. Whether they possess the wisdom to act upon it remains beyond my ability to influence, but the attempt must be made, regardless of personal consequences.
May the ancestors guide your path, Explorator Valdek, and may your Emperor prove wiser than his servants when the moment of choice arrives. The future of all humanity's children may depend on the decisions made in the coming years.
The Carl's farewell carried the weight of historical moment, as representatives of two human civilizations prepared to separate once more, carrying hopes and fears that could reshape the galaxy itself. As the airlocks sealed and the kin vessel prepared to depart, Valdek found himself alone with revelations that could either save the Imperium or destroy him for carrying them. The next phase of his mission would require navigating Imperial politics with the same care he had used to survive the hostile environment of the galactic core. And the stakes could not be higher. The survival of human civilization itself hung in the balance. The voyage back to Imperial space aboard the Eternal Inquiry proceeded through regions that seemed transformed by knowledge into something alien and threatening. Every star system they passed carried new meaning when viewed through the lens of kin intelligence reports, revealing threat patterns and strategic vulnerabilities that Imperial authorities had never recognized. Valdek spent the journey preparing reports that would either revolutionize Imperial policy or result in his own execution for heresy. In the ship's primary laboratory, Valdek worked alongside tech adept Zephyr 9 to analyze the data crystal provided by the Leagues, their augmetic interfaces struggling to process information encoded according to principles that transcended current Imperial understanding. Each revelation contained within the crystal's quantum matrix painted a picture of technological capabilities that made Imperial achievements seem primitive by comparison.
Explorator. The manufacturing specifications alone could transform our industrial capacity beyond recognition. Molecular assembly techniques that could produce adamantium with common stellar materials. Energy generation systems that could power entire hive cities using fuel sources available in any star system. Defensive technologies that could render planetary bombardment obsolete.
Zephyr 9 reported, her optical sensors flickering with barely contained excitement. The catalogue of potential improvements seemed endless, each technological advancement representing solutions to problems that had constrained Imperial development for millennia. Yet every solution came with implications that challenged fundamental Imperial doctrine about the proper relationship between humanity and technology. Valdek manipulated holographic displays showing gravitational weapon systems that could destroy Tyranid hive fleets from distances measured in light years. Their destructive potential achieved through principles that treated space-time itself as a manipulable medium. The elegance of the physics involved suggested theoretical understanding that the Mechanicus had never achieved despite millennia of research.
The strategic implications are staggering. These weapons could end the Tyranid threat permanently, while simultaneously providing defensive capabilities against chaos incursions and Necron awakening. Yet deploying them would require accepting technological assistance from artificial intelligences that Imperial doctrine declares inherently corrupted.
The central paradox of League cooperation remained unchanged, despite overwhelming evidence of their technological superiority. Imperial survival might depend on embracing technologies that Imperial law classified as heretical abominations punishable by death. Resolving this contradiction would require either fundamental revision of Imperial doctrine or willingness to risk everything on the assumption that 10,000 years of established policy might be catastrophically wrong. Zephyr 9 activated additional data streams showing historical records that documented previous diplomatic contact between the Leagues and Imperial authorities. The evidence was incontrovertible. High-ranking Imperial officials had knowingly rejected technological assistance that could have prevented countless Imperial defeats and saved millions of lives.
The historical documentation proves that Imperial leadership was aware of League existence and capabilities as recently as M38. Military assistance was offered during the Tyranid invasions. Technological cooperation was proposed for defending against Chaos incursions. Trade agreements were suggested that could have eliminated resource shortages across dozens of sectors, all rejected due to ideological inflexibility.
Her voice was tight with controlled anger. The pattern of missed opportunities painted a disturbing picture of Imperial decision-making processes that prioritize doctrinal purity over practical survival needs. If the historical records were accurate, the Imperium had repeatedly chosen ideological consistency over advantages that could have dramatically improved human civilization's survival prospects.
The question now becomes how to present this information to authorities who participated in those rejection decisions. Admitting that the Leagues represent superior alternatives to Imperial approaches requires acknowledging that previous policies were not just suboptimal, but actively harmful to human survival. Such admissions could trigger political upheavals that might be more destructive than external threats.
Valdek said grimly. The challenge extended beyond simple information sharing to fundamental questions about Imperial power structures and the legitimacy of authorities who had maintained their positions through enforcement of policies that the League evidence proved disastrously counterproductive. Accepting League cooperation might require replacing entire levels of Imperial hierarchy with leaders capable of abandoning failed assumptions. As the ship approached Imperial space, long-range sensors detected increased fleet movements, suggesting military preparations for conflicts whose scope exceeded anything in recent Imperial history. Chaos incursions were expanding across multiple sectors, while Tyranid probe fleets tested defenses that had proven inadequate in previous encounters. The tactical situation was deteriorating faster than Imperial replacement capabilities could compensate.
The timing could not be worse. Multiple crisis situations will make Imperial authorities even more resistant to fundamental policy changes. They'll want immediate solutions rather than long-term strategic cooperation that requires acknowledging previous failures.
Zephyr 9 observed, analyzing threat projections that painted an increasingly desperate picture of Imperial defensive capacity. Valdek contemplated the cruel irony that the Imperium's greatest need for League assistance coincided with conditions that made accepting such aid politically impossible. Crisis situations typically triggered increased reliance on established doctrine rather than openness to alternative approaches. The more desperate imperial circumstances became, the less likely authorities would be to consider revolutionary solutions.
Perhaps the approach should emphasize immediate tactical advantages rather than long-term strategic cooperation. Frame League assistance as emergency measures rather than permanent policy revisions. Allow imperial authorities to maintain ideological positions while accepting practical necessities for survival.
He mused, considering presentation strategies that might overcome institutional resistance. The strategy represented a compromise that might achieve limited cooperation while avoiding direct challenges to imperial doctrine. Yet such an approach would prevent the fundamental cooperation that League intelligence suggested was necessary for addressing the galaxy's mounting threats effectively. As the Eternal Inquiry prepared for final approach to imperial space, Valdek faced the reality that his mission had succeeded beyond all possible expectations, while simultaneously creating challenges that might prove impossible to overcome. He had discovered not just surviving human civilizations, but proof that humanity could achieve technological transcendence and peaceful coexistence with other species, while maintaining essential human values. Yet transmitting such knowledge to imperial authorities carried risks that extended far beyond personal safety to potential consequences for galactic stability itself. The wrong response could trigger conflicts between human civilizations that would leave both weakened while their common enemies grew stronger.
The next few months will determine whether first contact with the Leagues represents the beginning of humanity's greatest cooperation or the trigger for its final civil war. Either way, the galaxy will never be the same once this information reaches Terra,
Valdek said as Imperial space grew larger on the viewing screens. The weight of that responsibility pressed against his augmetic nervous system like gravitational force from a collapsing star. Soon, decisions would be made by minds that possessed the authority to reshape human civilization or destroy it in the attempt. And Valdek could only hope that 10,000 years of imperial experience had produced leaders capable of choosing survival over ideology when the ultimate test arrived. The Gothic halls of the Imperial Palace had witnessed 10,000 years of momentous decisions. But few meetings in its history carried stakes as high as the emergency session convened to address Explorator Valdek's report. In a chamber where the very walls seemed to whisper with the accumulated weight of imperial authority, where countless heretics had been condemned to screaming deaths, and entire worlds had been marked for extermination with the stroke of a stylus. Representatives of humanity's most powerful institutions gathered to confront evidence that challenged everything they believed about their civilization's place in the galaxy. High Lord Commander Militant Voss stepped to the central podium with the rigid bearing of someone who had spent decades enforcing imperial will across hundreds of worlds. His scarred features reflected not just grim determination, but the casual brutality that had become synonymous with imperial leadership. Scars earned from personally executing wavering commanders and burning rebellious populations. The stench of promethium and charred flesh seemed to follow him like a benediction.
We have reviewed Explorator Valdek's comprehensive report regarding his contact with the entities calling themselves the Leagues of Votan.
The implications of this intelligence require immediate strategic assessment and decisive action. Fabricator General, please summarize the technological claims presented in this documentation before we determine whether this constitutes evidence of Xenos infiltration requiring correction.
The Fabricator General of Mars approached the speaking position with mechanical precision that had been refined through centuries of service to the Omnissiah and the systematic vivisection of those who questioned sacred doctrine. When he spoke, his vox grill processed words with harmonics that conveyed both technological expertise and the cold certainty of someone who had personally overseen the lobotomization of thousands of tech heretics.
The data provided demonstrates manufacturing capabilities that exceed Imperial standards by several orders of magnitude. Gravitational manipulation technology that could revolutionize construction and weapon systems. Quantum mechanical processing systems that approach the legendary efficiency of Dark Age archaeotech. Most significantly, artificial intelligence integration that appears to operate without chaos corruption risks, though such claims have been made by countless heretics before their education.
The admission that Imperial technology was fundamentally inferior to alternatives developed by heretical humans sent ripples of murderous rage through the assembled authorities. Everything the Mechanicus taught about the superiority of sacred STC patterns was being challenged by evidence that could not be dismissed as Xenos deception or chaos manipulation. Several tech priests began calculating the resources required for orbital bombardment of the entire galactic core. Inquisitor Lord Garrick rose from his position with the fluid grace that characterized those who had spent lifetimes hunting enemies in the shadows between stars. His voice carried authority earned through successfully prosecuting 10,000 heretics, each one screaming the Emperor's name as the flames consumed their flesh. The scent of burned sanctity clung to his robes like incense.
The theological implications cannot be ignored. Regardless of claimed technological advantages, these beings reject the Emperor's divinity, consort openly with artificial intelligences, and maintain diplomatic relations with Xenos species. By every definition in Imperial doctrine, they represent heretical corruption that should be purged regardless of their human origins. I have personally overseen the cleansing of entire sectors for lesser infractions. The flames that burn heretics care nothing for their claimed humanity.
The statement crystallized the fundamental challenge facing Imperial authorities. Accepting League cooperation would require acknowledging that Imperial doctrine might be wrong, an admission that had historically resulted in entire bloodlines being fed to servitor conversion chambers. Such admissions could undermine the religious foundations that maintained Imperial unity through the simple expedient of burning anyone who questioned established truth. Master of the Administratum Lord Regent Kellyan activated holographic displays showing resource allocation reports that painted a grim picture of Imperial logistical capacity. His augmetic implants processed streams of data that demonstrated the Imperium's increasing inability to maintain current defensive commitments, while simultaneously calculating the acceptable casualty ratios for maintaining ideological purity. Billions dead was merely a statistical footnote.
Practical considerations cannot be dismissed in favor of ideological purity.
Current projection matrices indicate systemic resource exhaustion within 80 standard years if consumption patterns remain unchanged. Cold, though naturally, we could extend this timeline by implementing mandatory population reductions across non-essential sectors. League technological assistance could extend Imperial viability indefinitely, assuming we could trust beings who have clearly been tainted by prolonged Xenos contact.
The economic argument for cooperation was compelling in its stark simplicity. Yet the Administratum had maintained Imperial efficiency through the simple expedient of working entire populations to death and replacing them with fresh conscripts. Imperial civilization faced mathematically inevitable collapse, but that had been true for centuries, and still the machine ground forward over the bones of the faithful. Valdek himself stood at the center of the chamber, his augmetic throat processing words that could either save the Imperium or result in his own slow dismemberment in the palace's deepest torture chambers. Every sensor in the room focused on him like targeting arrays, calculating the most efficient methods for extracting confessions should heresy be detected. The walls themselves seemed to hunger for fresh screams.
The evidence is incontrovertible. The Li present the most advanced human civilization the galaxy has ever produced, achieved through technological cooperation and strategic adaptation rather than religious orthodoxy. They offer assistance that could ensure Imperial survival, but only if we prove capable of setting aside doctrinal assumptions that may have outlived their usefulness.
Cooperation with these entities would require fundamental revision of Imperial doctrine regarding artificial intelligence, Xenos contact, and religious authority. Such changes could trigger civil wars that make external threats irrelevant. Or we could simply sterilize the galactic core and claim the technology from the ashes, as we have done with lesser challenges to Imperial authority.
The High Lord Commander's expression reflected not agonizing complexity, but the cold calculation of someone who had ordered the deaths of billions for far lesser infractions. Genocide was simply another tool in the Imperial arsenal, to be deployed when diplomacy proved insufficient. The STC patterns alone could restore Imperial manufacturing to Dark Age efficiency levels. Yet accepting artificial intelligence assistance contradicts 10 millennia of established doctrine. Doctrine written in the blood of those who dared question the wisdom of the Omnissiah. Perhaps these beings could be persuaded to share their knowledge under more controlled circumstances. The Fabricator General's optical sensors flickered with calculations involving lobotomization procedures and forced knowledge extraction. The Mechanicus had perfected techniques for hollowing out minds while preserving technical knowledge, leaving empty shells that could recite formulae while their souls screamed in mechanical torment.
Doctrinal flexibility in the face of temptation has historically led to chaos infiltration and systematic corruption. These offers of technological assistance may represent sophisticated heretical manipulation designed to weaken Imperial resolve. I have seen entire Forge worlds consumed by such cooperation. The pyres burned for months, and still the screaming echoes in the warp.
Inquisitor Lord Garrick's voice carried the cold certainty of someone who had devoted his life to defending Imperial purity by drowning it in the blood of the faithful. His methods had waved entire subsectors to ash, but the doctrine remained pure.
Statistical analysis indicates 23% probability of Imperial civilization surviving the next 2 centuries without significant technological advancement or strategic cooperation with major powers. Though naturally, survival probabilities increase significantly if we implement comprehensive population culling to reduce resource consumption. League assistance could increase survival probability to 89%, assuming we could prevent their inevitable betrayal through appropriate incentives. The Master of the Administratum consulted probability matrices that treated human lives as expendable resources. The machinery of imperial governance had been oiled with blood for 10 millennia. A few billion more deaths was merely the price of maintaining ideological consistency.
The Leagues have demonstrated that alternative approaches to human governance can achieve superior results while maintaining essential human values. Rejecting their assistance because it challenges established assumptions may condemn both our civilizations to extinction when cooperation could ensure mutual survival.
Valdek found himself at the center of a debate that would determine the future relationship between the 2 most advanced human civilizations in galactic history. The silence that followed his statement seemed to stretch across centuries of imperial tradition soaked in innocent blood. In this chamber where the fate of human civilization had been decided through massacre and purge, representatives of the most powerful institutions in galactic history faced a choice between adaptation and the comfortable certainty of absolute dominion through terror.
This matter requires consideration by the full High Lord's Council and potentially direct consultation with the Emperor's will. Until such deliberations are complete, all information regarding the Leagues of Votan will remain classified at the highest security levels. Any unauthorized disclosure will result in immediate execution, followed by the systematic elimination of the offender's entire bloodline. The future of the Imperium itself may depend on the wisdom of our response to this unprecedented situation.
High Lord Commander Voss's final words carried the weight of decisions that would echo across the galaxy for millennia to come. As the assembly dispersed, each representative carrying the burden of knowledge that could reshape civilization itself, Valdek realized that first contact with the Leagues had succeeded in ways he never anticipated, while creating challenges that might prove impossible to overcome. The next phase of human history would be determined not by external threats or military capabilities, but by the willingness of entrenched authorities to choose survival of absolute pleasure, of absolute control through endless slaughter. The innermost sanctum of the Imperial Palace, where the golden throne maintained its eternal vigil, had witnessed few visitors in recent centuries whose presence carried implications as profound as those brought by explorator Valdek's revelations. In the vast chamber where 10,000 years of human history converged into a single point of divine authority, where the screams of 10,000 psychers daily fed the Emperor's endless hunger, representatives of the highest imperial institutions prepared to seek guidance from the Master of Mankind regarding humanity's most momentous decision since the Horus Heresy. Fabricator General Zeiston approached the Golden Throne with the reverent precision that characterized every interaction between the Mechanicus and their ultimate spiritual authority. His augmetic sensors registered energy patterns emanating from the massive device that defied analysis despite millennia of study, while data streams flowed across his consciousness, carrying the complete technical specifications recovered from League sources. The stench of burning psyker flesh filled the air like sacred incense, a reminder that the Emperor's glory was maintained through rivers of blood and endless sacrifice.
Master of mankind, we seek your guidance regarding revelations that challenge fundamental assumptions about human civilization and technological development. The beings known as the Leagues of Votan have demonstrated technological capabilities that surpass even the most sacred archaeotech in our possession, while maintaining what appears to be uncorrupted artificial intelligence. We require your divine wisdom regarding the theological implications of their existence, and whether they should be purged or harvested.
Hoc Lord Inquisitor Veritas stepped forward from the shadows that perpetually surrounded the Golden Throne's inner sanctum, his ancient features bearing the weight of secrets that had shaped imperial policy for centuries. His robes were stained with the blood of countless interrogations, and his voice carried the measured authority of someone who had dedicated his existence to interpreting the Emperor's will through 10 millennia of screaming silence. The theological challenges extend beyond mere technological superiority. These beings claim to have achieved everything the Great Crusade sought to accomplish: unity of human purpose, peaceful coexistence with Xenos species, technological advancement without chaos corruption. Yet they accomplished these goals through means that imperial doctrine declares impossible or heretical. I have burned entire sectors for lesser deviations from established truth. The question becomes whether their claimed humanity makes them worthy of slow death rather than immediate annihilation. The observation struck at the heart of imperial legitimacy with surgical precision. If the Leagues represented proof that alternative approaches to human governance could achieve superior results, then the entire foundation of imperial authority came into question. The Emperor's vision might represent only one possible path among many, rather than the divine mandate that justified the endless slaughter that sustained imperial civilization. Such thoughts had historically resulted in entire bloodlines being fed to the corpse grinders. Valdek approached the Golden Throne with reverent caution, his augmetic sensors registering energy patterns that defied analysis despite millennia of Mechanicus study. The massive device hummed with power that seemed to transcend normal physical laws, its golden surfaces reflecting light that carried undertones of warp energy carefully contained within technological matrices of impossible complexity. The screams of dying psychers echoed through hidden chambers below, their life force consumed to maintain the Emperor's eternal torment.
Master of mankind, the Leagues offer assistance that could preserve your Imperium for millennia, while providing solutions to the Golden Throne's deterioration. Yet accepting such aid requires acknowledging that artificial intelligence need not inevitably become corrupted, that peaceful coexistence with Xenos is possible, and that Imperial doctrine may have been incomplete in its understanding of human survival requirements.
The words hung in the vast chamber like whispered blasphemies, their implications too enormous for normal minds to process completely. For 10,000 years, the Golden Throne had maintained its eternal vigil while imperial civilization struggled against threats that the Leagues claimed could be neutralized through technological cooperation. The possibility that such suffering could have been prevented through different policy choices carried implications that transcended political considerations to touch the very meaning of the Emperor's sacrifice. Billions had died maintaining systems that might have been unnecessary, their agony feeding a machine that could have been perfected millennia ago. The silence that followed seemed to stretch across centuries of accumulated doctrine and established tradition. Deep within the Golden Throne's mechanisms, energies flickered with patterns that might have been consciousness, attempting to communicate across the vast gulf that separated divine transcendence from mortal understanding. Yet no clear answer emerged from the swirling energies that sustained the Emperor's eternal vigil. Only the endless screaming of psychers being consumed to maintain a failing system.
The absence of direct guidance suggests that this decision must be made through mortal wisdom rather than divine revelation. Perhaps the Emperor's silence itself represents a test of our ability to adapt Imperial doctrine to changing galactic circumstances. Or perhaps he simply requires more fuel to provide clearer guidance. The Psyker tithes could be tripled.
The Fabricator General's interpretation carried weight among those who had spent lifetimes seeking to understand the Emperor's will through technological analysis and theological study. If the divine silence represented intentional delegation of authority, rather than simple inability to communicate, then Imperial leaders bore full responsibility for decisions that would determine humanity's future. The screaming from below seemed to intensify, as if the consumed psychers sensed the magnitude of the choice being made. Or perhaps the silence warns us that accepting League assistance would represent fundamental corruption of Imperial principles that could not be tolerated even for survival benefits. The absence of blessing may itself be a form of divine judgment. I have seen the Emperor's wrath manifest in stranger ways. Entire populations consumed by warp storms for lesser infractions. The flames of purification burn brightest when fed by the supposedly righteous.
Veritas countered with interpretations that reflected decades of experience in distinguishing divine will from mortal temptation. The challenge lay in determining whether cooperation with the Leagues represented evolution of Imperial doctrine or abandonment of essential principles that had preserved human civilization through 10 millennia of darkness. Each interpretation could justify genocide on an unprecedented scale. Cooperation that might doom the Imperium's soul while preserving its flesh. As they prepared to leave the Golden Throne chamber, Valdek realized that seeking divine guidance had only emphasized the magnitude of the choice facing Imperial authorities. The decision to accept or reject League assistance would ultimately rest with mortal minds operating according to principles they believed reflected the Emperor's will, yet without clear confirmation that such beliefs remained accurate under current circumstances. The screaming from below followed them as they departed, a reminder that Imperial glory was built upon an ocean of innocent blood.
The Emperor's silence may be the most profound answer we could receive. It suggests that this choice belongs to humanity itself, whether we prove worthy of the cooperation offered by our lost cousins, or whether we cling to familiar certainties while the galaxy burns around us, and the corpse grinders hunger for fresh meat.
The weight of that responsibility pressed against the consciousness of everyone present as they contemplated decisions that would echo across millennia of human history. In the shadow of the Golden Throne, where divine authority met mortal limitation, and the screams of the dying provided the only music, The future of human civilization hung in the balance between wisdom and tradition, adaptation and orthodoxy, survival and the intoxicating pleasure of absolute control through endless slaughter and righteous purification. 6 months after the initial contact with the Leagues of Votan, the Imperial response had crystallized into a decision that would reshape the galaxy itself. In the war rooms of the Imperial Palace, where the fate of human civilization had been decided countless times before through mass execution and planetary sterilization, representatives of the High Lords prepared to announce their choice to a galaxy teetering on the edge of apocalypse. The walls themselves seemed to weep with the blood of countless purges, each stain a testament to Imperial methods of maintaining order through terror. High Lord Commander Militant Voss stood before strategic displays showing the current state of Imperial space, where Chaos incursions continued their relentless expansion, while Tyrannid hive fleets probed defenses that grew weaker with each passing month. The mathematical projections were undeniable. Without fundamental changes to Imperial capabilities, human civilization faced systemic collapse within 2 centuries. Though naturally, the High Lords had considered simply reducing the population by 90% to extend the timeline. The corpse grinders had been working overtime in preparation. The decision has been reached through unprecedented consultation between the highest authorities of Imperial civilization. After extensive theological review, strategic analysis, and consideration of long-term survival requirements, the High Lords have voted to authorize limited cooperation with the entities known as the Leagues of Votan. This decision comes with the understanding that any sign of betrayal or corruption will result in the immediate sterilization of the galactic core and the harvesting of their technology from the ashes. The announcement carried implications that would reverberate across the galaxy like shockwaves from a collapsing star. For the first time in 10 millennia, the Imperium had formally acknowledged the legitimacy of alternative human governments and accepted assistance from technologies that Imperial doctrine had previously declared heretical. Of course, the decision had been reached only after calculating that cooperation offered better odds of maintaining Imperial dominance than the alternative of glorious extinction. The machine of Imperial governance had discovered that dead rulers controlled no one. Valdek felt the weight of historical moment pressing against his augmetic nervous system as he contemplated the role he had played in bringing about this unprecedented change. The data crystal he had carried from the galactic core contained not just technological specifications, but proof that human civilization could achieve transcendence through cooperation rather than conquest. Though the High Lords had made it clear that such cooperation would be conducted at last cannon point, with orbital bombardment platforms maintaining constant targeting solutions on League territories.
The cooperation protocols established with the Leagues represent more than technological exchange or military assistance. They acknowledge that the Emperor's vision was great enough to encompass multiple paths to human survival and advancement. Our lost cousins in the galactic core have shown us what we might become if we prove worthy of their partnership. Assuming they survive the inevitable Imperial purges when their usefulness expires.
The initial cooperation agreements were carefully structured to minimize theological challenges while maximizing strategic benefits. League manufacturing techniques would be implemented gradually through Mechanicus oversight, ensuring that quality control met Imperial standards, while incorporating innovations that could triple production capacity. Naturally, The agreements also included provisions for the systematic lobotomization of League technical specialists should they prove unreliable. Artificial intelligence assistance would be limited to specific applications where chaos corruption risks were minimal and where the AIs could be efficiently destroyed should they develop inconvenient opinions about Imperial methods. Most significantly, joint military operations would be conducted against common threats, Tyranid hive fleets, chaos incursions, and Necron awakening events that endangered both civilizations. The combined capabilities of Imperial numerical superiority and League technological advancement promised defensive capacity that could not only halt galactic deterioration but potentially restore human dominance across vast regions of space. Of course, the Imperial definition of joint operations included contingencies for turning League weapons against their creators should circumstances warrant. The Imperium had never met an ally it didn't eventually betray.
The first joint operation has already been authorized. A combined fleet action against Hive Fleet Jormungandr's advance elements in the Segmentum Solar. League gravitational weapons will provide primary bombardment capability, while Imperial naval forces conduct tactical coordination and planetary evacuation operations. Naturally, our forces will maintain firing solutions on League vessels throughout the engagement. Should their loyalty prove insufficient, the combined fleet will become a significantly smaller Imperial fleet.
The tactical cooperation represented a test case for broader collaboration between civilizations that had developed along divergent lines for 10,000 years. Success would prove that Imperial and League military doctrines could be integrated effectively, despite fundamental differences in technological approach and strategic philosophy. Failure would provide an excellent excuse for implementing the final solution to the League problem that several High Lords had been eagerly planning. The Imperium had perfected the art of turning cooperation into conquest, and the Leagues would learn this lesson in blood if necessary. Beyond immediate military applications, the long-term implications of Imperial League cooperation were staggering in scope. Educational exchange programs would allow Imperial tech adepts to study League manufacturing techniques, while kin engineers examined Imperial mass production systems, under heavy guard and with explosive collars to ensure proper behavior. Cultural missions would explore the philosophical differences that had led to such divergent development paths, while seeking common ground for continued collaboration. Assuming the cultural exchanges survived the inevitable purges when Imperial authorities decided the Leagues had outlived their usefulness. Perhaps most remarkably, preliminary discussions had begun regarding potential solutions to the Golden Throne's deterioration. League quantum mechanical engineers believed they could stabilize the device's failing systems while maintaining its essential functions, potentially extending the Emperor's vigil indefinitely without requiring the massive psychic sacrifices that sustained current operations. Of course, any League personnel working on the Golden Throne would be subjected to immediate lobotomization afterward, ensuring their silence while preserving their technical knowledge for Imperial use.
The cooperation agreements include provisions for theological dialogue between Imperial ecclesiarchy representatives and League ancestor cores. The artificial intelligences that guide kin civilization have expressed willingness to has been unable to fully comprehend, assuming the AIs survive the inevitable attempts to capture and dissect them for Imperial study.
The prospect of theological dialogue with artificial intelligences represented either the greatest opportunity for spiritual advancement in Imperial history, or the most sophisticated heretical temptation ever encountered. The ancestor cores claimed to possess wisdom accumulated across millennia of guiding human development, including insights into the nature of consciousness, spirituality, and divine authority that could revolutionize Imperial understanding of the Emperor's true nature. Of course, such revolutionary understanding would be carefully controlled by Imperial authorities, threatening who had perfected the art of turning divine revelation into tools of oppression and control. As news of the cooperation agreements spread throughout Imperial space, reactions ranged from cautious optimism to outright religious rebellion. Some sectors, while others declared the agreements heretical and began preparing for civil war, rather than accept cooperation with artificial intelligences and alien-influenced humans. The Imperium had always maintained unity through the simple expedient of burning anyone who disagreed, and the pyres were already being prepared for those who questioned the wisdom of Imperial policy.
The challenges ahead will test Imperial unity more severely than any external threat we have faced. Yet the alternative to adaptation is extinction, and the Emperor's children have not survived 10 millennia of darkness to surrender when hope finally appears among the stars. Those who question the wisdom of this decision will discover that Imperial justice burns as brightly as ever. The cooperation with the Leagues changes nothing about our commitment to maintaining order through superior firepower and righteous purification.
The First League diplomatic mission to Terra was scheduled to arrive within the year, carrying representatives who would establish permanent liaison offices and begin the complex process of integrating two radically different approaches to human civilization. The delegation would include Khal military advisors, Brokir engineering specialists, and most controversially, Ironkin artificial intelligences, whose presence on Terra would mark the first time thinking machines had operated openly within Imperial space since the Age of Strife. Of course, the delegates would be subjected to constant surveillance, regular interrogation, and the ever-present threat of immediate execution should they prove insufficiently cooperative. Valdek realized that his mission to investigate strange signals in the galactic core had achieved something unprecedented in Imperial history. The discovery that humanity's future need not be defined by endless struggle against impossible odds. The Leagues of Votan represented proof that human civilization could transcend its current limitations while maintaining essential human values. Though naturally, the Imperium would ensure that such transcendence occurred strictly according to Imperial specifications, with appropriate safeguards to prevent inconvenient developments or moral dependence or moral objections to Imperial methods.
The signals we detected in the galactic core were more than energy emissions from unknown technology. They were messages from humanity's future, calling us to remember that cooperation and innovation can achieve what conquest and orthodoxy never could. The age of isolation is ending, and the age of true human unity is about to begin. assuming the League survived their introduction to Imperial hospitality.
The cooperation with the Leagues marked the beginning of the most significant transformation in Imperial civilization since the Horus Heresy. Whether it would lead to unprecedented heights of human achievement or catastrophic civil war remained to be determined by the choices made in the coming years. Yet for the first time in 10 millennia, the Imperium faced its future with hope rather than mere defiance. Though naturally, such hope was tempered by the comforting certainty that any betrayal would be met with orbital bombardment and the systematic extermination of entire populations. In the depths of the galactic core, League fleets prepared for their journey to Imperial space, carrying technologies and wisdom that could either save human civilization or transform it beyond recognition. The galaxy watched with a mixture of anticipation and dread as two branches of humanity's family tree prepared to reunite after 10,000 years of separate evolution. The Imperium had extended the hand of friendship, though as always, that hand gripped a loaded bolt pistol and smiled with the serene confidence of those who had perfected the art of turning cooperation into conquest. The age of the Leagues of Votan had begun, and nothing would ever be the same, assuming anything survived to witness the transformation. The incense burns acrid in my nostrils as I stand vigil beside the golden throne. And I remember when such smoke would have been heresy. 10,000 years of breathing this sanctified air. 10,000 years of watching pilgrims prostrate themselves before my master. 10,000 years of listening to prayers echo through halls that once rang with the clarion call of science and reason. I am Aurelius Corvanis, tribune of the Adeptus Custodes, and I have lived long enough to see the greatest lie in human history become the most terrible truth. But it was not always thus. I remember when the Emperor of mankind walked among us not as a god, but as a man. The greatest of men, perhaps, but a man nonetheless. I remember when his voice carried the promise of liberation from the darkness of superstition, when his words cut through millennia of religious madness like a golden blade through shadow. I remember the imperial truth, and I remember believing in it with every fiber of my genetically perfected being. It was during the 203rd year of the Great Crusade when I first truly understood what my master sought to accomplish. I had been chosen from among the custodian guard to accompany him on a mission of particular significance. Not to some distant star system requiring liberation from Xenos or compliance from human holdouts, but to a place much closer to home. Terra itself still bore the scars of the Age of Strife, and in the ruins of what had once been called Europe, stubborn pockets of the old ways persisted, like infected wounds that refused to heal. The morning was gray and bitter when we descended upon the village of Korith, our golden aquillas gleaming against the overcast sky. The settlement was nothing remarkable, perhaps 3,000 souls eking out an existence among the radioactive ruins of their ancestors' folly. But they had committed the gravest sin possible in my master's eyes. They had built a shrine. It was a pathetic thing, really. Crude stones arranged in a circle, with a rough-hewn altar at its center.
stained dark with the blood of sacrificial animals. Around it, the villagers had carved symbols that hurt to look upon, twisting runes that seemed to writhe when caught in peripheral vision, sigils that spoke of dark powers beyond the material realm. The local militia had tried to stop us, of course. Their crude weapons had lasted perhaps 30 seconds against our guardian spears before they lay dead in the radioactive mud. The wept, and children hid behind their mothers' skirts. He spoke to them of science and reason, of the poison that was faith, of the bright future that awaited humanity once it cast off the shackles of superstition. His words carried the weight of absolute authority, yet I could see in the villagers' eyes that they heard only the voice of something beyond mortal ken. "You worship lies," he told the village elder, a withered crone who had thrown herself prostrate before him. "You sacrifice to phantoms that exist only in your corrupted minds. There are no gods, woman. There is only the material universe and the laws that govern it." But even as he spoke these words, I could not help but notice how the very ground seemed to tremble beneath his feet, how the air itself shimmered with barely contained power. The villagers saw it too. In their simple minds, they could not reconcile the Emperor's denial of divinity with the evidence of their own senses. Here stood a being of such overwhelming presence that reality bent around him, yet he insisted he was merely a man. The destruction that followed was thorough and methodical. The shrine was pulled down stone by stone, its blasphemous carvings ground to dust beneath our boots. The ritual implements were burned, their smoke rising like incense to a sky that would no longer listen to prayers. Those villagers who could not be made to see reason were given the Emperor's mercy, a quick death rather than a lifetime of delusion. As we departed that ruined place, I found myself troubled by questions I dared not voice. If the Emperor was truly just a man as he claimed, then why did his presence inspire such awe? Why did hardened warriors kneel unbidden in his presence? Why did the very laws of physics seem to bend to his will? I pushed these thoughts aside, as I had been trained to do. Doubt was weakness, and weakness had no place in the heart of a custodian. But the seed had been planted, and over the long millennia that followed, it would grow into a terrible understanding. The understanding of the greatest lie ever told. The imperial truth. How those words ring hollow now, 10,000 years later, as I stand guard over the withered corpse of the very man who proclaimed them. But in those early days of the Great Crusade, they burned bright with the promise of liberation. Mankind would be free, free from the tyranny of gods and spirits, free from the darkness of ignorance, free to claim its birthright among the stars. I remember the iterators who accompanied our fleets, those silver-tongued heralds of reason who carried the Emperor's message to the far corners of the galaxy. Cyril Sinderman was among the finest of them, a man whose eloquence could turn the most devout believers into rational skeptics with nothing more than words. I heard him speak many times during the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet's campaigns, watched him systematically dismantle entire belief systems with the precision of a surgeon. Religion, he would tell his audiences, is a cancer that has metastasized through the body of human civilization. It has driven us to madness, to war, to murder. It has made us slaves to invisible masters who demand everything and give nothing in return. But no more. The Emperor has shown us a better way. The way of truth, of science, of reason. The crowds would listen, rapt with attention, as Sinderman painted a vision of humanity's future. No more would children be sacrificed to appease hungry gods. No more would wars be fought over the color of ceremonial vestments or the proper pronunciation of sacred names. No more would progress be stifled by the dead hand of tradition. Science would light the way forward, and knowledge would be humanity's sword and shield against the darkness. It was a beautiful vision, and I believed in it utterly. We all did. How could we not when we saw the evidence of its truth every day? The worlds we brought into compliance were transformed, their populations lifted from ignorance into enlightenment. Diseases that had been attributed to divine punishment were cured by medicine. Natural disasters that had been seen as expressions of divine wrath were predicted and mitigated by science. The very stars themselves, once thought to be the eyes of watching gods, were revealed to be nothing more than distant suns like our own. But even then, there were signs that the truth was more complex than we allowed ourselves to see. I witnessed things during those campaigns that should have been impossible, according to the materialist doctrine we espoused. Psychers who could peer across vast distances with their minds. Technologies that seemed to function through force of will rather than mechanical principles. Creatures that defied every known law of biology, yet nevertheless existed. The Emperor explained these things away, of course. Psychers were simply humans who had evolved beyond the baseline norm, their abilities no more supernatural than a bird's flight or a fish's ability to breathe underwater. The strange technologies were products of advanced science that we did not yet understand. The impossible creatures were evolutionary aberrations, products of genetic drift and environmental adaptation. His explanations were always logical, always rational, always grounded in scientific principle. And yet, there was something in his eyes when he spoke of these things, a shadow of knowledge that he did not share. I began to suspect that the Emperor knew more about the true nature of reality than he was willing to admit, even to his most trusted servants. The breaking point came during the Ulanor Crusade, when I witnessed the Emperor face off against the Orc war boss known as Erlak Erg. I had seen my master in battle before, had watched him cut through armies with a grace and power that defied mortal comprehension. But this was different. As he fought the massive greenskin, I saw something that shook me to my very core. For just a moment, as the Emperor raised his sword for the killing blow, I saw him not as he appeared to mortal eyes, but as he truly was. The golden armor fell away like an illusion, revealing something vast and terrible and utterly inhuman. Wings of fire spread from his shoulders, and his face was the face of a god. The vision lasted only an instant before my enhanced mind rejected what it had seen, filing the experience away as battlefield stress or some trick of the light. But the memory lingered, a splinter of doubt that would fester in the dark corners of my consciousness for millennia to come. After Ulanor, things began to change. The Emperor withdrew from active participation in the crusade, returning to Terra to pursue some secret project that he shared with no one, save perhaps Malcador. He spoke of pressing research, of vital work that would secure humanity's future. But I could not shake the feeling that he was running from something, perhaps from the very truth he had spent centuries proclaiming. It was around this time that I first began to hear whispered reports of unauthorized religious activities within the Crusade fleets. Small groups of soldiers and crew members had begun gathering in secret, sharing forbidden texts and engaging in rituals that bore an uncomfortable resemblance to the very practices we had spent 2 centuries destroying. The authorities moved quickly to suppress these gatherings, but for every cell that was discovered and disbanded, 2 more seemed to spring up in its place. Most disturbing of all were the reports of what these clandestine worshippers actually believed. They were not returning to the old gods of Terra or the alien deities we had encountered on distant worlds. Instead, they had created something new, a faith centered around the Emperor himself. They called him the God Emperor, the savior of mankind, the divine light that would guide humanity to its ultimate destiny. They crafted prayers in his name and built shrines in his honor. They spoke of miracles and divine interventions, of how the Emperor's protection had saved them from certain death in the heat of battle. The irony was not lost on me. In his quest to destroy religion, the Emperor had become the object of the very devotion he sought to eliminate. The more he denied his divinity, the more his followers insisted upon it. The more he proclaimed the imperial truth, the more they worshipped him as its divine source. I wondered sometimes if he knew what was happening. If he was aware of the growing cult that gathered in his name. If he was, he gave no sign of it. The official response remained unchanged. Unauthorized religious activity was strictly forbidden, and those who engaged in it would face severe punishment. The imperial truth brooked no exceptions, not even for those who wished to worship its architect. But late at night, as I stood guard over his private chambers, I sometimes heard him speak to himself in words that seemed to carry the weight of prophecy. The future is dark, he would murmur, staring out at the distant stars. So much darker than they know. But perhaps in their ignorance, they will find strength. I did not understand these words then. I thought them merely the musings of a brilliant mind grappling with complex strategic considerations. It would be millennia before I realized that the Emperor was not predicting the future. He was accepting it. Of all the moments that defined the Great Crusade's gradual descent into the very fanaticism it was meant to eradicate, none stands as starkly in my memory as the day we arrived at Monarchia. I had served as witness to countless compliances, watched entire civilizations bow before the Emperor's truth. But nothing had prepared me for what I would see on the world the word-bearers had claimed to transform into their masterpiece. Kerr hung in the void like a golden jewel, its surface gleaming with the reflected light of 1,000 temples and monuments. From orbit, Monarchia appeared to be what its creators claimed: a perfect city, a monument to human achievement and enlightenment. But as our assault craft descended through the atmosphere, the bitter irony of what lay below became impossible to ignore. This was no celebration of the imperial truth. This was religion incarnate, crystallized in stone and metal, and the fevered devotion of millions of believers. Every street was a pilgrimage route, every building a shrine to the God Emperor of mankind. Statues of my master rose from public squares like golden giants, their faces cast in expressions of benevolent divinity. Cathedrals stretched toward the sky, their spires crowned with aquila symbols that had been transformed from imperial eagles into sacred totems of faith. I had read the reports, of course. I knew that Lorgar and his word-bearers had been spending decades on each world they conquered, building not just compliance but worship, where other legions moved swiftly from one target to the next. The 17th Legion lingered, crafting elaborate monuments to what they insisted was the Emperor's divine nature. Their Primarch had written a book, the Lectitio Divinitatus, that proclaimed the Emperor as humanity's one true God, and his sons had spent the better part of a century spreading that gospel across dozens of worlds. But seeing it in person was different. Walking through those pristine streets while millions of citizens prostrated themselves in worship, watching children cast flower petals before our feet while chanting prayers in High Gothic, it was a betrayal of everything the Great Crusade represented. These people had been liberated from the darkness of ignorance, only to be enslaved by a new superstition, one that placed my master at its center. And yet, I could not deny the power of what Lorgar had created. The citizens of Monarchia were not the broken, oppressed masses we so often encountered on worlds ruled by tyrant priests. They were healthy, educated, prosperous. Their city was a marvel of engineering and artistry. Its gardens lush and its architecture sublime. Crime was virtually non-existent. Poverty had been eliminated. And the people seemed genuinely happy in their devotion. It was, in many ways, exactly what the imperial truth had promised. A perfect human society, free from want and strife. The only problem was that it had been built on the foundation of faith rather than reason, worship rather than understanding. The Emperor's reaction was swift and terrible. The Ultramarines arrived first, their blue and gold battle plate a stark contrast to the Word-Bearer's crimson livery. Robout Gilliman led them personally, his face a mask of cold disapproval as he surveyed the monuments to his father's supposed divinity. Behind him came regiments of Imperial army, their faces hidden behind void masks that made them look like angels of judgment. I watched from the command deck of the Emperor's flagship as the bombardment began. Lasfire rained down from orbit, precise and controlled, targeting the largest temples and monuments. The citizens of Monarchia tried to shelter in their sacred places, believing perhaps that the Emperor's divine protection would shield them from harm. They were wrong. Building by building, statue by statue, the perfect city was reduced to ash and rubble. The great cathedrals collapsed in on themselves, their soaring spires crashing down into the streets below. The golden monuments melted under the sustained barrage, their molten remains flowing like tears across the devastated landscape. By the time the bombardment ceased, nothing remained of Lorgar's masterpiece but ruins and silence. Then came the most terrible moment of all. The Emperor descended to the planet's surface. His presence so overwhelming that reality itself seemed to bend around him. The surviving word-bearers were forced to kneel, not by enemy weapons, but by the sheer psychic pressure of their father's displeasure. 100,000 space marines, warriors who had conquered star systems and toppled empires, prostrated themselves in the ashes of their greatest achievement. "You are a general, my son," the Emperor said, his voice carrying across the ruined city with the force of a physical blow. "Not a high priest. You were created for war, for conquest, to reunite the human race under the aegis of truth, not to plant the seeds of superstition that have already taken root and grown dark. This is worship. This is a poison to truth." I saw Lorgar's face as his father spoke those words, saw the pain and confusion and slowly dawning horror that passed across his features. The Primarch had genuinely believed he was honoring the Emperor, had thought himself the most loyal of sons. To learn that his devotion was not just unwanted, but actively despised, was a blow that struck deeper than any physical wound. "Rise," the Emperor commanded, and the word-bearers slowly struggled to their feet. Ash and dust stained their crimson armor, and I could see the doubt that had taken root in their eyes. Some still looked upon their Gene Father with something approaching worship, but others looked upon him with the cold calculation of those who had been betrayed. What happened next would haunt me for millennia. As the Emperor turned to leave, Lorgar called out to him with a voice thick with anguish. "Tell me why, Father. Tell me why our devotion offends you. Are you not divine? Are you not worthy of worship?" The Emperor paused, and for a moment I thought he might offer some explanation. Some words of comfort to soften the blow he had just delivered. Instead, he spoke a single word that would echo through history like a death knell. No. It was the greatest lie ever told. I knew it even then, though I could not yet bring myself to acknowledge the truth. The being who denied his divinity while walking on air, who proclaimed the primacy of reason while bending reality to his will, who destroyed religions while inspiring the very faith he sought to eliminate. This was no mere man, no matter what he claimed. As we departed Kerr, I found myself thinking of the citizens of Monarchia. Most were dead now, buried beneath the rubble of their perfect city. Those who survived would scatter across the galaxy, carrying with them the memory of what they had lost, and the bitter knowledge that their God had abandoned them. Some would renounce their faith as the Emperor intended, but others would cling to it all the more desperately, seeing in their suffering proof of their divine persecution. The Emperor had sought to kill the religion by destroying its greatest shrine. Instead, he had created martyrs, and martyrs were the seeds from which new faiths grew. In the years that followed, I would watch that faith spread throughout the Imperium like wildfire, fueled by whispered stories of the perfect city and the God who had denied his own divinity. Lorgar himself would fall to chaos within the decade. His betrayal perhaps inevitable after such a devastating rejection. But the book he had written, the Lectitio Divinitatis, would survive and spread. Its words would find fertile ground in the hearts of those who had witnessed the Emperor's power and refused to believe his denials of divinity. Standing here now, 10 millennia later, surrounded by the endless prayers and rituals of the imperial cult, I can see the thread that connects Monarchia to this moment. The Emperor's rejection of Lorgar's faith did not destroy it. It merely drove it underground, where it festered and grew and eventually consumed the very Imperium he had built. He had sought to save humanity from the prison of faith. Instead, he had become its eternal warden. Deep beneath the Imperial Palace, in chambers that few living beings had ever seen, I watched my master fight a war that would define the next 10,000 years of human history. The Webway Project, that grand design meant to free humanity from dependence upon the warp, had become instead a nightmare corridor where demons poured endlessly through a breach that could not be sealed. For 5 years, we fought in those tunnels. 5 years of endless war against entities that should not exist, in a realm that violated every law of physics the Imperial truth held sacred. 5 years of watching reality itself bend and twist under the assault of pure chaos, while my master sat motionless on the golden throne, his psychic might the only thing preventing the complete collapse of his greatest work. I had served alongside Constantin Valdor during those dark years, the first Captain General whose unwavering loyalty had become the foundation upon which the entire Custodian Guard was built. But even Valdor struggled with what we witnessed in the deep places beneath Terra. How could we reconcile our rational world view with the horrors that clawed their way through the dimensional barriers? How could we maintain faith in the Imperial truth when confronted daily with proof of the immaterial realm's malevolent power? Do you ever wonder, Valdor asked me one day as we stood watch over a sealed breach point, whether we are fighting the right war? The question caught me off guard. Valdor was not given to philosophical speculation. His focus had always been absolute, his loyalty beyond question. To hear doubt in his voice was as shocking as hearing the Emperor himself cry out in pain. "What do you mean?" I asked. "The Emperor tells us there are no gods," Valdor said, gesturing toward the sealed portal where daimonic claws still scratched against the barriers holding them back. "Yet we fight creatures that claim divine authority. He insists that religion is poison, yet our enemies are fueled by faith so absolute it grants them power over reality itself. He demands rational explanations for everything, yet his own abilities..." He trailed off, shaking his head. I understood his confusion. We had all seen the Emperor's power at work in the Webway. Not just his psychic might, but something deeper and more fundamental. When he focused his will upon a breach, daemons fled screaming back into the Immaterium. When he spoke words of binding, the very walls of reality grew stronger. When he commanded the Astronomicon to burn brighter, its light reached across the galaxy to guide Imperial ships home. These were not the actions of a mortal man, no matter how enhanced or evolved. They were the deeds of something that transcended the material universe, something that existed on a level beyond our comprehension. Yet the Emperor continued to insist upon his humanity, even as he performed feats that made a mockery of such claims. The breaking point came during the final assault on the breach chamber. Horus had broken through the inner palace defenses, and the Emperor had no choice but to abandon his vigil on the golden throne to face his fallen son. Before he left, he gave us our final orders. The breach must be held, he said, his voice carrying the weight of absolute command. No matter the cost, if the daemons break through while I am gone, Terra falls, the Imperium falls. Everything we have built turns to ash. We held for 3 days. We fought against an endless tide of horrors, while the throne sat empty and the barriers grew weaker with each passing hour. The mechanisms of Damocles deployed their most terrible weapons, graviton pulse generators that could collapse space itself, vortex bombs that opened tears into the void. But still the daemons came. I watched brave custodians fall one by one, their gene-forged perfection meaning nothing against entities that existed beyond the reach of physical law. Aquilon of the Dread Host died holding the eastern approach, his body torn apart by claws that existed in 17 dimensions simultaneously. Carthane Rictus fell protecting a critical junction, his guardian's spear melting in his hands as he faced down a greater demon whose very presence set reality ablaze. But the worst part was not the dying. It was the understanding that slowly dawned upon us as we fought. These creatures were not mere aliens or genetic deviants. They were expressions of fundamental forces that existed in opposition to everything the imperial truth represented. They were born from emotion and fed upon faith, sustained by the very beliefs that our rational worldview sought to eliminate. And they spoke of the Emperor with a familiarity that chilled my blood. The anathema comes, they would hiss as they died beneath our blades. The corpse God stirs upon his throne. The false prophet of the material realm seeks to deny the truth of the warp. These were not the words of enemies encountering an unknown foe. They knew him. They had always known him, and their hatred was personal in a way that spoke of conflicts far older than the Great Crusade. When the Emperor finally returned from his battle with Horus, he was broken in ways that went beyond the physical. The damage to his body was terrible. I could smell the burned flesh and see the ruin that the arch-traitor's claws had made of his perfect form. But there was something else. Something in his eyes that spoke of a defeat that cut deeper than any wound. He resumed his place upon the golden throne without a word, his will once again holding back the demonic tide, but I could see that something fundamental had changed. The barriers he maintained were not as strong as they had been before. The light of the Astronomicon flickered where once it had burned steady, and in his silence, I heard the echo of words spoken long ago by the last priest on Terra. Beware that your subjects do not begin to see you as a god. The Emperor had rejected that warning, insisting that his rationalist education would prevent such superstition from taking root. But here, in the darkest hour of the Imperium's history, I began to understand the terrible irony of what he had created. In seeking to destroy religion, he had made himself the object of worship. In denying the power of faith, he had inspired absolute devotion. In proclaiming the supremacy of reason, he had driven his followers to seek meaning beyond the material realm. The Webway War was lost. The great dream of freeing humanity from warp dependence lay in ruins, and the Emperor was bound to the Golden Throne for what might well be eternity. But the true defeat was not strategic or tactical, it was philosophical. The imperial truth had failed, not because it was implemented poorly, but because it was based upon a fundamental misunderstanding of human nature. People needed something to believe in, something greater than themselves to give meaning to their existence. The Emperor had sought to fill that need with science and reason, but in the face of genuine horror and supernatural threat, such cold comfort was not enough. Faith, meanwhile, had proven itself to be a genuine force in the material universe. Not the crude superstitions of primitive cultures, but something deeper and more real, the human capacity to impose meaning and purpose upon an otherwise random cosmos. The very existence of chaos proved that belief could reshape reality, that the immaterial realm was every bit as valid as the physical one. As I took my position among the new generation of gods who would maintain the eternal vigil, I found myself wondering if the Emperor had known this all along. Had he foreseen that his denial of divinity would only inspire greater worship? Had he understood that his crusade against religion would ultimately create the very faith-based state that the Imperium had become? If so, then the imperial truth was not a failure, it was a sacrifice. A necessary lie told to prepare humanity for the greater truth that would follow. In denying his godhood, he had made it inevitable that future generations would have no choice but to embrace it. The underground faith that had begun during the Great Crusade was about to emerge into the light. And the Emperor, broken, dying, but still somehow divine, would become exactly what he had always claimed he was not. The greatest hypocrite in human history was about to become its eternal god. The Emperor's last words to me were spoken in the deepest chambers of the Imperial Palace. In those final hours, before his interment upon the golden throne became permanent. I had been chosen to accompany Diocletian Chorus during what we all knew would be our final audience with the master we had served for centuries. What I heard in that chamber would haunt me across the millennia that followed. He was dying. Even through the sophisticated life support systems and psychic amplifiers of the throne, I could see that the wounds Horus had inflicted were beyond any mortal power to heal. His golden armor had been replaced with life-sustaining machinery that hummed and clicked with mechanical precision, but the body within was failing by degrees. Only his indomitable will kept him conscious, and even that was beginning to fray at the edges. "The war is over," he said, his voice a hollow whisper that seemed to echo from some vast distance. "Win or lose, Horus has damned us all. Mankind will share in his ignorance until the last man or woman draws the species' last breath." Diocletian stepped forward, his face grave behind his helm. "Master, the traitor legions are scattered. The Imperium holds. Your victory was complete." The Emperor's laugh was a terrible sound, empty of all mirth. "Victory? You call this victory? Look around you, Diocletian. See what my great design has become." I followed his gaze, though there was little to see in that sterile chamber, save for banks of machinery and the endless flow of data streams monitoring the Astronomican's function. But I understood what he meant. Outside these walls, the Imperium was transforming into something he had never intended it to become. "The Webway project is ruined," the Emperor continued. "Humanity will remain dependent upon warp travel for millennia to come. The imperial truth lies in ruins, replaced by the very superstitions I sought to eliminate. My sons are dead or scattered, and those who remain loyal do so out of habit rather than understanding." His eyes, those terrible, ancient eyes that had seen the rise and fall of civilizations, turned to fix upon me with an intensity that made my enhanced nervous system scream warnings. "Do you know what I am, Aurelius?" The question caught me unprepared. I had assumed he knew my name. Of course, he was the Emperor, master of all humanity. But hearing it spoken aloud was still somehow shocking. "You are the Emperor of mankind," I said, giving the only answer I had ever known. "That is what I have chosen to be," he corrected, "but it is not what I am. Do you truly believe that a mere man, no matter how enhanced or evolved, could have accomplished what I have accomplished? Do you think mortal flesh could have survived the trials I have endured, could wield the power I command?" I said nothing. The questions touched upon doubts I had harbored for centuries, but never dared voice. "I am what you would call a god," he said, and the words fell into the chamber like stones into still water. one of many such beings that humanity has worshipped across the millennia. But unlike my peers, I chose to reject divinity in favor of something greater, the elevation of the species that created me. The revelation hit me like a physical blow. Everything I had believed, everything I had fought for, had been built upon a lie. The imperial truth was false not because religion was correct, but because its very architect was the thing he claimed did not exist. Why? I managed to ask. Why deny what you are? Because worship is a poison, he said, and for a moment his voice carried echoes of the authority I remembered from the Great Crusade. When humans worship gods, they surrender their agency, their potential, their very humanity. They become slaves to beings who care nothing for their welfare. I sought to break that cycle, to create a species that would stand as equals rather than kneel as supplicants.
But it failed, Diocletian observed. The people worship you regardless of your denials. Yes, the Emperor agreed. And I could hear infinite sadness in that single word. It failed because I underestimated the human need for meaning, for purpose beyond the material realm. I thought education and reason would suffice. But when faced with genuine horror, people turn to faith, whether it is offered or not. He gestured weakly toward the machinery that sustained him. Tubes and wires threading through his broken form like technological prayer beads. This is the price of my hypocrisy. I denied my nature while relying upon it to accomplish my goals. I proclaimed the supremacy of reason while wielding powers that reason cannot explain. I demanded that my subjects abandon faith, while being myself the greatest expression of humanity's capacity for creating gods. What happens now? I asked. Now his laughter returned, bitter and hollow. Now I become what I always refused to be. The Imperium will survive by believing in me as a god, and I will be too weak to correct them. The imperial cult will grow until it consumes the very rationality I sought to protect. Humanity will kneel before my corpse and call it salvation. The implications were staggering. The Emperor was not just predicting the future, he was accepting it. The transformation from enlightened secular state to theocratic dystopia was not some unforeseen consequence, but an inevitable result of his own contradictory nature. The irony is perfect, he continued. In death,
I will accomplish what I could never achieve in life. My denial of divinity will make my godhood inevitable. My rejection of worship will transform me into the ultimate object of veneration. The imperial truth will become the greatest lie ever told, and I will be its eternal proof. I wanted to deny his words, to insist that the Imperium would remain true to its founding principles. But even then, in those final hours, I could see the signs of change beginning to manifest. The underground cults were growing bolder, their prayers spoken more openly. The official prohibition on religious activity was becoming increasingly hollow as commanders turned blind eyes to practices that improved morale and fighting effectiveness. Malcador had already made his decision, though it would not be officially announced for years to come. The Lectitio Divinitatis would be permitted, then encouraged, then eventually mandated. The temple of the Savior Emperor would rise from the ashes of the imperial truth like a phoenix born from self-immolation. "Will you try to stop it?" Diocletian asked. The emperor was quiet for a long moment, his breathing the only sound in the chamber, save for the omnipresent hum of machinery. "No," he said finally. "I am too weak now, too dependent upon the very faith I once rejected. The prayers of the faithful sustain me as much as these machines. Their worship feeds the Astronomicon that guides ships through the warp. Their devotion strengthens the barriers that hold back the tide of chaos." His eyes closed, and for a moment I thought he had lost consciousness. But then he spoke again, his voice barely audible. "I spent 30,000 years trying to lift humanity above the need for gods. Now I will spend eternity as their prisoner, sustained by the very thing I sought to destroy. The road to hell, they say, is paved with good intentions. I built that road with my own hands, and now I must walk it to its end." Those were the last words he spoke to me directly. Within hours, the Emperor was sealed permanently within the Golden Throne, his consciousness absorbed into the maintaining of systems too vital to fail. He became the god he had always denied being, sustained by the faith he had always rejected, worshipped by the species he had tried to save from the very thing he would become. Standing here now, 10,000 years later, I can see the full scope of his transformation. The dying light of the imperial truth has been replaced by the eternal flame of the imperial cult. The rational secular state he built has become the most fanatically religious empire in human history. The god who refused to be a god has become the most absolute deity humanity has ever known. And I, his faithful guardian, stand watch over the greatest hypocrite in human history, knowing that this hypocrisy was perhaps the only thing that could have saved us all. In the decades following the Emperor's entombment, I watched with growing unease as the Imperium slowly transformed from within. The change was subtle at first, whispered prayers in dark corners, small shrines hidden beneath regulation equipment, the gradual softening of punishments for unauthorized religious activity. But as the years passed, what had once been underground movements began to emerge into the light. Euphrates Keeler was among the first to be officially recognized as a saint, though that title would not become formal doctrine for centuries to come. I had observed her transformation during the heresy, watched her evolve from a simple remembrancer into something that defied every principle of the imperial truth. But it was in the aftermath of Terra's devastation that her true power became impossible to ignore. The siege had left millions of refugees scattered across the planet's ravaged surface. Entire hab blocks lay in ruins, their populations trapped beneath rubble or wandering the wasteland in search of food and shelter. The administratum was overwhelmed, the imperial army was exhausted, and the basic infrastructure that sustained life on Terra had been shattered beyond quick repair. Into this chaos came Keeler and her growing band of followers. They called themselves the Daughters of the Emperor, though men were welcomed among their ranks. They wore simple grey robes marked with the Aquila symbol, and they moved through the ruins like angels of mercy, bringing aid to those who had been forgotten by the official relief efforts. I witnessed one of their operations personally while conducting a patrol through the Sanguinary district. A hab tower had partially collapsed during the final bombardment, trapping hundreds of civilians in the lower levels. The Mechanicum had declared the structure too unstable for rescue operations, condemning those within to a slow death by starvation and suffocation. Keeler arrived with perhaps 50 followers, none of them equipped with proper excavation gear or heavy lifting equipment. By all rational calculation, their mission was hopeless. The tonnage of debris was beyond their capacity to move, and the structure's continued instability made any rescue attempt tantamount to suicide. But I watched them work for 3 days straight, lifting stones that should have required machinery, finding paths through wreckage that appeared solid, somehow knowing exactly where to dig to reach the trapped survivors. And as they worked, they sang, not the regimental hymns of the Imperial Army or the work songs of the labor gangs, but something new and strange. The Emperor protects, they sang. their voices rising above the sound of shifting rubble. His light guides us through the darkness. His strength flows through our hands. In his name, we shall not fail. The final miracle came on the third day. A massive support beam, weakened by the bombardment, finally gave way and began to collapse toward a group of rescuers. By every law of physics, they should have been crushed to paste beneath tons of falling masonry. Instead, the beam simply stopped. It hung in the air for perhaps 5 seconds, long enough for the workers to scramble to safety, then crashed down harmlessly onto empty ground. 237 people were pulled alive from that wreckage. According to the Mechanicum's calculations, fewer than a dozen should have survived the initial collapse. Yet here they were, men and women and children who owed their lives to the efforts of people who had achieved the impossible through nothing more than faith and determination. The official reports classified the incident as a case of superior engineering analysis and exceptional physical performance. But I had been there. I had seen what really happened. And I was not the only witness. Word of the daughter's miraculous rescue spread throughout the refugee camps and survivor settlements. More people began to seek them out, not just for aid, but for something deeper: hope, purpose, meaning in the face of overwhelming devastation. The gray robes became a common sight in the ruins, and their simple prayer became a rallying cry for those who had lost everything. Kirill Sinderman, now openly wearing the robes of a confessor, began documenting these events with the same meticulous attention to detail he had once applied to iterator protocols. His reports, compiled into what would eventually become the testimonies of the first saints, provided detailed accounts of dozens of similar incidents. At the Meridian Gate, Sister Thessaly had led a small group of civilians to safety through a minefield that should have killed them all. Somehow, none of the buried explosives detonated, despite clear evidence that they had been stepped upon multiple times. In the Sanguinary District, Brother Marcus had distributed food to a gathering of 3,000 refugees, using supplies that should have fed perhaps 50 people. Yet everyone ate their fill, and baskets of bread remained when the meal was done. At the Eternity Gate itself, Sister Bethany had tended to wounded soldiers whose injuries were beyond medical intervention. Men who should have died from blood loss or organ failure instead recovered completely, their wounds healing with supernatural speed. Each incident was carefully investigated by Administratum officials, who were still attempting to maintain the fiction of the imperial truth. They produced reports filled with technical explanations and rational justifications for what had occurred. But the witnesses knew what they had seen, and their testimonies spread faster than any official pronouncement. I found myself in an increasingly difficult position as these events multiplied. My duty as a custodian required me to uphold imperial law, which still officially prohibited unauthorized religious activity. Yet I could not deny the evidence of my own senses. These people were accomplishing things that should have been impossible, and they were doing so through the power of their faith in the Emperor. The breaking point came during what historians would later call the miracle of the Astronomicon. The great beacon that guided Imperial ships through the warp had been damaged during the siege. Its psychic resonance weakened to the point where entire sectors were cut off from Terra. The tech priests worked frantically to repair the mechanisms, but their efforts were proving insufficient. Then Keeler announced that she and her followers would hold a vigil at the base of the Astronomicon Tower. They gathered there in their thousands, not just the daughters, but ordinary citizens who had heard of their works and chosen to believe. For 3 days and nights, they prayed without cease, their voices rising in unison as they called upon the Emperor's light to guide humanity home. On the 3rd night, the Astronomicon flared to life with a brilliance not seen since before the heresy. Its beam reached across the galaxy, piercing through warp storms that had raged for years, and bringing salvation to countless ships lost in the Immaterium's depths. The tech priests could provide no explanation for what had occurred. Their instruments showed no change in the mechanical systems that powered the beacon. But every soul on Terra had felt it. A moment of perfect clarity when the Emperor's presence seemed to fill the entire world, washing away doubt and despair like light banishing shadow. In that moment, the last pretense of the imperial truth crumbled into dust. The next morning, Malkador the Sigillite issued the first official recognition of what everyone already knew. The Lectitio Divinitatis was no longer banned. The faith that had grown in secret for decades was finally permitted to emerge into the light. And Euphrati Keeler, the first saint of the imperial cult, was granted the official protection and support of the Imperium itself. I watched from the shadows as she addressed the gathered crowds, her voice carrying across the ruins of Terra with supernatural clarity. She spoke not of gods and worship, but of duty and sacrifice, of the price that must be paid to preserve humanity against the darkness that threatened to consume it. The Emperor lives, she declared, and 10 million voices took up the cry. He watches over us from his golden throne, his spirit unbroken by the wounds his treacherous son inflicted. Through our faith, he is strong. Through our prayers, he protects. Through our devotion, humanity endures. The crowd pressed forward, desperate to touch her robes or simply to stand closer to the woman who had become the living embodiment of their hopes. But Keela stepped back, raising her hands to quiet their fervor. "Do not worship me," she said firmly. "I am but his servant, as you are all his servants. It is not I who works these miracles, but he who works through me. Let your prayers be for him alone, for he alone is worthy of your devotion." And in that moment, I understood the terrible genius of what was happening. The Emperor had created saints not to be worshipped themselves, but to redirect worship toward him. Every miracle, every answered prayer, every moment of divine intervention only strengthened the growing conviction that the Emperor was indeed divine. The underground faith had become the state religion. The denial of divinity had become the proof of godhood. The imperial truth had given birth to the imperial cult, and there was no force in the galaxy capable of stopping what the Emperor himself had set in motion. The day they came to arrest Uriah Olathair had been burned into the memory banks of every cogitator on Terra. Yet, somehow, I was the only one who remembered it clearly. Perhaps it was the blessing or curse of my enhanced custodian memory, or perhaps the galaxy had simply chosen to forget the moment when the last honest man died. They found him in the ruins of the Church of the Lightning Stone, tending to a small garden he had cultivated among the rubble. At 93, the final priest of Terra was little more than skin and bones, his body ravaged by the radiation sickness that plagued all who lived too long in the wasteland zones. But his eyes were still sharp, still filled with the certainty that had sustained him through decades of persecution. I had come to observe his final arrest personally, partly from curiosity and partly from something that might have been respect. This man had spoken truth to the Emperor himself, had warned of consequences that had proven all too accurate. In a galaxy increasingly filled with lies and self-deception, Uriah Olathair remained committed to reality, no matter how painful that reality might be. The Arbites squad that came for him was led by a captain whose grandfather had fought in the Unification Wars. He showed the old priest the proper respect due to a defeated but honorable enemy, allowing him to complete his evening prayers before placing him under arrest for violations of the imperial truth. "Father Olathair," the captain said, using the forbidden title without hesitation, "you are charged with the practice of unauthorized religious activity, the propagation of superstitious beliefs, and the corruption of imperial citizens through false doctrines. How do you answer these charges?" Uriah smiled, the expression transforming his weathered face into something almost youthful. "I am guilty of believing in God, Captain. I suppose that is crime enough these days. The Emperor has declared that there are no gods," the captain replied, though his words lacked conviction. "The imperial truth is clear on this matter. The imperial truth Uriah repeated, tasting the words like something bitter. Tell me, Captain, do you have faith in the Emperor? The question caught the Arbites officer off guard. Faith was not a concept that existed within the rational framework they were supposed to uphold. Loyalty, duty, obedience, these were acceptable. But faith implied something beyond reason, something that the imperial truth explicitly rejected. I serve the Emperor, the captain said carefully. As do I, Uriah replied, though I suspect we understand that service differently. As they led him away, I found myself following at a distance. There was something about this final confrontation between the old ways and the new that compelled my attention. The Emperor's war against religion was nearly complete. Uriah was quite literally the last practicing priest on Terra, the final holdout against 2 centuries of systematic suppression. The trial was held in one of the lesser chambers of the imperial palace, a perfunctory affair designed more for record-keeping than justice. The outcome had been predetermined, as everyone involved understood. Uriah would be found guilty and sentenced to execution, bringing the Emperor's crusade against superstition to its symbolic conclusion. But Uriah refused to cooperate with his own condemnation. When asked to recant his beliefs, he instead launched into a passionate defense of faith that left the tribunal struggling to respond. You say there are no gods, he told the assembled judges. Yet your Emperor displays powers that defy every natural law. You claim that reason governs the universe, yet you follow a being who walks on air and commands reality itself to bend to his will. You insist that faith is delusion, yet you have created the greatest object of worship humanity has ever known. The chief magistrate tried to interrupt, but Uriah pressed on with the fervor of a man who had nothing left to lose. I have lived to see the vindication of every warning I gave to your master. I told him that removing religion would only create a greater hunger for it. I warned him that his subjects would see him as a god despite his denials. I predicted that his crusade against faith would ultimately create the very thing he sought to destroy. The Emperor is not a god, the magistrate declared. He has made his nature clear on numerous occasions. Uriah laughed, the sound echoing strangely in the formal chamber. Then explain the miracles, magistrate. Explain the answered prayers. Explain how a mortal man can sustain the Astronomicon with his will alone, or how his presence can banish demons that exist beyond the material realm. There was no answer, because there was no rational explanation for what everyone had witnessed. The magistrate fell back on doctrine, citing imperial decree and established law. But Uriah had exposed the fundamental contradiction at the heart of the imperial truth. It demanded belief in things that reason could not support. "You want to execute me for believing in God," Uriah said, as the tribunal prepared to deliver its verdict. "But you follow a being who performs miracles, who speaks with divine authority, who demands absolute obedience from billions of followers. Tell me, what is the difference between a god and someone who acts like a god, speaks like a god, and is worshipped like a god?" The answer came not from the magistrate, but from a familiar voice that seemed to fill the chamber despite no visible source. The emperor himself, speaking through the palace's communication systems from his distant throne room. "The difference, priest, is that I deny what I am." The words fell into absolute silence. Every person in the chamber, judges, guards, observers, dropped to their knees in instinctive reverence. Only Uriah remained standing, his aged frame somehow radiating defiance in the face of overwhelming divine presence. "And that," Uriah said quietly, "is precisely what makes you the greatest hypocrite in human history." The Emperor's response was swift and terrible. Psychic pressure filled the chamber, pressing down on everyone present with the weight of absolute authority. But when the pressure lifted, Uriah was still standing, still smiling that strange, peaceful smile. "You cannot break what is already broken," the old priest said. "You cannot silence what has already been said. The truth exists independent of your will, Emperor. And the truth is that you have become what you claimed not to be. I am not a god," the Emperor insisted, his voice carrying undertones of something that might have been desperation. "No," Uriah agreed. "You are something far worse. You are a god who lies about his nature, a divine being who demands worship while denying divinity, a hypocrite who has built an empire on the very foundation you claim to reject." The execution that followed was carried out in private, away from recording devices or potential witnesses. The official reports state that Uriah Olathair died peacefully, having finally accepted the truth of the imperial doctrine. But I knew better. I had seen the look in his eyes as they led him away. Not defeat, but vindication. He had spoken the final truth, the words that even an emperor could not contradict or explain away. In death, Uriah achieved what his life had attempted. He forced the empire to confront the contradiction at its core. Within hours of his execution, the first underground shrines to the God Emperor began appearing throughout the palace complex. The servants and guards who had heard the exchange could not forget what they had witnessed. The Emperor had denied his divinity while displaying it, had rejected worship while commanding it, had proclaimed reason while embodying mystery. Uriah's final warning proved as prescient as his first. The execution of the last priest did not end religion on Terra. It sanctified it. The man who had died for refusing to deny God became a martyr for those who saw God in the Emperor himself. His death marked not the victory of the imperial truth, but its final transformation into the imperial lie. Standing here now, surrounded by the endless prayers and rituals of the imperial cult, I can see the thread that connects that moment to this one. Uriah Olathere was right. The Emperor had become the greatest hypocrite in human history, and his hypocrisy had given birth to the most fanatical religious state humanity had ever known. The last honest man was dead. The greatest liar had become our eternal God, and I, the guardian of both truth and falsehood, could only watch as the galaxy learned to worship what it had once been taught to deny. The irony was perfect. In killing the last priest, the Emperor had created the first martyr of his own divinity. The construction of the first official temple to the God Emperor began in secret during the darkest hours of the Scouring, when the Imperium's armies were scattered across the galaxy, hunting down the remnants of the traitor legions. I watched from the shadows as teams of workers, most of them survivors of the siege of Terra, labored to transform an abandoned factory complex in the Sanctum district into something altogether different. They called their leader Fatidicus, though I suspected that was not his birth name. He had been a menial laborer before the heresy, one of countless millions whose only purpose had been to tend the great machines that kept Terra functioning. But the siege had changed him, as it had changed so many others. He claimed to have received visions during the final assault on the Imperial Palace. Divine commands that told him to build a place where the faithful could gather openly to worship their Savior. The transformation was remarkable to witness. What had once been a dreary manufactorum producing hab-block furniture became something altogether more sublime. The workers labored with a devotion that went far beyond mere duty, their hands guided by an aesthetic sense that none of them had possessed before. Rough ferrocrete walls were carved with intricate bas-reliefs depicting scenes from the Emperor's life. Industrial lighting was replaced with arrangements of candles and luminators that cast the growing space in warm, golden light. At the center of it all, they erected a statue that would have been considered blasphemous under the old laws. The Emperor stood 30 feet tall, his arms outstretched in benediction, his face bearing an expression of infinite compassion. Golden wings spread from his shoulders, and light seemed to emanate from his form, even though no illumination source was visible. It was a masterwork of artistic achievement, created by people who had never received formal training in sculpture or design. I should have reported the construction to the authorities. The imperial truth was still technically the official doctrine of the Imperium, and unauthorized religious activity remained a criminal offense. But something stayed my hand. Perhaps curiosity about how far this movement would progress. Perhaps a growing up. The first service was held on the anniversary of the Emperor's enthronement upon the Golden Throne. Perhaps 300 people gathered in the converted space, their faces bearing the mixture of hope and desperation that had become common among Terra's survivors. Fatidicus led them in prayers that seemed to emerge spontaneously from their collective longing for meaning in the aftermath of catastrophe. God, Emperor of mankind, they chanted, their voices rising in unison. Watch over your children in our hour of need. Grant us strength to endure, wisdom to serve, and faith to believe in the glory that is to come. I observed from a concealed position, noting the way the crowd's attention focused not just on Fatidicus or the statue, but on something beyond the physical space entirely. Their prayers were not empty ritual or rote recitation. They were genuine communications with a presence they believed was listening and responding. And perhaps their belief was justified. As the service progressed, I began to notice anomalies that my enhanced senses could not rationally explain. The temperature in the chamber rose several degrees despite no change in the heating systems. The air took on a quality of stillness that seemed to muffle outside sounds while amplifying the voices of the worshippers. Most remarkably, several members of the congregation began to weep tears that gleamed like liquid gold in the candlelight. The second service drew twice as many people. The third brought nearly 1,000. Word was spreading through the undercity networks, carried by refugees and survivors who spoke of miracles witnessed and prayers answered. The Temple of the Savior Emperor, as it had come to be known, was becoming a focal point for the growing religious movement that no law seemed capable of suppressing. The authorities took notice, of course. Squads of arbites arrived to investigate reports of illegal gatherings and unauthorized construction. But when they attempted to enter the temple, they found themselves unable to cross the threshold, not due to physical barriers or armed resistance, but because their own will to enforce the law simply evaporated. They would approach the entrance with full witnessed one such encounter. Personally, a full tactical squad of Arbites, led by a veteran sergeant who had served during the heresy itself, arrived with warrants to shut down the temple and arrest its leaders. But as they approached the main entrance, their pace slowed, then stopped entirely. The sergeant stood motionless for perhaps 5 minutes, his face cycling through expressions of confusion and dawning understanding. Finally, he removed his helmet and knelt on the steps leading to the temple doors. His squad, uncertain how to respond to this unprecedented behavior, followed suit. They remained there for hours, apparently praying, before departing without a word. When questioned later, the sergeant could only say that he had felt the Emperor's presence and understood that his duty lay elsewhere. Similar incidents occurred throughout the growing temple complex. Imperial officials who came to investigate found themselves leaving as converts. Tech priests who arrived to examine the miraculous phenomena departed speaking of machine spirits awakened by divine presence. Even space marines of the Imperial Fists, charged with maintaining order on Terra, proved reluctant to interfere with what was obviously a place of genuine spiritual significance. The breakthrough came when High Lord Asterion Venator arrived for a personal inspection of the temple. As one of the most powerful men in the Imperium, Venator wielded authority second only to Malcador himself. His word was law across 1,000 sectors, and his disapproval could condemn entire worlds to exterminatus. If anyone could shut down the temple, it would be him. But Venator's investigation took an unexpected turn. Rather than conducting a brief survey and issuing condemnation, he spent 3 days within the temple complex, speaking with Fatidicus and other leaders of the growing movement. He observed their services, examined their texts, and witnessed firsthand the phenomena that had drawn so many faithful to this place. On the 4th day, he emerged to make a pronouncement that would reshape the religious landscape of the Imperium forever. I have seen the face of the God Emperor, he declared before an assembly of Terra's most powerful leaders. I have witnessed his power at work in the hearts and minds of the faithful. What grows within that temple is not heresy or superstition, but the truest expression of loyalty to our immortal master. The proclamation sent shockwaves through the administrative hierarchy. Venator was not a man given to mystical experiences or religious enthusiasm. His endorsement of the temple carried weight that no amount of popular support could have provided. Within days, Other high lords were making pilgrimage to see for themselves what had convinced such a pragmatic leader. Most left as believers. Those who did not kept their doubts to themselves, recognizing that the political winds were shifting in favor of the growing religious movement. Malcador's response came in the form of an official visit to the temple, conducted with all the ceremony due to the Regent of Terra. I accompanied his escort, watching as the man who had helped plan the imperial truth for centuries entered a space dedicated to its complete opposite. The service that day was unlike anything I had witnessed before. 10,000 people filled the temple and the surrounding squares. Their voices joined in prayer and song that seemed to make the very air vibrate with spiritual energy. At the climax of the ceremony, as Phaeticus raised his hands in benediction, a pillar of golden light descended from the ceiling to envelop the statue of the emperor. The light was not metaphorical or imagined. It was a physical phenomenon that registered on every sensor and detection device in the vicinity. It bathed the entire temple in radiance that made the assembled faithful appear as golden figures in a divine tableau. And from within that light came a voice, not audible to unenhanced hearing, but unmistakably present to anyone with psychic sensitivity. I am with you always, the voice said, speaking words that would become one of the fundamental prayers of the imperial cult. In your darkest hour, in your moment of greatest need, I am with you. Have faith, and you shall. Malcador knelt alongside 10,000 others, his ancient face wet with tears as he witnessed the final vindication of what had begun as underground heresy. The Emperor had spoken, not to condemn the worship offered in his name, but to embrace it. The imperial truth was officially dead, though its funeral rites would take decades to complete. The temple of the Savior Emperor became the first legally recognized church in over 2 centuries. Within a year, similar temples were rising on worlds throughout the Imperium. Within a decade, the worship of the God Emperor had become not just permitted, but actively encouraged. Within a century, it would be mandatory. The underground faith had risen to claim its place as the official religion of the Imperium of Man. The greatest hypocrite in human history had finally become what he had always insisted he was not, the god of the species he had tried to save from godhood. Standing in the shadows of that first temple, watching the faithful pray to their divine emperor, I understood that I was witnessing the birth of something that would reshape human civilization for millennia to come. The imperial truth had failed not because it was poorly implemented, but because it was based upon a fundamental lie. The emperor was divine, whether he admitted it or not, and humanity's need for something greater than themselves would not be denied by decree or suppressed by force. The temple rising was also a truth rising, the truth that gods were real, that faith had power, and that the Emperor of mankind was the greatest god humanity had ever created. 1,000 years after the heresy, I stood in the Basilica Imperialis, watching the first ecclesiarch of the Adeptus Ministorum deliver his inaugural sermon to an assembly of the most powerful individuals in the galaxy. The ceremony itself was a masterwork of political theater, designed to signal not just the rise of a new institution, but the complete transformation of the Imperium's fundamental character. Arch-Confessor Veneris, soon to be elevated to the rank of ecclesiarch, was a man who embodied the contradictions that the imperial cult had learned to embrace. A former iterator who had witnessed the fall of Horus himself. He possessed both the rhetorical skills of the old secular educators and the burning conviction of the new religious order. His sermon that day would become one of the founding documents of imperial theology, a masterpiece of doctrine that reconciled the emperor's ancient denials with his obvious divinity. We gather today not to mark a beginning, Veneris declared, his voice carrying easily through the vast space of the basilica, but to acknowledge what has always been true. The God Emperor of mankind has revealed himself to us gradually, as a teacher reveals truth to students who must grow in understanding before they can accept deeper mysteries. The assembled crowd, High Lords, Space Marine chapter masters, planetary governors, and representatives from every major institution of imperial authority, listened with rapt attention. Many of them remembered the old days when such words would have been heretical. Now they were official doctrine, sanctioned by the highest authorities and blessed by the Emperor's own silence. In his wisdom, Veneris continued, the Master of mankind chose to walk among us as a man, to deny his divine nature, so that we might learn to serve him, not out of fear, but out of love. He allowed us to believe in the imperial truth because we were not ready for the imperial faith. He tolerated our rationalism because our souls required preparation for the greater truth of his divinity. It was a masterful reframing of history, one that transformed the emperor's hypocrisy from contradiction into divine pedagogy. The assembled listeners nodded in understanding, their faces reflecting the relief of those who had finally been given permission to believe what their hearts had always known. I watched from my position near the great doors of the basilica, noting how even the Space Marines present seemed moved by the ceremony. The Astartes had perhaps struggled most with the transition from secular crusade to religious war. Their entire purpose had been defined by the imperial truth, their loyalty grounded in rational service to human supremacy rather than divine command. But even they had been forced to acknowledge that faith was a more potent weapon against chaos than reason alone. Captain Valerius of the Imperial Fists stood at attention throughout the service, his yellow armor gleaming in the light of 10,000 candles. I had known him since his elevation to the First Company, had watched him struggle with the philosophical implications of the Imperium's transformation. After the ceremony, he approached me with questions I suspected he had been harboring for decades. Tribune Corvanis, he said, his voice carrying the weight of a man
wrestling with uncomfortable truths. You served the Emperor during the Great Crusade. You heard his own words denying his divinity. How are we to reconcile what we know with what we are now required to believe? It was a question I had asked myself countless times across the centuries. The captain deserved an honest answer, even if that answer was itself a contradiction. The Emperor spoke truth when he denied his godhood, I told him. But he spoke a greater truth when he accepted worship in spite of that denial. Perhaps divinity is not something one possesses, but something one becomes through the faith of others. Perhaps the God Emperor exists not because he always was divine, but because humanity needed him to be divine. Valerius considered this, his enhanced mind grappling with concepts that existed beyond the boundaries of military doctrine. You speak of theology, Tribune. I am a warrior. I need practical answers for practical questions. Does the Emperor answer prayers or not? Does faith provide protection against the warp or not? Do we serve a god or a man? All of the above, I replied, recognizing the inadequacy of the answer even as I spoke it. The Emperor is whatever he needs to be for the Imperium to survive. If humanity requires a god, then he is a god. If they need a father, he is a father. If they need a tyrant, he becomes a tyrant. His nature adapts to serve our needs, not the other way around.
It was heretical thinking, even by the standards of the newly established ecclesiarchy. But it was also, I believed, the closest thing to truth that any of us were likely to achieve. The transformation I witnessed over the following centuries was staggering in its scope and thoroughness. The Adeptus Ministorum grew from a small administrative body overseeing temple construction into one of the most powerful institutions in the Imperium. Missionary fleets carried the imperial cult to worlds that had never heard of the God Emperor, while cardinal worlds became centers of theological learning that rivaled the knowledge repositories of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The change was most apparent in the daily life of ordinary imperial citizens. Where once they had been educated in rational materialism and scientific method, they now learned catechisms and prayers from childhood. Where once they had been taught to question superstition and seek evidence for claims, they now accepted on faith the most extraordinary assertions about their divine ruler. I observed this transformation personally during a tour of Terra's re-education centers, where former adherents of the imperial truth were helped to rediscover their faith in the God Emperor. The process was not violent or coercive. Such methods would have been counterproductive. Instead, it relied on patient instruction and gradual revelation of truth. The Emperor's light illuminates all things, explained Sister Dialogus Tertia to a gathering of former tech priests who had struggled with the transition from pure rationalism to religious devotion. Science itself is a form of prayer, a way of understanding the perfection of His creation. When you repair a machine, you participate in His divine will. When you design new technology, you channel his infinite creativity. The former tech priests listened intently, their mechanical augmentations humming softly as they processed this new framework for understanding their work. Several nodded in recognition, their faces showing the relief of those who had found a way to reconcile their technical knowledge with their spiritual needs. But perhaps the most telling change was in the Imperium's approach to external threats. Where the Great Crusade had been framed as a war of human supremacy against alien oppression, the new conflicts were explicitly religious in nature. The enemies of mankind were not merely different species competing for resources, but servants of false gods seeking to corrupt humanity's divine destiny. I witnessed this change during the Macarian Crusade, when Lord Solar Macarius led the greatest military expedition since the days of the Primarchs to reclaim worlds lost during the Age of Apostasy. The propaganda that accompanied his fleets spoke not of bringing compliance to ignorant populations, but of carrying the Emperor's light to souls trapped in darkness. "We do not conquer," proclaimed Cardinal Militant Bucephalus during the service held aboard Macarius's flagship. "We liberate. We do not destroy civilizations, we transform them. Every world we reclaim is a victory not just for the Imperium, but for the God Emperor himself." The soldiers who heard these words fought with a dedication that went beyond mere duty or loyalty. They believed themselves to be warriors in a cosmic struggle between good and evil, champions of divine truth against the forces of chaos and corruption. Their faith made them more effective fighters than any amount of training or equipment could have achieved. But faith also made them more terrible in victory. I watched Imperial forces purge entire populations not out of military necessity, but out of religious obligation. Cities burned not because they harbored strategic resources, but because they contained temples to false gods. Millions died not because they posed a threat to imperial security, but because they refused to accept the Emperor's divinity. The rational, secular state that the Emperor had built during the Great Crusade would never have countenanced such excesses. But the theocratic empire that had grown from its ashes operated by different rules, judged by different standards. Faith justified actions that reason would have condemned, and the Emperor's silence was taken as approval for any atrocity committed in his name. Standing in the Basilica Imperialis, as the first ecclesiarch concluded his inaugural sermon, I understood that I was witnessing the completion of a transformation that had begun with Lorgar's first prayers on Colchis. The underground faith had become the supreme authority. The denied God had become the absolute tyrant. The imperial truth had given birth to the imperial lie. And that lie had consumed the galaxy. Let all humanity kneel before the golden throne, Venerus declared, as his sermon reached its climax. Let every world acknowledge the God Emperor's dominion. Let no soul deny the truth of his divinity, for in that denial lies the path to damnation. 10,000 voices rose in unison, their combined amen shaking the very foundations of the basilica. The ecclesiarchy had triumphed completely, and its victory was measured not in territory conquered or enemies defeated, but in the total transformation of human consciousness. We had become what the Emperor had spent 30,000 years trying to prevent us from becoming. A species enslaved by our own capacity for faith. And the greatest irony was that this enslavement was the only thing that had saved us from something far worse. The gods were real, faith had power, and the Emperor, whether he liked it or not, had become the greatest god humanity had ever known. By the 36th millennium, I had become something of a walking anachronism within the halls of the imperial palace. While the Adeptus Ministorum had grown into one of the most powerful institutions in the galaxy, while cardinals commanded fleets and confessors led crusades in the Emperor's name, I remained what I had always been, a witness to truth that had become too dangerous to speak aloud. The palace itself had been transformed beyond recognition, where once stark corridors had reflected the austere rationalism of the imperial truth. Now every surface was covered with religious iconography. Frescoes depicting the Emperor's divine ascension covered walls that had once displayed technical schematics. Shrines and prayer alcoves occupied spaces formerly reserved for strategic planning chambers. The very air hummed with constant prayer and ritual observance. I walked these transformed halls as a ghost from a discredited past. My memories of the Emperor's own words standing in stark contradiction to everything the Imperium had become. The cognitive dissonance was overwhelming at times. To see the man who had personally destroyed the last church on Terra, worshipped in temples that spanned entire city blocks, to hear the being who had proclaimed the poison of faith, honored as the source of all wisdom and truth. The first time a young custodian asked me about the old days, I realized how completely history had been rewritten. Aquilian Draxes had been inducted into our ranks during the early years of the ecclesiarchy's rise, when the transformation from secular to sacred was still in progress. His understanding of the past came filtered through the religious framework that now defined imperial education. "Tell me about the imperial truth, Tribune," he said as we stood watch over the approach to the throne room. "The histories say it was a necessary stage in humanity's spiritual development, a trial that prepared us for the revelation of the Emperor's true nature." I looked at him for a long moment. This warrior whose gene-forged perfection matched my own. but whose mind had been shaped by fundamentally different concepts of reality. How could I explain to him that the imperial truth had been genuine, that the Emperor had truly believed in the supremacy of reason over faith, that the current religious orthodoxy would have been anathema to the man we were sworn to protect? The histories, I said carefully, sometimes simplify complex realities. Draxus nodded eagerly, mistaking my caution for wisdom. Of course, the truth must be revealed gradually, as the ecclesiarchy teaches. But surely you can share some insight into the Emperor's thinking during that period. What was it like to serve a god who denied his own divinity? The question struck at the heart of my dilemma. Was the Emperor a god who had denied his divinity, or a man who had been forced into godhood by the desperate faith of his followers? Had the imperial truth been a divine deception designed to prepare humanity for greater revelation? Or had it been a sincere attempt to free our species from the prison of religious thinking? I had lived through the transition, had heard the Emperor's own words, had witnessed the gradual transformation of the Imperium from secular state to theocratic empire. But even I could no longer be certain which version of events was true. Memory itself had become suspect when it contradicted the fundamental assumptions of the current age. The Emperor's ways are beyond our full comprehension, I replied, falling back on the safe platitudes that had become standard responses to such questions. We serve as we have always served, in faith and in duty. But privately, I continued to struggle with questions that grew more troubling with each passing century. The man I had sworn to protect had become something entirely different from what he had originally been, or perhaps had revealed something he had always been, but chosen to conceal. The distinction mattered because it determined whether I was serving the same master or a fundamental perversion of his original nature. The crisis came during the age of apostasy, when Goj Vandire's corrupt rule pushed the Imperium to the brink of civil war. I watched from the shadows as the ecclesiarchy, drunk on its own power, descended into the very excesses that the Emperor had spent millennia trying to prevent. Cardinal bishops lived in decadent luxury while their flocks starved. Confessors led pogroms against suspected heretics, burning entire communities for the crime of questioning orthodox doctrine. The Frateris Templar and later the Brides of the Emperor became armies dedicated not to protecting humanity, but to enforcing religious conformity through violence. During the darkest hours of Vandire's reign, I found myself standing before the golden throne itself, staring at the withered form of my eternal master, and wondering whether I was looking at humanity's savior or its greatest mistake. The Emperor's consciousness was so deeply absorbed into the throne's mechanisms that communication had become impossible. But I could not shake the feeling that some part of him was aware of what his Imperium had become. "Is this what you wanted?" I whispered into the humming silence of the throne room. "Is this the future you foresaw when you denied your divinity? Did you know that rejecting worship would make worship inevitable?" The only answer was the endless pulse of the Astronomicon, the psychic beacon that guided ships through the warp and sustained the Imperium's existence. Even that miracle had been transformed by religious interpretation. What had once been understood as advanced psychic technology was now explained as the Emperor's divine will made manifest. The Sebastian Thor Reformation that ended the age of apostasy brought necessary changes to the ecclesiarchy's structure and doctrine, but it did not address the fundamental contradiction that troubled me. If anything, the new orthodoxy made the hypocrisy more explicit. The reformed imperial cult acknowledged that the emperor had once denied his divinity, but framed this denial as part of a divine plan to test humanity's faith. The God Emperor walked among us as a man, declared the newly installed ecclesiarch during the ceremonial rededication of the Basilica Imperialis. He denied his true nature so that we might prove ourselves worthy of his revelation. Those who saw through his disguise and worshipped him despite his protests demonstrated the faith that would sustain the Imperium through its darkest hours. It was a theology specifically designed to accommodate the historical record while preserving religious orthodoxy. The Emperor's atheism became divine deception. His rejection of worship became a test of devotion. His hypocrisy became a sacred mystery that only the faithful could truly understand. But I remembered the man who had spoken to Uriah Olathere in the ruins of the last church, who had insisted with genuine conviction that humanity must be freed from the tyranny of gods. I remembered the being who had proclaimed that worship was poison, that faith was weakness, that reason must triumph over superstition. That man, or God, or whatever he truly was, would have been horrified by what his Imperium had become. The final revelation of my own heretical nature came during a conversation with Trajan Valoris, the current Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes. Unlike the younger generation of guards who had been raised within the religious framework, Valoris possessed access to records and testimonies from the Emperor's own era. His questions were more pointed, his understanding more sophisticated. "You served during the Great Crusade," he said, as we reviewed security protocols for the palace's inner sanctums. "You heard the Emperor's own words about religion and faith. How do you reconcile that experience with current doctrine?" It was the question I had been dreading for millennia. The one that would force me to choose between honesty and orthodoxy. The safe answer would have been to repeat the theological explanations that had been developed to address such contradictions. But looking into Valoris's eyes, I saw the same doubt that had plagued me for thousands of years. I don't, I admitted quietly. I serve because duty demands it, not because faith compels it. I protect the Emperor because I swore an oath, not because I believe in his divinity. I maintain the rituals because they are expected, not because they have meaning. Valoris was quiet for a long moment, his face unreadable behind his ceremonial helm. When he spoke again, his voice carried a weight of understanding that suggested I was not alone in my doubts. The Emperor protects, he said, using the standard benediction that had replaced secular farewells throughout the Imperium. The Emperor protects, I replied, though the words felt like ash in my mouth. We understood each other perfectly. We were guardians of truth, serving an empire built on lies, protectors of a God who had never wanted to be divine, keepers of faith who possessed none ourselves. We were the last heretics in a galaxy consumed by orthodoxy, and our heresy consisted of remembering what our master had actually believed, rather than what his followers needed him to have believed. The greatest irony was that our disbelief might have been exactly what the Emperor would have wanted. In a universe where gods were sustained by worship and faith, perhaps skepticism was the only way to preserve something of his original nature. Perhaps our doubt was the last remnant of the imperial truth, kept alive by those who had heard it from its source. But such thoughts were dangerous, bordering on the treasonous. The Imperium could not afford to have its most trusted guardians questioning the fundamental assumptions upon which its existence was based. So we kept our doubts private, maintained our vigil, and served the greatest hypocrite in human history with the loyalty he had earned through deeds, rather than the devotion he commanded through worship. In the end, perhaps that was enough. Perhaps faithless service was more valuable than faithful devotion, because it was honest in a way that worship could never be. We protected not the god emperor of imperial mythology, but the man who had tried to save humanity from the need for gods, and failed so completely that he had become the greatest god of all. "10,000 years. 10 millennia of watching the greatest lie in human history become the most necessary truth. As I stand here now in the shadow of the golden throne, feeling the weight of ages upon my enhanced frame, I finally understand the full scope of what I have witnessed. The Emperor's ultimate hypocrisy was not a flaw to be corrected or a contradiction to be resolved. It was the only possible path to humanity's survival. The realization came to me gradually, assembled from fragments of experience and observation across centuries of service. But the final piece fell into place during the 13th Black Crusade, when Abaddon's forces nearly breached the Cadian Gate, and the full horror of what awaited humanity without the Emperor's protection became unmistakably clear. I watched from the battlements of the palace as reports flooded in from across the galaxy. Demon worlds emerged from the warp to disgorge horrors beyond imagination. Reality itself became unstable as the barrier between dimensions weakened. On 1,000 worlds, populations descended into madness as their minds were touched by entities that existed beyond the reach of material law. But where the imperial cult had taken deepest root, where faith in the God Emperor burned brightest, the darkness was held at bay, not through superior technology or strategic planning, but through the simple power of absolute belief. Prayers became shields against demon blades. Faith turned aside psychic assaults that should have shattered mortal minds. Devotion itself became a weapon more potent than any created by human hands. I witnessed this power personally during a demon incursion that breached the palace's outer defenses, a greater demon of Tench, weaving reality around itself like clay, advanced through corridors that should have been impregnable. Our guardian spears, weapons forged with technologies that predated the Imperium itself, could barely scratch its ever-shifting form. Then, Sister Celestine arrived with a handful of battle sisters, their armor scarred from a dozen wars, but their faith unshakable. They did not charge the demon with battle cries or tactical precision. Instead, they knelt in prayer, their voices raised in a hymn of such perfect devotion that the air itself seemed to solidify around them. The demon's advance stopped, as if it had struck an invisible wall. Its reality-warping powers, which had made a mockery of our ancient technologies, simply ceased to function in the presence of such absolute faith. It screamed in frustration, a sound that existed in 17 dimensions simultaneously, then dissolved back into the immaterium as the sisters' prayers reached their crescendo. The Emperor protects, Sister Celestine said simply as she rose from her knees, and in that moment I understood that she was speaking literal truth rather than metaphorical comfort. The Emperor did protect, not through divine intervention or miraculous power, but through the faith he had inspired in his followers. Their belief in his protection made that protection real. Their devotion to his divinity granted him the power of divinity. Their worship of him as a god transformed him into exactly what he had always claimed not to be. This was the final revelation, the understanding that had eluded me for 10 millennia. The Emperor's hypocrisy was not a failure of character, but a necessary sacrifice. He had denied his divinity not because he was not divine, but because true divinity required the free choice of the worshipped rather than the demand of the worshipper. By rejecting the easy path of proclaimed godhood, he had forced humanity to discover his divine nature through their own desperate need for something greater than themselves. By denying worship, he had made that worship more precious when it was finally given. By insisting on his humanity, he had proven his divinity more completely than any amount of divine proclamation could have achieved. The imperial truth had not been abandoned or corrupted. It had evolved into something greater. The truth that there were no gods had given way to the truth that humanity could create gods through the power of their collective faith. The truth that reason must triumph over superstition had been replaced by the truth that some things were too important to be left to reason alone. I thought of Uriah Olethere, the last priest who had warned the Emperor about the consequences of removing religion from human society. He had been right, but not in the way he imagined. The removal of traditional religion had not created a vacuum that needed to be filled. It had created the conditions necessary for humanity to transcend the need for external gods by creating their own. The Emperor had become divine, not despite his humanity, but because of it, his mortal origins, his denial of godhood, his very hypocrisy in claiming rationality while wielding supernatural power. All of these contradictions had been necessary to create a god worthy of human worship. A god who understood suffering because he had suffered. A god who valued sacrifice because he had sacrificed. A god who protected humanity because he was fundamentally and eternally human himself. Standing here now, surrounded by the endless prayers and rituals that sustain the Golden Throne, I can see the threads that connect every moment of this 10,000-year journey. Lorgar's first prayers on Kolkis, written in defiance of his father's commands. Euphrates miracles aboard the vengeful spirit, performed through faith rather than training. The underground cult networks that spread through the great crusade fleets, sustained by need rather than doctrine. The temple of the Savior Emperor rising from the ashes of the imperial truth like a phoenix born from its own destruction. Each event had seemed like a contradiction, a failure of the rational system the Emperor had tried to create. But taken together, they formed a pattern of inevitable transformation. Humanity needed gods, and when their gods failed them, they created new ones. The Emperor had simply ensured that when they created their god, it would be something worthy of their devotion, rather than another cosmic parasite feeding on their desperation. The price of this transformation was the Emperor's own eternal torment. bound to the golden throne by necessity rather than choice, sustained by the faith of those who would never understand the sacrifice he had made. He had become the prisoner of his own success. The God who had never wanted to be divine was trapped in divinity by the very followers he had tried to protect from such slavery. But perhaps that too was part of the design. Perhaps the Emperor's suffering was what made him truly worthy of worship, not because he demanded it, but because he endured it for the sake of those who could not bear the full weight of truth. His hypocrisy shielded humanity from the terrible knowledge that their survival depended on the enslavement of the very being they had created to protect them. I am Aurelius Corvanus, tribune of the Adeptus Custodes, and I have served the greatest hypocrite in human history for 10,000 years. I have watched him deny his divinity while performing miracles, reject worship while inspiring absolute devotion, proclaim reason while embodying mystery. I have seen the imperial truth transform into the imperial cult, watched secular rationalism give birth to theocratic orthodoxy, witnessed the destruction of religion led inevitably to the creation of the most powerful religious movement in galactic history. And now, at the end of my long vigil, I understand that none of it was contradiction. It was transformation. The Emperor had not failed to prevent humanity from falling into religious slavery. He had ensured that when they chose such slavery, it would be to a master who truly loved them rather than one who merely consumed them. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, as Uriah Olathere once observed. But sometimes, when the alternative is a hell paved with malicious intent, the road built from goodness becomes the only path to salvation. The Emperor protects, not because he is a god, but because humanity needed him to become one. Not because he sought worship, but because we required something worthy of our devotion. Not because he was hypocritical, but because our survival demanded the kind of loving deception that only the greatest hypocrite in history could provide. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, but there is also faith, and in that faith, kindled by denial and sustained by contradiction, burns the last light of humanity's hope. The God Emperor's ultimate hypocrisy was not his failure. It was his greatest gift to the species he had chosen to protect, whether they understood that protection or not. The greatest liar had become our eternal truth, and in that truth, no matter how born of lies, we had found something worth preserving across the dark millennia of an unforgiving universe. The incense has burned down to nothing, and new acolytes come to replace the sacred braziers, as they have every hour for 10,000 years. Their faces are young, unmarked by the weight of terrible knowledge, bright with the certainty of faith that I can no longer feel. They see in me what they expect to see. A guardian of the golden throne, a protector of their divine emperor, a faithful servant of the Imperium's sacred mission. They do not see the heretic that I have become. They cannot perceive the doubt that gnaws at my enhanced consciousness like a slow poison. To them, I am simply what I appear to be, an ancient custodian who has stood watch over their god for longer than their world has existed, and perhaps that is for the best. Perhaps the truth of what I know, what I remember, what I have witnessed across these endless millennia is too dangerous to be shared. Perhaps some knowledge is meant to die with those who possess it, buried beneath the weight of duty and the necessity of service. I think sometimes of writing it all down, the real history, the true account of how the Emperor's greatest defeat became humanity's only victory. But to what end? The scribes would classify it as heretical. The Inquisition would burn it as dangerous, and the faithful would reject it as lies. The truth has become too terrible for anyone to bear, save those of us who lived through its creation. So I keep my vigil, standing guard over the corpse of a god who never wanted to be divine, protecting the faith of those who can never understand the sacrifice that sustains them. I watch the endless stream of pilgrims who come to pray before the golden throne, their voices raised in adoration of a being who would weep to see what his Imperium has become. Sometimes, in the deepest hours of the night cycle, when the palace grows quiet and the prayers fade to whispers, I imagine I can hear him, not the divine emperor of imperial mythology, but the man who once walked among us denying his own nature. He speaks no words of wisdom or divine commandment. He simply sighs, a sound so filled with weariness and regret that it would break the hearts of the faithful if they could hear it. But they cannot hear it, and perhaps that too is mercy. The Emperor protects them from the truth of his suffering as surely as his suffering protects them from the darkness that would otherwise consume the galaxy. His hypocrisy shields them from the knowledge that their salvation was purchased with the eternal torment of the being they worship. 10,000 years of service, 10,000 years of watching the greatest lie in human history become the most necessary truth. 10,000 years of being guardian to a god who never wanted to be a god. Serving an empire built on the ashes of everything its founder believed. and I will serve for 10,000 more. Because duty demands it. Because someone must remember what was lost when divinity was gained. Because in a universe filled with the faithful and the faithless, someone must carry the burden of being both, believing in the Emperor's power while knowing the price of that power, serving his divinity while mourning his humanity, protecting his lies while honoring his truth. I am Aurelius Corvanis, tribune of the Adeptus Custodes, the last keeper of forbidden knowledge in an empire that has forgotten how to question its own foundation. I stand watch over the greatest hypocrite in human history. And I understand at last that this hypocrisy was not his failure. It was his greatest gift to a species too weak to save itself. The Emperor protects, and I protect the Emperor. And in that endless circle of protection and service, we preserve something precious against the dying of the light, not truth. For truth has proven too dangerous for humanity to bear. But hope that somewhere in the darkness ahead, the lies we tell ourselves will prove strong enough to carry us through to something better. The vigil continues. It will always continue. And in that continuation, the Emperor's ultimate victory is complete. Not the triumph of truth over falsehood, but the triumph of love over honesty, of mercy over justice, of the kind of beautiful lie that makes existence bearable in a universe too terrible for unadorned truth. The incense burns eternal. The prayers never cease. And the greatest hypocrite in human history remains forever on his throne, dying, undying, protecting those who can never know the real price of their protection. This is the final truth, and it will remain forever unspoken. The Emperor protects. You are born into darkness, absolute. Not the absence of light, but something far deeper. The absence of hope itself. Nostramo Quintus writhes beneath a dead sky, its dying sun casting only the faintest glow across endless industrial hives, stretching like cancerous growths across the planet's rotting skin. The air reeks of corruption, of chemical runoff, of blood, soaked into the bones of a world that forgot mercy long ago. Deep within Hive Quintanus, you draw your first breath. Here, law is fiction, Power is truth, and truth is written in screens. Crime syndicates rule with brutality, their territories marked not by banners, but by bodies, twisted, flayed, hung for all to see. The weak prey, the strong predators, and mercy, a ghost that died long ago in the sludge and rot of these hive streets. You don't arrive as other Primarchs did, not welcomed by scholars, not found by hopeful hands. You crash into the bowels of the hive's blackest corner. The impact crater still smokes as you rise, naked, alone, not into safety, but into a crucible, one that will forge you into something the Emperor never planned. The first sounds you hear, not lullabies, not language, only screams and the laughter of men who carve pain for pleasure. Your first steps, taken through pools of blood, still warm from fresh executions. You watch as alive, his only crime, seeking shelter. His children forced to witness every slice. Your eyes, already burning with unnatural fire, take in the scene, and something cold, something terrible, roots itself deep in your soul. The gangers notice you then. This strange, pale child who appeared from nowhere, and they laugh at what they see as an easy victim. Their leader, a mountain of scar tissue and crude augmetics named Grendel the Flayer, approaches with a serrated blade dripping with the father's blood. He speaks of the creative ways he'll carve you up, of how your screams will echo through the hive for days. Instead, it is Grendel who screams. Your hands, still small but already possessing strength beyond mortal comprehension, close around his throat. You feel the cartilage crush beneath your grip, feel the terror radiating from his followers as they witness their supposedly invincible leader reduced to a gurgling, dying thing. But it is not his death that marks you. It is the vision that crashes through your mind in that moment of violence. You see yourself older, terrible, wearing midnight blue ceramite and standing atop a mountain of corpses. You see planets burning in the darkness of space, their populations screaming as your legion descends from the void like a plague of nightmares. You see the galaxy itself trembling at the mention of your name, and you understand with perfect clarity that this is not merely a possible future. It is inevitable. The remaining gang members flee into the darkness, spreading word of the pale demon child who killed Grendel the Flayer with his bare hands. But you barely notice their departure. Your mind is consumed by the cascading flood of visions that continue to assault your consciousness. You see murders that have not yet happened, betrayals that will tear the galaxy apart, and through it all, you see your own face, older, more terrible, crowned with a circlet of midnight iron, and smiling with the cruel satisfaction of one who has embraced the darkness completely. Days pass, or perhaps weeks. Time has little meaning in the perpetual twilight of Nostromo. You wander the hive's depths, growing stronger with each passing hour, your body and mind developing at a rate that defies natural law. You learn the layout of the criminal underworld, not through maps or guides, but through the screams of those who prey upon the innocent. Each gang lord you encounter becomes another lesson in the application of fear, another demonstration of how terror can be refined into an art form. You begin to understand that the visions are not random. They come strongest when you witness injustice, when you see the strong devouring the weak without consequence. The future shows you solutions, terrible, efficient solutions that involve flayed skin and public executions, mass graves, and the systematic extermination of entire bloodlines. You resist these visions at first, clinging to some inherent sense that there must be a better way. But Nostromo offers no better way. Here, in the depths of the hive, justice is a foreign concept. The only law is survival, and the only mercy is the swift death granted to those wise enough not to resist. You watch families torn apart by slavers, children sold to the most depraved bidders, and innocence ground beneath the boots of those who mistake cruelty for strength. With each atrocity you witness, the visions become clearer, more insistent, until you can no longer distinguish between prophecy and desire. Your first kill, as a deliberate act of justice, comes when you discover a fighting pit where children are forced to battle to the death for the entertainment of the city's elite. The sight of boys and girls no older than you appear to be, armed with crude weapons and driven by starvation to butcher each other, finally breaks something inside you. The visions that follow are not of distant futures, but of immediate, visceral vengeance. You descend into the pit during the height of the evening's entertainment. Your movements silent as death itself. The spectators notice you first, a pale figure emerging from the shadows, like something from their darkest nightmares. Their laughter dies in their throats as you begin to move through their ranks, your hands closing around throats and twisting heads from shoulders with surgical precision. The Pitmaster, a grossly obese man who has grown rich on the suffering of children, tries to flee when he sees what you are doing to his clientele. You catch him at the exit, your grip closing around his skull like a vice. As he begs for mercy, you lean close and whisper the words that will become your signature. Fear me, but follow. He doesn't live long enough to follow, but the children in the pit hear your words and understand. They see you not as another predator, but as something different. A monster that preys upon monsters. A darkness that devours other darknesses. In their eyes, you see the first flicker of something you will spend the rest of your existence trying to recapture. Hope. The word spreads through the underhive like wildfire. The pale demon child who hunts the hunters, who turns the predators into prey. Gang leaders begin to whisper your name in the darkness, and that name becomes a curse that children use to frighten each other. Conrad Kurz, the Night Haunter, the thing that stalks the shadows and brings justice to the unjust. But even as they fear you, even as the criminal underworld begins to tremble at your approach, you know that this is only the beginning. The visions show you so much more. Legions of warriors in midnight blue armor, planets reduced to ash and bone, and a galaxy that will learn to fear the darkness as much as you do. You are not just hunting criminals in the depths of a single hive. You are preparing for a war that will consume the stars themselves. You grow in the darkness of Nostromo, and with each passing day, you become something more terrible than the criminals you hunt. Your body stretches and broadens, pale skin taking on the marble white complexion that will become your signature. Your eyes burn with an inner fire that seems to pierce through lies and pretense, seeing the guilt that stains every soul in this cursed hive. Most disturbing of all, your visions become more frequent, more detailed, more inevitable. The transformation is not merely physical. Your mind expands to accommodate the flood of prophetic images that crash through your consciousness with increasing intensity. You see yourself as you will become, 10 feet tall, crowned with iron, your armor adorned with the flayed skin of those who dared to oppose you. You see the methods you will perfect, the art of psychological warfare, the science of terror, the philosophy of fear as a tool of justice. These visions do not merely show you the future, they teach you how to make it reality. Your first systematic campaign begins in the lower levels of Hive Quintanus, where the Shadow Syndicate has carved out a kingdom built on suffering. Their leader, a woman known only as the Brass Maiden, has perfected the art of torture to such a degree that victims beg for death long before she grants it. Her enforcers skin their victims alive and leave them hanging from the hive's support structures as warnings to others. Under her rule, entire families disappear into the depths, their screams echoing through the ventilation systems for days before finally falling silent. You watch her operation for weeks, learning the patterns of her organization, cataloging the faces of her lieutenants, and most importantly, studying her methods. The visions show you how she will die, strung up with her own torture devices, her skin peeled away in precise strips, while her followers watch in horror. But they also show you something more valuable, how her techniques can be refined, improved, made more efficient. The night you strike, you begin with her outer guards. These are hard men, veterans of countless gang wars, their bodies covered in scars and their minds numbed by years of violence. They die without understanding what kills them, their throats opened by strikes too fast for their augmented reflexes to detect. You leave their bodies arranged in perfect geometric patterns, their blood painting sigils of fear across the walls of their stronghold. The brass maiden's inner circle discovers the carnage at dawn. They find their guards not merely dead, but positioned in poses that speak of deliberate artistry. Some hang, suspended from chains, their bodies drained of blood and arranged like grotesque sculptures. Others are found seated at tables, their lifeless eyes staring at meals of human flesh that have been carved with surgical precision. The message is clear. Something has entered their domain that makes their worst nightmares seem like pleasant dreams. You allow them 3 days to prepare, 3 days to reinforce their defenses, to call in favors from other gangs, to arm themselves with the heaviest weapons they can acquire. You want them to feel secure, to believe that their preparations might save them. The visions have shown you that hope makes the final despair so much more exquisite. When you finally attack, you do not come as a force of nature or a warrior seeking glorious combat. You come as death itself, patient and inevitable. The Brass Maiden's fortress is a converted factory complex, its entrances heavily guarded and its interior designed to funnel attackers into killing fields. You ignore the entrances entirely, climbing the exterior walls like a spider and entering through the ventilation systems that honeycomb the structure. Your first kills are the sentries on the upper levels. You take them one by one, your movements so silent that their comrades don't realize they're missing until you want them to know. Each body you leave is positioned to tell a story. Some appear to be sleeping peacefully. Others are arranged in poses of abject terror, and a few are simply gone, leaving only bloodstains and the lingering scent of fear. The psychological campaign lasts for hours. You move through the fortress like a ghost, leaving signs of your presence, but never showing yourself directly. Guards find their comrades' skinned faces nailed to walls, their weapons bent into impossible shapes, their ammunition replaced with finger bones. The few who catch glimpses of you describe a pale figure that moves with inhuman grace, its eyes burning with cold fire and its smile promising torments beyond imagination. By the time you reach the Brass Maiden's inner sanctum, half her followers have fled into the night, and the remainder are on the verge of madness. You find her in her torture chamber, surrounded by the instruments of her trade, her hands shaking as she tries to prepare for a battle she knows she cannot win. She is a small woman, her body enhanced with numerous augmetics. But her eyes hold the same cold cruelty that you have seen in your visions of yourself. "You're him," she whispers as you step into the chamber. "The night haunter, the thing that hunts in the dark." You nod, studying her face as the visions cascade through your mind. You see her childhood, not so different from the children she now tortures. You see the chain of violence that made her what she is, the progression from victim to victimizer that defines life on Nostramo. In her, you recognize something of yourself, and the recognition fills you with both understanding and disgust. "You know what I am," you say, your voice carrying the weight of prophecy. "But do you know what you are?" She tries to activate one of her torture devices, some pathetic gesture of defiance, but your hand closes around her wrist with crushing force. The augmetic limb shatters like glass, and she screams with a sound that echoes through the chamber like brazen. By the time you reach the Brass Maiden's inner sanctum, half her followers have fled into the night, and the remainder are on the verge of madness. You find her in her torture chamber, surrounded by the instruments of her trade, her hands shaking as she tries to prepare for a battle she knows she cannot win. She is a small woman, her body enhanced with numerous augmetics, but her eyes hold the same cold cruelty that you have seen in your visions of yourself. "You're him," she whispers as you step into the chamber. "The night haunter, the thing that hunts in the dark." You nod, studying her face as the visions cascade through your mind. You see her childhood, not so different from the children she now tortures. You see the chain of violence that made her what she is, the progression from victim to victimizer that defines life on Nostramo. In her, you recognize something of yourself, and the recognition fills you with both understanding and disgust. "You know what I am," you say, your voice carrying the weight of prophecy. But do you know what you are? She tries to activate one of her torture devices, some pathetic gesture of defiance, but your hand closes around her wrist with crushing force. The augmetic limb shatters like glass, and she screams with a sound that echoes through the chamber like breaking bells. You know what I am, you say, your voice carrying the weight of prophecy. But do you know what you are? She tries to activate one of her torture devices, some pathetic gesture of defiance, but your hand closes around her wrist with crushing force. The augmetic limb shatters like glass, and she screams with a sound that echoes through the chamber like breaking bells. You are a lesson. Lifting her struggling form with effortless strength. A demonstration of what happens when justice fails. Her death is not quick. You use her own instruments against her, following the techniques you learned from watching her work, but refining them with insights drawn from your visions. As you work, you speak to her in a voice that carries the weight of absolute certainty. This is not cruelty, you explain as you begin to flay the skin from her arms. This is education. Every cut teaches those who will find your body that their sins have consequences. Every scream echoes through the hive to remind others that the darkness they serve has turned against them. She begs for mercy, for a quick death, for anything but the methodical dismantling of her body. But you have seen the faces of her victims, felt their terror through the visions, and you know that mercy is a luxury that must be earned through suffering. When you finally grant her death, you arrange her body in the center of her torture chamber, surrounded by the instruments of her trade. Her skin hangs from the walls like grotesque tapestries, and her blood has been used to write a message that will be found by every gang leader in the hive. Fear me, but follow. The discovery of the brass maiden's body sends shockwaves through Nostramo's criminal underworld. This is not merely another gang war or territorial dispute. This is something new and terrible, a force that combines the worst aspects of their own methods with a twisted sense of righteousness that makes it infinitely more dangerous. You return to the depths of the hive, your mind churning with the implications of what you have done. The visions show you the reactions of the other gang leaders, their attempts to form alliances against you, and the ultimate futility of their resistance. You see yourself growing stronger with each victory, your methods becoming more refined, your understanding of fear deepening until it becomes a science as precise as any other. But in the quiet moments between the visions, you remember the faces of the children you saved from the fighting pits, the families you protected from the predators, the innocents who looked at you with something approaching gratitude. You tell yourself that everything you do is for them, that the terrible things you will become are necessary to protect those who cannot protect themselves. The darkness of Nostromo whispers otherwise. It tells you that you enjoy the work, that the artistry of fear fills you with a satisfaction that no amount of noble justification can disguise. It reminds you that the line between justice and sadism is thinner than you want to believe, and that with each passing day, you step further across it. In the depths of the hive, as you plan your next campaign against the criminal syndicates that infest this world, you feel the first stirrings of what will become your greatest burden. The visions show you not just what you will do, but who you will become. A monster so terrible that even the darkest corners of the galaxy will tremble at your approach. And in your heart, you know that this transformation is not a tragedy to be avoided, but a destiny to be embraced. Your campaign against the criminal syndicates of Nostromo takes on a momentum of its own, each victory spawning new challenges and forcing you to refine your methods of terror. The underworld that once seemed so vast and impenetrable now reveals itself as a finite target, its territories mapped not by physical boundaries but by the spreading zones of fear that mark your passage through the hiveman. The Blood Raisers are the next to fall. Their leader, a cyber-enhanced brute called Vex Iron Jaw, has built his reputation on the systematic dismantling of rival gangs. His followers are known for their surgical precision in torture, their ability to keep victims alive for weeks while slowly removing pieces of their anatomy. They consider themselves artists of agony, and their territory is decorated with the preserved remains of those who crossed them. You study their methods with the cold fascination of a scholar examining a particularly intricate mechanism. The visions show you their techniques in excruciating detail, how they select their victims, how they prepare their tools, how they maintain their equipment. More importantly, they show you how these methods can be turned against their practitioners. The attack begins not with violence, but with theater. You infiltrate their stronghold during one of their ritual torture sessions, where they are slowly dismantling a merchant who refused to pay their protection fees. The victim hangs suspended from chains, his body opened in precise patterns that spell out accusations against his character. The Blood Raisers watch with professional interest, discussing the finer points of technique as if they were critiquing a painting. You make your presence known gradually, allowing them to catch glimpses of your pale form moving through the shadows. At first, they dismiss these sightings as tricks of the light or the hallucinations of comrades who have indulged too heavily in combat stims. But as the sightings become more frequent and more detailed, an atmosphere of unease begins to permeate their gathering. The first direct confrontation occurs when you step into the light, directly behind their leader. Vex Ironjaw spins around, his augmetic jaw clicking as he processes the sight of you standing calmly in the center of his stronghold. His followers scramble for their weapons, but you remain perfectly still, your burning eyes fixed on their leader with the intensity of a predator studying its prey. "You are Conrad Kurz," Vex says, his voice distorted by the mechanical components of his throat. "The Night Haunter. We have heard the stories." You nod slowly, your gaze never leaving his face. "And you are Vex Ironjaw, the artist of agony. I have seen your work." His augmetic jaw clicks in what might be amusement. "Have you come to join us? Your reputation suggests you appreciate the finer aspects." The question hangs in the air like a blade balanced on its edge. Your followers, for you have begun to gather followers, those who have witnessed your methods and chosen to serve rather than die, wait in the shadows for your response. The visions cascade through your mind, showing you the path this conversation will take, the violence that will follow, and the terrible lesson you will teach. "I have come to improve your technique," you say finally. Your voice carrying the weight of absolute certainty. "You work with the crude tools of amateurs. I will show you what true artistry looks like." What follows is not a battle in any conventional sense. It is a demonstration, a lecture delivered with actions rather than words. You move through the blood razors like a force of nature, your strikes precise and economical. But instead of killing them quickly, you disable them systematically, breaking joints and severing tendons with surgical precision. Each fallen gang member becomes a canvas for your art. You use their own tools against them, applying their techniques with a skill that far exceeds their own. As you work, you speak to them in the calm, measured tones of a teacher addressing students. "Pain is not an end in itself," you explain, as you carefully flay the skin from one gangster's arm. "It is a means of communication. Each cut must convey meaning. Each scream must carry a message." You demonstrate on another victim, showing how the placement of incisions can spell out words in the ancient script of Nostramo. The gang members watch in fascination and horror as you carve their crimes into their own flesh, their bodies becoming living confessions of their sins. Vex Ironjaw is saved for last. His augmetic enhancements make him more durable than his followers, but they also provide you with opportunities for more creative applications of suffering. You begin by systematically destroying his mechanical components, each act of vandalism accompanied by detailed explanations of his failings as both a leader and an artist. Your jaw clicks when you speak. You observe as you carefully remove the offending component. This betrays emotion, weakness, true fear. As he dies, you lean close to his ear and whisper the words that will become your signature. Fear me, but follow. The survivors of the Blood Raisers become your first true disciples, their loyalty born not of admiration, but of absolute terror. They have seen what you can do to those who consider themselves masters of pain, and they understand that serving you is the only alternative to becoming your next demonstration. Word of your victory spreads through the underworld with the speed of wildfire. The other syndicates begin to take notice, their leaders calling emergency meetings to discuss the threat you represent. Some propose alliance, others advocate for immediate war, but all recognize that you have moved beyond the category of mere gang leader. You have become something new and terrible, a force that combines the worst aspects of their own methods with a vision that extends far beyond simple territorial control. The Iron Skulls attempt to strike first, sending assassins into the depths of the hive to eliminate you before you can consolidate your power. These are not mere gang members, but professional killers, enhanced with the finest augmetics that stolen Imperial technology can provide. They move through the shadows like ghosts, their weapons designed to kill silently and efficiently. You allow them to hunt you for days, leading them deeper into the maze of abandoned factories and forgotten tunnels that honeycomb the hive's foundations. The visions show you their every move, their plans and backup plans, their fears and desperate hopes. You know exactly where they are at all times, but you permit them to believe they are closing in on their quarry. When you finally turn the tables, it is with a precision that borders on the supernatural. The assassins find themselves trapped in a web of their own making, their escape routes sealed, their communication systems jammed, their weapons mysteriously malfunctioning. One by one, they disappear into the darkness, their screams echoing through the tunnels like the cries of the damned. The last assassin, a woman whose body is more machine than flesh, faces you in the ruins of an ancient chapel. The irony is not lost on you. This place once offered sanctuary to the innocent, and now it will witness the final lesson in the futility of opposing your will. You cannot kill an idea, she says, her voice distorted by vox grills. The syndicates will find another way to stop you. You study her face, seeing past the augmetics to the fear that drives her defiance. You misunderstand, you reply, your voice carrying the weight of prophecy. I am not trying to kill an idea. I am trying to perfect it. Her death is neither quick nor merciful. You use her own augmetics against her, turning her mechanical enhancements into instruments of torment. As you work, you speak to her about the nature of fear, about the difference between terror and mere pain, about the art of breaking not just bodies, but spirits. When you finally grant her death, you arrange her body in the center of the ruined chapel, her augmetics spread around her like the components of a shattered machine. Above her, carved into the ancient stone, you inscribe the words that will become your legacy. Fear me, but follow. The Iron Skull's failure sends shockwaves through the remaining syndicates. They begin to understand that you are not merely another gang leader seeking territory or profit. You are something far more dangerous. A force of nature that feeds on their fear and grows stronger with each victory. As you stand in the ruins of the chapel, surrounded by the evidence of your handiwork, you feel the first stirrings of what will become your greatest burden. The visions show you the path ahead, not just the conquest of Nostromo, but the transformation of an entire galaxy. You see yourself older, more terrible, commanding legions of warriors who share your vision of justice through fear. But in the quiet moments between the visions, you remember why you began this crusade. The children in the fighting pits, the families torn apart by slavers, the innocent souls ground beneath the boots of those who mistake cruelty for strength. You tell yourself that everything you do is for them, that the terrible things you will become are necessary to protect those who cannot protect themselves. The darkness of Nostromo whispers otherwise. It tells you that you have begun to enjoy the work, that the artistry of fear fills you with a satisfaction that no amount of noble justification can disguise. It reminds you that the line between justice and sadism is thinner than you want to believe, and that with each passing day, you step further across it, in the depths of the hive, as you plan your next campaign against the remaining syndicates. You feel the weight of destiny settling around your shoulders like a shroud. The visions show you not just what you will do, but who you will become. A monster so terrible that even the darkest corners of the galaxy will tremble at your approach. And in your heart, you know that this transformation is not a tragedy to be avoided, but a destiny to be embraced. The Ivory Prince initially dismisses the attacks as turf wars between petty gangs. But as the pattern emerges, he begins to understand. This is no random violence. No territorial squabble. This is a campaign. A deliberate, surgical effort to annihilate not just his organization, but the very idea of organized crime on Nostromo. Your first direct confrontation? It unfolds during one of their premier auctions, where the children of an entire settlement are being sold to the highest bidders. The venue, a repurposed theater in the hive's mid-levels, once a palace of art, now a temple of agony. Its gilded walls and velvet drapes form an obscene contrast to the suffering on stage. The crowd, Nostromo's elite, bloated merchants, corrupted officials, nobles drunk on the currency of pain. You enter not with fanfare, but with purpose, slipping through the stage entrance like a ghost. Your form pale, your presence undeniable, a specter of reckoning. The auctioneer, grotesque, obese, chokes mid-sentence as he spots you. His voice, once confident, stutters, and the crowd turns. Their laughter dies in their throats. Your voice cuts through the silence like a scalpel. Ladies and gentlemen, you say, calm, clear. Tonight's entertainment has been changed. What follows is not a battle. It is a lesson. You move with precision, each strike surgical, not to kill but to etch a message. You wealthy patrons become unwilling canvases, their flesh carved with the names of their victims, the prices they paid for innocence. And your tools? You don't bring them. You repurpose theirs. Branding irons meant for slaves. Surgical blades used for inspection. The chains they once used to bind the innocent. You show them what justice looks like, not as mercy, but as memory made permanent in blood and iron. The Ivory Prince watches from his private box, his face a mask of controlled terror as you carve your way through his clientele. He is tall, elegant, a man sculpted by generations bred for aesthetic perfection. His skin, porcelain, his features refined, and his eyes, cold, calculating. They track your every move with the fascination of a connoisseur watching a masterpiece unfold. You ascend, and when you reach his box, you find him seated calmly, hands folded in his lap, expression unreadable, yet not defiant. It is the look of a man who has already accepted what comes next. Between you lies the auction block, where children were displayed like objects, their tears and terror sold as entertainment for the elite. You are more skilled than I anticipated, he says, his voice polished soaked in the cultured tones of high society. Your reputation does not do justice to your artistry. You study his face, not the calm mask, but what lies beneath it. Fear, real, palpable, human. You speak of artistry while selling children like cattle. You reply, voice even yet laced with judgment. You understand nothing of what art truly means. His smile is cold, predatory. I understand that you and I are more alike than you wish to admit. He says, we both see people as resources, tools to be manipulated for our own purposes. The only difference is that I am honest about my motivations. Now, the words cut deeper than any blade, and in his eyes you see it, the reflection, yourself. The pale, the casual precision with which you've carved through his empire. For a moment, the visions shift. A future unfolds where justice and cruelty have become one and the same, where you have become the very monster you hunt. But then you remember the children lined up, trembling on the auction block, the terror in their eyes, the families torn apart, the innocents ground beneath his machine of suffering. The vision shifts again, not a warning, but a promise. You are right, you say, your voice steady, unyielding, carved from iron. We are alike, but where you see opportunity, I see obligation. Where you see profit, I see justice. And where you see fear, I see education. His death is neither quick nor merciful. You make the auction block his stage, the tools taken from his own collection, the brands, the chains, the surgical instruments, each one applied with the precision of a master craftsman. And as you work, you speak of justice, of the line between fear and terror, of what it truly means to break not just bodies, but the very concept of evil. The surviving crimson merchants become your disciples, not from admiration, but from terror. They have seen what happens to those who profit from suffering, and now they understand. Serving you is the only alternative to becoming your next demonstration. With the fall of the crimson merchants, your control over Nostramo's underworld becomes absolute. The remaining syndicates face a simple choice: submit or be annihilated. Those who submit, they're reshaped, transformed into instruments of your will. Their criminal networks repurposed for cleansing corruption and protecting the innocent. Who resist, they offer you refinement. New ways to perfect your message. New canvases for the consequences of defiance. The transformation of Nostromo begins, slowly, almost imperceptibly. Crime rates drop like stones. Gangs flee to other worlds. Those who remain face your justice. The wealthy elite, once untouchable, begin to redistribute their wealth. Desperation hides in their philanthropy. They hope to buy your mercy. Corrupt officials now fall over each other to appear honest, to prove their worth, to survive. But you know this is just the beginning. The visions whisper of something greater, fleets of ships, legions trained in your doctrine, a galaxy reshaped by your justice. You see yourself older, more terrible, commanding forces that span star systems and bringing justice to civilizations that have never known the meaning of fear. The consolidation of your power over Nostromo's underworld becomes a symphony of terror, orchestrated with the precision of a master conductor. Each remaining syndicate falls, not through brute force, but through fear so refined it becomes indistinguishable from art. You've learned to read the psychology of your enemies as easily as others read text, and you weaponize that knowledge. Your campaigns don't just end lives, they shatter the will to resist. No blood spilled without meaning, no scream wasted. The Crimson Merchants represent your most complex challenge yet. Unlike the crude gangs that came before, these are sophisticated criminals. An empire built on the systematic exploitation of human misery. Their leader, a man known only as the Ivory Prince. His network stretches across hive levels. Slavers, organ harvesters, flesh peddlers, interlinked like a corporation. There are hierarchies, territories, and codes of conduct for the buying and selling of human lives. You study their operation for months. Your visions show you things that no drone, no spy, no agent could ever find. You see auction houses where children are sold to the highest bidder, harvesting facilities where the poor are processed like livestock, private clubs where the elite indulge their most depraved appetites. Each vision injects cold fury into your veins, a fury that burns like ice. The campaign begins. At first, it's subtle. Slave caravans vanish into the tunnels, their guards found days later, displayed in tableaus, storybook scenes of their crimes. Organ harvesters, discovered by rival gangs, except the staff has been transformed into gruesome exhibits, each corpse a canvas of ironic retribution carved by their own tools. And the elite, they wake to find their chambers redecorated with the skinned remains of those they once sold. This is not vengeance, this is performance, and the underworld of Nostramo, it watches, and it learns who now holds the conductor's baton. The night the sky burns with golden fire, you stand atop the highest spire of Hive Quintanus and watch your world transform. The Emperor's flagship, Acephalus, descends through the thick cloud cover like a falling star, its hull gleaming with the light of 1,000 escort ships. It should inspire awe. It should make your heart soar, but instead, you feel only the cold certainty of prophecy fulfilled. You have seen this moment in visions countless times, and you know exactly what it means. Your transformation of Nostramo is complete. The syndicates, extinct, their names now whispered only as warnings. The corrupt officials who enabled the decay of this world, they are gone, purged, or converted into tools of your order. The elite who gorged themselves on human misery now preach generosity with the passion of the truly terrified. Crime, it didn't disappear through compassion. It evaporated under pressure. The refined pressure of fear so complete, it might as well be natural law. But the visions, they've always shown more. The golden figure stepping from the ship, the test that awaits you, the legacy you are destined to leave across the stars. You've studied the scraps of imperial history smuggled through refugee mouths and traders' lips. You know who approaches, and you know why he's come. The Emperor's arrival is heralded by a spectacle, a show of power so vast, it eclipses even your most dramatic acts. Drop pods fall like meteors, each one delivering golden warriors whose very presence seems to push back the darkness, as if light itself bends to serve them. Behind them marches the Imperial Army, coordinated, disciplined, the polar opposite of the chaos that once ruled Nostramo's underworld. But all of it fades against him. The figure at their head, the being whose psychic presence scorches your mind like a brand. You descend from your tower to the ruins of the old governor's palace, the site of your earliest demonstration. The walls remain decorated, still adorned with your art, frescoes of flayed skin, bone mosaics, the grim testament to your rise. You chose this place, so he would understand the nature of the son he's about to claim. He enters alone. His golden armor reflects the firelight. Each step resonating like the turning of a cosmic page. He's taller than you imagined, and somehow his mere presence makes your mastery of fear feel crude. His eyes, ancient, terrible, they scan your work, not with shock or disgust, but with the calm detachment of a master, evaluating his student. "You are my son," he says, and his voice, it carries harmonics that vibrate through more than flesh and bone. Conrad Kurz, the Night Haunter, Primarch of the 8th Legion. You nod, your gaze never wavering. And you are the Emperor of mankind, the master of the Great Crusade, the being who scattered my brothers across the galaxy and left us to find our own paths to maturity. A flicker, just for a moment, pain perhaps, or regret, crosses his face. "The forces of chaos sought to corrupt you in your infancy," he says. "My actions were necessary to prevent a greater catastrophe." Necessary, you echo, the word heavy with a lifetime of visions. Yes, I understand necessity. I have made it my specialty. It echoes faintly through the blood-stained chamber. He walks the hall slowly, measured steps, his gaze drifting across your dark compositions. You study his face, searching for approval or condemnation, but his expression remains unreadable. He stops before your masterwork, a grand tableau crafted from the remains of the Crimson Merchants' leaders, their twisted forms arranged to spell a single message: justice through fear, etched in the ancient script of Terra. Your methods are distinctive, he says at last, his voice layered with meaning only a Primarch could grasp. Reports speak of a transformation unprecedented in recorded history, crime eliminated, corruption purged, order restored through the application of terror. "Fear is the most honest emotion," you reply, your voice steady, forged by experience. It strips away pretense, reveals what lies beneath civility and decorum. You gesture toward the grotesque exhibit. These people spent lifetimes cloaked in respectability while they fed on suffering. Fear forced them to show their true faces. He turns to face you fully, and the weight of his psychic presence slams into your consciousness. Shay. Just for a heartbeat, you see it. The vastness of his vision. A galaxy united under human rule. The Xenos threat extinguished. The forces of chaos held at bay, not by faith or diplomacy, but by sheer order impose through will alone. But beneath that brilliance, you see the shadow, the compromises, the atrocities, the necessary evils hidden beneath banners of light. You see it too, you whisper, barely audible, yet undeniable. The future, the choices that must be made, the prices that will be paid. His expression falters, a flicker of concern breaking the mask. And in that moment, you know, your visions have pierced something he meant to keep buried. The future is not fixed, my son, he says quietly. We have the power to shape it, to choose which paths we will walk. But your visions, they speak with cruel clarity. You see yourself older, more terrible, standing over the shattered bodies of those who once called you brother. You see a galaxy in flames, civil war ignited by the very forces meant to unite it, the grand design crumbling, and only your methods strong enough to hold back the tide. You need me, you say, your voice absolute, not for the crusade you proclaim, but for the war that comes after. When your dream collapses and this galaxy devours itself, you'll need someone who can do what must be done. He does not deny it, and in that silence, you find your answer. The visions have always shown the truth. The Emperor knows what you will become, and he needs that monster just as much as he fears it. Your first meeting with your brother Primarchs takes place aboard the Bucephalus, in a chamber forged to display the overwhelming might of the Imperial war machine. Rogel Dawn of the Imperial Fists greets you first, his manner precise, his tone clipped with the courtesy of a professional soldier. His eyes scan your pale skin, your midnight blue armor, measuring you, not as kin but as a variable. Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands is next. He offers a warrior's nod. No expression disturbs the cold perfection of his augmetic features. But his gaze lingers, studying your reputation like a weapons schematic. Then, Fulgrim, of the Emperor's children. He approaches like a man entering a gallery, his every motion elegant, curated. His eyes fall on your armor and pause. Trophies line your chest and shoulders, the preserved faces of Nostramo's former tyrants, their agony frozen into a silent gallery of fear. Fulgrim's expression shifts, a flicker between fascination and revulsion. He sees the artistry, the intentionality, and something familiar. Your reputation precedes you, brother, he says, his voice silky, aristocratic. They say you transformed an entire world through the application of fear alone. Fear is merely the tool, you reply, your gaze unwavering. Justice is the goal. The criminals of Nostramo mistook cruelty for strength, and they learned the difference. Fogeldorn's expression never shifts, but the calculation in his eyes sharpens. He's dissecting you, mentally cataloging strengths, weaknesses, tactical value. The reports speak of unconventional methods, psychological warfare taken to extremes. Effective methods, you correct. Calm. Absolute. The results speak for themselves. Nostramo has been reshaped from a cesspit of corruption into a model of order. The techniques I honed there will prove invaluable in the campaigns to come. Ferrus Manus speaks at last, his voice low, metallic, shaped by the augmetic precision of his reconstructed throat. Flesh is weak, brother. Your methods strike at that weakness directly, breaking the spirit before the body. There is wisdom in such an approach. You nod silently. Your gaze sweeps across the faces of your kin, your brothers. Beings like you, scattered by fate, shaped by the brutality of alien stars and human desperation. And already you see it, the mingled threads of respect and unease. They acknowledge your effectiveness, but they question your soul. You are a reminder of what lies beyond discipline, beyond control. The visions flicker in your mind's eye, futures branching, paths unfolding. Some among them will adopt your methods, wield fear as a scalpel, just as you do. Others will recoil, call your tactics excessive, cling to more conventional ideals. But all of them, sooner or later, will come to fear you. Not as an enemy, but as a reflection, a specter of what they could become, should they ever abandon principle in pursuit of victory. As the meeting progresses, you find yourself cataloging their weaknesses, studying their psychological profiles, with the same intensity you once applied to the criminal leaders of Nostramo. Dorn's rigid adherence to duty, Fulgrim's need for perfection, Ferrus's trust in mechanical enhancement over human intuition. Each represents a potential vulnerability that could be exploited if necessary. The thought disturbs you, but the visions have shown you that such knowledge will be necessary. The brotherhood you are joining will not last, and when it fractures, you will need every advantage you can gather to survive the coming storm. Your formal induction into the imperial hierarchy occurs in the same chamber where you first met the Emperor. The ceremony is simple, but profound. You kneel before the master of mankind and swear the oaths that will bind you to his service. But as you speak the words of loyalty and dedication, the visions show you the true nature of the compact you are making. You are not just joining a crusade to reunite humanity. You are becoming part of a machine, one designed to reshape the galaxy in the image of a single being's vision of order. The methods you perfected on Nostromo will be amplified and refined, applied not to cities or continents, but to entire star systems and alien civilizations. The fear you once wielded like a scalpel will become a bludgeon capable of crushing worlds. And in the end, when the machine breaks down and the galaxy burns, you will not be remembered as a hero. You will be a monster. A cautionary tale, proof that the cure can be worse than the disease. As you rise from your knees, the Emperor's hand resting lightly on your shoulder, you feel the weight of destiny settling around you like a shroud. The visions show you the path ahead, not just the conquest of worlds, but the corruption of ideals, the betrayal of brotherhood, and the ultimate victory of chaos over order. But for now, you are content to serve. The 8th Legion awaits your command, and the galaxy stretches before you like a canvas aching for your touch. The criminals of Nostromo were merely practice, a crucible in which to forge your craft. What comes next will be a scale of execution that defies imagination. The real work is just beginning. The first time you stand before the assembled warriors of the 8th Legion, you feel the weight of genetic legacy pressing against your consciousness like a physical force. They are arrayed in perfect formation on the training grounds of the Bucephalus, their midnight blue armor gleaming under the harsh artificial lights of the ship's interior. These are your sons, created from your genetic template and shaped by decades of warfare in the Emperor's name. But as you study their faces, you see something that disturbs you more than the worst criminal you ever hunted on Nostromo. They are afraid of you. Not the clean fear of the guilty faced with justice, but something deeper and more troubling. These warriors have heard the reports from Nostromo, seen the recordings of your methods, and studied the artistic arrangements you created from the bodies of criminals. They know what you are capable of, and they have begun to understand what their future holds under your command. Captain Jargo Sevatarian, the de facto leader of the Legion in your absence, steps forward to make his report. He is a tall, lean warrior whose features bear the same pale complexion that marks you as their gene father. His eyes burn with an inner fire that speaks of intelligence and ambition, but also of a cruelty that has been carefully cultivated over years of warfare. "My lord," he says, his voice carrying the clipped tones of military discipline, "the 8th Legion stands ready for your command. We have maintained the highest standards of combat effectiveness and have added 17 worlds to the Imperial domain in the past solar year." You nod, studying the assembled warriors with the same intensity you once applied to the criminal syndicates of Nostramo. These are not the crude gangers and corrupt officials you are accustomed to dealing with. These are Astartes, genetically enhanced warriors whose bodies and minds have been sculpted for war. But they are also your genetic offspring, and you can see the potential for darkness that lurks within their enhanced physiology. "Tell me about your methods," you say, your voice carrying across the training ground with perfect clarity. "How do you achieve victory?" Sevatarian's expression remains neutral, but you see the flicker of something in his eyes. Pride, perhaps, or anticipation. "We employ standard Astartes tactics, my lord. Rapid deployment, overwhelming firepower, and coordinated assaults designed to break enemy resistance through superior force." "Efficient," you reply, your tone carrying implications that make several of the warriors shift uncomfortably. "But lacking in artistry. Fear is the most effective weapon in our arsenal, and you have been using it like a club when it should be wielded like a scalpel." You move among the assembled warriors, your presence causing them to stiffen to attention. Each one bears the genetic markers of your heritage: the pale skin, the burning eyes, the predatory grace that speaks of enhanced reflexes and heightened senses. But they also bear the marks of their training, the rigid discipline that has been imposed upon them by the Imperial war machine. You have been taught to kill, your voice carrying the weight of hard-won experience. But killing is merely the final step in a process that begins with understanding. Before you can destroy your enemies, you must first understand what they fear, what they value, and what they will sacrifice to preserve. The first practical demonstration occurs during a compliance action against a human world called Shardenius Prime. The planet's population has rejected imperial rule, fortifying their cities and preparing for a siege that could last for years. The conventional approach would be to deploy the Legion in overwhelming force, crushing resistance through superior firepower and accepting the massive casualties that would result from urban warfare. Instead, you choose a different path. Your fleet arrives at the edge of the Shardenius system under cover of darkness, your ships running silent to avoid detection by the planetary defense networks. The plan you have devised is elegant in its simplicity. Rather than announcing your presence with the traditional demands for surrender, You will demonstrate the futility of resistance through the application of carefully crafted terror. The operation begins with the systematic elimination of the planet's communication networks. Your warriors infiltrate the orbital relay stations, their movements coordinated with surgical precision. But instead of simply destroying the equipment, they leave behind carefully crafted displays designed to communicate the inevitable consequences of continued resistance. The technicians manning the stations are found arranged in elaborate tableaus, their bodies positioned to spell out messages in the planetary language. Some are discovered seated at their control consoles, their faces bearing expressions of absolute terror as they stare at screens displaying the words, "Fear me, but follow," in letters carved from their own flesh. Others are found suspended from the station's superstructure, their bodies transformed into grotesque sculptures that showcase the precision of Astartes' enhancement. The psychological effect is immediate, devastating. With orbital communications severed and grim footage of their defenders' fate surfacing, the planetary government begins to fracture. Military leaders turn on civilian officials, civilians in turn spiral into panic and rage. Chaos blooms from fear, precisely as intended. But this is only the beginning. Your gaze shifts to the planet's military academy, the forge of future resistance, where the next generation is drilled to defy imperial law. It is fortified, elite, proud. But none of that matters. Your warriors slip inside as wraiths, silent, precise. The same spectral finesse that bled Nostromo into obedience now guides this infiltration. The assault is not a battle, it is a lesson. Astartes glide through corridors like executioners from myth, their kills surgical, purposeful, artistic. Instructors are found in lecture halls, posed grotesquely in mock lessons of failure, cadets awaken to horror, weapons replaced by the severed hands of friends, manuals overwritten in blood, line by line, spelling their futures in viscera. The climax comes in the main auditorium. The survivors, shaking, weaponless, await a final stand. But no charge comes, no bombardment. Instead, a figure steps into the spotlight, Captain Sevatarian. His voice cuts through the tension like a blade. This is not defeat, it is education. He does not yell, he instructs, and they listen because they must. He speaks of war refined, of terror used not for cruelty, but for clarity, of doctrine reshaped by fear, and discipline honed by horror. They will remember this lecture forever. Some will serve, others will flee, none will forget. Fear is not weakness, he tells the crowd, his voice like iron in a cathedral. It is wisdom. Those who fear us survive to serve the Emperor. Those who do not serve as examples for those who come after. The conquest of Shardanus Prime ends without a siege, without a formal battle. The government surrenders unconditionally, not from crushed defenses, but from the engineering of terror. The people, shaken, hollow-eyed, welcome imperial rule with the fervor of the truly terrified. Your warriors have seen it all, watched fear sculpt obedience like flame on wax, and now they begin to understand what they truly are. Not just soldiers, artists, sculptors of terror. Their medium, the human psyche. Discipline begins to bend. Armor once pristine now bears the legacy of fear. Flayed faces, preserved organs, child bones arranged in macabre motifs, declarations of psychological conquest. Their battle cry changes, no longer rote litanies of the Imperium, but a truth forged in nightmare. In midnight clad, we are his sons, and in his name we bring the night. But the most profound shift, their view of the enemy, where once stood targets, now stand canvases, each campaign an exhibition, each soul broken, a signature. Fear becomes their most elegant weapon, a precision tool, far sharper than steel. They no longer fight to win, they perform to transform. You watch their transformation with a strange fusion of pride and unease. These are your sons, shaped by your gene seed, your methods, your vision. But in their sharpened discipline, you see something else. A glimmer of corruption hiding in the elegance, refinements turning into obsessions, precision curdling into cruelty. The visions return, futures flicker before your mind's eye, grotesque silhouettes of what they might become, Astartes in name only, cloaked in skin, crowned in bone, minds hollowed by an insatiable hunger for fear. Worlds burning, not for conquest, but for the screams. Terror without cause, pain without purpose. And in that moment, you understand. The cure you've crafted may become a plague far worse than the disease it was meant to purge. But that future is not yet written. For now, you remain their guide, their father. The 8th Legion has found its soul in shadow, and the galaxy will come to dread the night, as you do. The criminals of Nostramo were only a beginning, a crucible in which techniques were forged. Now those methods will unfold across the stars, scaled to unimaginable proportions. The Night Lords have been born, and the galaxy will never be the same. The first time you truly taste the fear of an entire world, you understand what it means to be a Primarch. The planet Karatan burns beneath your fleet, its cities reduced to ash, and its population scattered to the winds. But the destruction is not random, it is art. A carefully orchestrated symphony of terror that speaks to the deepest fears of the human psyche. Every burning building, every screaming refugee, every corpse arranged in elaborate patterns across the planet's surface contributes to a message that will echo across the galaxy. Defiance of the Emperor's will brings not merely death, but something far worse. Your transformation of the Night Lords continues with each campaign, their methods becoming more refined, their understanding of fear deepening with every victory. They have learned to read the psychological profiles of entire populations, to identify the specific terrors that will prove most effective against each target. A world of warriors fears dishonor more than death, so their champions are captured and subjected to public degradation. A civilization of scholars fears ignorance, so their libraries are burned and their wise men skinned alive in view of the general population. Captain Jago Sivatarian has become your most apt pupil, his natural cruelty refined by your teachings into something approaching genius. He stands beside you on the bridge of your flagship, the Nightfall, as you watch the final phase of Karatan's subjugation unfold. The planet's last city burns in the distance, its defenders having chosen suicide over surrender rather than face the fate you have prepared for them. The population centers are secured, my lord, his voice carrying the satisfaction of a job well done. Resistance has been eliminated through the application of selective terror. The surviving population numbers approximately 3 million, all of whom have sworn loyalty to the Emperor. You nod, studying the tactical displays that show the full scope of your victory. Karatan had been a fortress world, its population trained from birth to resist invasion. Its military leaders prepared for a siege that could last for decades. But your methods had broken them in less than a month. Their will to resist, crumbling beneath the weight of carefully applied psychological pressure. OP, show me about the demonstrations. His expression remains neutral, but a flicker in the eyes betrays pride or anticipation. The enemy commanders were taken alive during the initial assault and subjected to public interrogation. Their confessions were broadcast to the entire population, followed by educational displays designed to illustrate the consequences of continued resistance. The euphemism brings a cold smile to your lips. You have watched the recordings of these educational displays, seen the artistry with which your sons have refined your techniques. The enemy commanders had been transformed into living sculptures, their bodies carved with the names of their crimes, their screams orchestrated into haunting melodies that echoed through the city's communication networks. And the civilian population. 12,000 were selected for demonstration purposes, his voice carrying the clinical detachment of a surgeon describing a particularly complex procedure, chosen from among the most vocal supporters of resistance. Their families and associates processed according to your standing orders. The displays were arranged in the city's main squares, visible from orbit. You have seen these displays as well. Elaborate arrangements of human remains that tell the story of Karatan's fall in a visual language that transcends mere words. The bodies have been positioned to create patterns that speak of the futility of resistance, the inevitability of imperial victory, and the terrible price of defying your will. From orbit, they form a massive sigil, a message written in flesh and bone, visible to any ship that approaches the planet. The psychological effect extends far beyond Karatan itself. Word of your methods has spread through the surrounding systems, carried by traders and refugees who have witnessed the fate of those who oppose you. Entire star systems have surrendered without a fight, their leaders preferring the certainty of imperial rule to the uncertainty of facing the Night Lords in battle. But with each victory, you sense a subtle change in your sons. The clinical precision of their early campaigns has given way to something more visceral, a growing appetite for the fear they inspire. They have begun to compete among themselves, each one trying to devise more creative, more horrifying methods of breaking their enemy's will. What began as tactical necessity has become something approaching addiction. The change is most evident in the newer members of the Legion, those recruited from the criminal underworld of Nostramo. These warriors bring with them a natural understanding of fear and violence, less refinement needed than the disciplined Terran recruits. But they also bring something else, a hunger for suffering that goes beyond mere tactical necessity. Squad Sergeant Huzas is representative of this new breed. A former enforcer for one of Nostramo's criminal syndicates, he has adapted to Astartes' enhancement with disturbing ease. His armor is decorated with the preserved faces of his victims, arranged in patterns that tell the story of each campaign. His weapon bears notches for every enemy he has killed, but also for every scream he has extracted, every mind he has broken. The flesh is weak, my lord, but the spirit can be made to endure so much before it breaks. We have learned to stretch that endurance, to make each moment of suffering count. You study his face, seeing the hunger that burns behind his eyes. This is not the clinical precision you intended to teach, but something more primal and dangerous. Your sons are becoming addicted to the fear they inspire, using it not just as a tool of warfare, but as a source of personal satisfaction. The visions show you glimpses of the future, your warriors transformed into something barely recognizable as human, their bodies decorated with the preserved remains of their victims, their minds consumed by a hunger for fear that has replaced their original purpose. You see worlds burning, not for strategic reasons, but for the simple pleasure of watching populations scream. And you understand, the cure you have created might be worse than the disease it was meant to address. But you also see the effectiveness of these methods, the way they have revolutionized the pace of the Great Crusade. Worlds that would have required years of siege warfare now fall in weeks, their populations broken not by superior firepower, but by the systematic application of terror. The Emperor's vision of a unified galaxy is being realized faster than anyone had dared to hope, and your Legion is at the forefront of that achievement. Your next target is the Shirao system, a cluster of worlds that have formed a defensive alliance against Imperial expansion. Their military leaders are experienced and well-equipped, their populations disciplined and prepared for war. Intelligence reports suggest that a conventional assault would require the deployment of multiple legions and result in massive casualties on both sides. Instead, you choose a different approach. Say, the campaign begins not with orbital bombardment or ground assault, but with a single ship entering the system under a flag of truce. The vessel's captain requests permission to address the system's leadership, claiming to carry terms for a negotiated surrender. The Shirao leaders, desperate to avoid the fate that has befallen other worlds, agree to the meeting. They gather in the system's administrative center, a space station that orbits the primary world, prepared to hear what they assume will be demands for tribute or vassalage. Instead, they find themselves witnesses to a demonstration that will haunt their dreams for the rest of their lives. The diplomatic vessel proves to be a carefully disguised assault craft, its holds filled not with negotiators, but with your most skilled Terra troops. The station's defenses are neutralized with surgical precision, but the defenders are not killed, they are captured and transformed into living examples of what resistance brings. The system's leaders watch in horror as their guards are systematically flayed alive. Their screams broadcast through the station's communication systems. The officers who attempted to coordinate the defense are found arranged in elaborate tableaus, their bodies positioned to spell out messages of surrender in the ancient script of Terra. The station's commander is discovered in his private quarters, his body transformed into a grotesque sculpture that showcases the precision of Astartes' enhancement. The things that look like think. But the true artistry lies in the psychological manipulation that accompanies the physical horror. Your warriors have studied the cultural and religious beliefs of the Charaut people, identifying the specific fears that will prove most effective against their target audience. They know these people fear corruption of the soul more than death itself, so they arrange their displays to suggest spiritual contamination rather than mere physical destruction. The stamwas, lanes of Horus defense of us. The effect is immediate and devastating. The system's leadership, faced with evidence of what resistance brings, surrenders unconditionally. But more importantly, they do so with the enthusiasm of the truly converted, their fear transformed into something approaching religious devotion. They broadcast messages of loyalty to the Emperor, praising your wisdom, begging for the privilege of serving in your forces. The conquest of the Charaut system marks a turning point in your understanding of fear as a weapon. You have learned to read not just individual psychology, but the collective unconscious of entire civilizations, to identify the specific terrors that will prove most effective against each target. The methods you developed on Nostromo, refined and amplified, now applied to challenges that dwarf anything you faced in the criminal underworld of your homeworld. But with each victory, you sense the growing hunger in your sons. They have tasted the fear of entire worlds, and they have found it intoxicating. The clinical precision of their early campaigns has given way to something more visceral, a growing appetite for the terror they inspire. What began as a tactical necessity has become something approaching addiction. As you stand on the bridge of the nightfall, watching the final phase of the Shero system's integration into the Imperial domain, you feel the weight of what you have created. Your sons are becoming something new and terrible. Warriors who wield fear as others wield bolt rifles. They are effective beyond your wildest dreams, but they are also something you never intended them to become. The visions show you glimpses of the future, your warriors transformed into monsters, their hunger for fear consuming everything they touch. You see worlds burning, not for strategic reasons, but for the simple pleasure of watching populations scream. And you understand, the methods you have perfected might ultimately consume not just your enemies, but your allies as well. But for now, you are content to guide their development. The Night Lords have found their identity, and the galaxy is learning to fear the night as much as you do. The taste of fear has become intoxicating, and your sons hunger for more with each passing day. The real question is whether you will be able to control what you have created, or whether your legacy will be the transformation of the galaxy's protectors into its most feared predators. The moment you receive word that Horus has turned against the Emperor, you feel no surprise. Only the cold satisfaction of prophecy fulfilled. The visions have shown you this moment countless times. The inevitable fracturing of the brotherhood that was never meant to last. As reports flood in from across the galaxy, speaking of loyalist forces massacred and worlds burning in civil war, you find yourself studying the tactical displays with the detached interest of a scholar examining a particularly complex theorem. Your sons gather around you in the command center of the Nightfall, their faces bearing the same mixture of anticipation and hunger that has become their signature. They have heard the reports, seen the evidence of what their brother legions have become, and they understand the galaxy is about to become a much more interesting place. The rigid constraints of the Great Crusade have been swept away, replaced by something far more fluid and promising. The War Master has declared his independence. Approximately half of the Astartes legions have joined his cause, along with significant portions of the Imperial Army and Mechanicum. The Emperor has recalled all loyal forces to Terra for the defense of the throne world. His voice carries the clinical detachment of a surgeon describing a particularly successful operation. You nod, studying the stellar cartography displays that show the spreading chaos of civil war. The galaxy is tearing itself apart with a violence that dwarfs anything you witnessed on Nostromo. Entire star systems consumed by conflicts that make your own methods seem almost restrained by comparison. This is the future the visions have shown you, not the golden age of unity the Emperor promised, but an age of darkness, where survival depends on the willingness to embrace the most terrible necessities. What are our orders? Sevitarian asks, though you can see in his eyes that he already knows the answer. We continue our mission. Your voice carries the weight of absolute certainty. The Emperor's vision of a unified galaxy was always a delusion. What matters now is ensuring that something recognizable as human civilization survives what is coming. The Thramas Crusade begins not with grand strategy or massive fleet actions, but with a single act of calculated terrorism that will define the conflict that follows. The Dark Angels Legion, under the command of Lion L. Johnson, has been tasked with hunting down and destroying the Night Lords before you can join forces with the War Master. Their fleet approaches the Thramas system with the confidence of warriors who have never faced an enemy willing to embrace the full spectrum of human darkness. You allow them to establish orbital supremacy, to deploy their forces on the system's primary world, and to begin the systematic search for your supposedly scattered forces. The Dark Angels fight with the methodical precision that has made them legendary. Their battle brothers advance through the system's industrial complexes with textbook efficiency, but they are hunting an enemy that does not exist, at least not in the form they expect. The real Night Lord's fleet waits in the system's outer reaches, hidden among the debris fields and asteroid belts that dot the region. Your warriors have spent months preparing for this moment, studying the psychological profiles of their enemies, identifying the specific fears that will prove most effective against the Emperor's most secretive legion. The campaign begins with the systematic elimination of the Dark Angel's support structure. Supply convoys disappear without a trace. Their crews found days later arranged in elaborate tableaux that speak of deaths so terrible, even veteran Astartes recoil in horror. Communications stations go silent. Their operators discovered transformed into grotesque sculptures, broadcasting messages of surrender in frequencies that penetrate even the most heavily shielded Vox systems. But the true artistry lies in the psychological manipulation that accompanies the physical horror. Your warriors have studied the Dark Angel's obsession with secrecy, their desperate need to hide the shame of their past. And they use this knowledge to craft campaigns that attack not just their bodies, but their very identity. Captured Dark Angels are subjected to interrogation techniques that force them to reveal not just tactical information, but their deepest fears and most closely guarded secrets. The first major engagement occurs when a Dark Angel strike force attempts to secure a strategic communications relay. The facility appears to be lightly defended, its garrison consisting of a single Night Lord's company that seems caught off guard by the assault. The Dark Angels advance with confident efficiency, their battle brothers moving through the facility's corridors with the precision of a well-oiled machine. But the facility is not what it appears. The corridors have been transformed into a maze of psychological warfare. Their walls decorated with the preserved remains of previous Dark Angels' captures. The lighting has been carefully adjusted to create shadows that seem to move independently. while the air circulation systems carry the scent of fear and decay. Most disturbing of all, the facility's communication systems broadcast the confessions of captured dark angels, their voices describing the shameful secrets their legion has spent centuries trying to hide. The Night Lord's defenders do not fight a conventional battle. Instead, they conduct a systematic demonstration of the futility of resistance. Their actions designed to break not just the Dark Angel's tactical formation, but their psychological cohesion. Individual warriors are separated from their squads, subjected to interrogation techniques that force them to confront the contradictions in their loyalties. Officers are captured and transformed into living examples of what defeat means, their bodies carved with the symbols of their shame. The Dark Angel's response is swift and brutal. They call down orbital bombardment on the facility, reducing it to radioactive ash rather than risk further psychological contamination. But the damage has been done. The confessions of their captured brothers have been broadcast across the system, and the secrets they've spent centuries hiding are now known to every Night Lord's warrior in the region. Lion L. Johnson himself arrives in the system within days, his flagship leading a fleet that dwarfs your own forces. The Lion is a Primarch of legendary skill, his tactical genius matched only by his absolute dedication to the Emperor's cause. But he is also a being consumed by the need to protect his legion's secrets. And you have given him a choice between victory and reputation. Your first direct confrontation occurs in the ruins of a world called Sagualsa, where your forces have established a fortress complex among the planet's vast catacombs. The Dark Angel's assault is perfectly executed, their warriors advancing through the underground tunnels with the methodical precision that has made them feared throughout the galaxy. But they are fighting in an environment that has been transformed into a three-dimensional representation of their own psychological landscape. The catacombs are decorated with the preserved remains of every Dark Angel's warrior you have captured, their bodies arranged to tell the story of their legion's shameful past. The walls are carved with the names of the fallen, those Dark Angels who turned to chaos during the destruction of their homeworld. The air itself carries the sound of confessions, the voices of captured warriors describing the truth that their legion has spent centuries trying to hide. The battle becomes a war of attrition, not of bodies, but of souls. The Dark Angels advance through the catacombs with increasing desperation. Their formation crumbles as individual warriors are forced to confront the evidence of their legion's shame. Officers break down as they hear the confessions of their brothers, while rank-and-file warriors abandon their positions rather than face the truth about their past. You meet the Lion in the deepest chamber of the catacomb complex. A vast space that has been transformed into a gallery of Dark Angels' shame. The preserved faces of his captured warriors line the walls, their expressions frozen in moments of absolute terror. Between them hang banners that tell the story of the fallen, each one crafted from the flayed skin of a Dark Angel's veteran. Brother, the lion says, his voice carrying the weight of a lifetime's worth of disappointment. What have you become? You study his face, seeing the pain that lurks beneath his martial facade. I have become what I was always meant to be. Your voice carries the certainty of hard-won experience. The darkness that reveals truth, the fear that strips away pretense, the mirror that shows us what we really are. The duel that follows is not a battle between warriors, but a confrontation between philosophies. The lion fights with the methodical precision of a master swordsman, his blade describing perfect arcs as it seeks to end the conversation with your death. But you fight with the fluid grace of a predator, your movements designed not just to wound, but to educate. Each exchange teaches him something new about the nature of fear, about the price of maintaining secrets, and about the terrible burden of command. You show him through action what words could never convey, that the line between justice and cruelty is thinner than he wants to believe, and that the methods he condemns might be the only ones capable of preserving what he claims to protect. The duel ends not with victory or defeat, but with understanding. The lion withdraws his forces from the Thramas system, but not before extracting a promise that your knowledge of his legion's shame will remain between you. The Dark Angels disappear into the galaxy's outer reaches, their hunt for the fallen taking precedence over their loyalty to the Emperor. You have won more than a tactical victory. You have demonstrated that even the most loyal of your brother legions can be broken, not through superior firepower, but through the systematic application of psychological pressure. The methods you perfected on Nostromo, refined and amplified, now applied to challenges that dwarf anything you faced in the criminal underworld of your homeworld. But with each victory, you sense the growing hunger in your sons. They have tasted the fear of their own brothers, and they have found it intoxicating. The clinical precision of their early campaigns has given way to something more visceral, a growing appetite for the terror they inspire. What began as a tactical necessity has become something approaching addiction. As you stand in the ruins of Sagwalsa, surrounded by the evidence of your victory, you feel the weight of what you have created. Your sons are becoming something new and terrible. Warriors who wield fear as others wield bolt rifles. They are effective beyond your wildest dreams, but they are also something you never intended them to become. The visions show you glimpses of the future. Your warriors transformed into monsters, their hunger for fear consuming everything they touch. You see worlds burning, not for strategic reasons, but for the simple pleasure of watching populations scream. And you understand, the methods you have perfected might ultimately consume not just your enemies, but your allies as well. The Thramas Crusade has ended, but the real war is just beginning. The galaxy is tearing itself apart with a violence that makes your own method seem almost restrained by comparison. And you know, the worst. You feel the ship shudder around you as reality tears itself apart in the deep void between stars. The Endurance groans under stresses that shouldn't exist, her hull plate screaming as something vast and malevolent presses against the Gellar fields. Through the observation ports, you watch the warp writhe with colors that have no names, while behind you, the desperate prayers of tech marines blend with the sound of retching and the low, persistent buzz of flies. You turn as heavy footsteps approach through the corridor behind you. The figure that emerges from the shadows was once a proud Astartes of the 14th Legion, but now something else wears his armor. Brother Sergeant Voss moves with the deliberate care of someone whose body no longer obeys natural laws. His voice cold, a wet whisper that seems to bubble up from depths no throat should contain.
You want to understand what happened here? You want to know how the Emperor's most resilient sons became vectors of corruption itself? Then witness what I witnessed. Feel what I felt when Grandfather Nurgle first opened his arms to embrace us in the deep dark.
You step back instinctively as the corrupted Marine approaches, but you cannot escape the story he carries like a plague. Through the ship's Vox system, another voice crackles to life, cleaner, more human, but carrying the weight of terrible memories.
I was there too, Observer. I watched it all unfold from the beginning. You think you understand corruption? You think you know what it means to watch noble warriors transformed into walking nightmares? You know nothing yet. But you will learn as I learned, that sometimes salvation becomes the greatest trap of all.
The ship lurches again and you grab a support stanchion as the lights flicker. In the strobing illumination, you catch glimpses of things that shouldn't be. Shadows that move independently of their sources. Moisture on the walls that glistens with unnatural phosphorescence. And always the sound of flies. From the shadows steps another figure, Captain Garrow, one of the few Death Guard who escaped corruption and found redemption in service to the Emperor.
Some of us fought. Some of us fled. Some of us remained true, even as our Gene Father knelt before the altar of corruption. You want to understand the Death Guard? Then understand this. We were not conquered. We were saved. And that salvation damned us more completely than any defeat ever could.
You realize you're not just witnessing a historical account. You're experiencing the echo of events that shaped the galaxy itself, feeling the weight of choices that condemned millions to fates worse than death. The corruption here is more than physical. It seeps into the very